Hello, my wonderful friends, and welcome to Chilly Midnight. I'm Leanh, and I'm very grateful that, among everything competing for your attention today, you chose to spend this moment here with me. Before tonight's story begins, I'd love to hear from you. How are you feeling today? Has your body been treating you well? Have you been eating properly? Sleeping enough, and finding a little time to recover from the pressures of work and daily responsibilities? Some of you may be ending a long and exhausting day. Others might be working through the night, struggling to fall asleep, or simply looking for a quiet voice to keep you company. Whatever brought you here, I hope you're safe, comfortable, and taking good care of yourself. I'm also curious about where everyone is listening from tonight. Which country, city, town, or distant corner of the world are you joining us from? And what time is it there right now? Perhaps it's already late at night, with the streets outside completely silent. Maybe morning has just arrived. Or you're listening during a quiet afternoon while working, studying, traveling, or resting at home. Please leave a comment and tell me where you are and what time the story has reached you. I always find it incredible to imagine so many listeners, separated by distance and different time zones, gathering together in the same mysterious world, even though we may never meet in person. Your comments remind me that these stories are traveling far beyond my own room and becoming part of your nights, your routines, and your private moments of rest. Most importantly, please continue looking after your health. Don't ignore your exhaustion, and don't feel guilty for pausing when life becomes too demanding. You deserve moments when nothing is expected of you. Thank you for coming to Chilly Midnight and allowing me to keep you company. Now, wherever you are and whatever hour the clock may show, let the ordinary world become quiet for a while. Tonight's story is ready to find you. Story 1. The first aircraft appeared on Claire Rowan's radar as a pale green dash moving through a part of the sky where nothing should have been flying. She noticed it because the regional display had been nearly empty for 20 minutes. A cargo jet was crossing high above Nebraska on its way east, too far up to speak with her. A medical helicopter had already descended toward North Platte. Beyond those two, the black radar field showed only the patient sweep of the beam and the faint static bloom caused by fog pressing against the airport's antennas. Claire leaned closer. The return sat 11 miles northwest of Harrow Regional. Descending slowly, no identification code appeared beside it. She adjusted the gain, expecting the mark to dissolve into weather interference. Instead, the dash sharpened. A string of letters formed beneath it, flickered, then vanished before she could read more than the first two characters. The control tower windows looked out over 2 wet runways and miles of harvested fields. Fog had swallowed the perimeter fence, the maintenance sheds, and the dead grass beyond the approach lights. Only runway 4 remained visible, its edge lamps glowing in parallel rows like candles laid across black earth. Runway 9 had been closed for 18 years. Even in daylight, its cracked surface was difficult to see beneath weeds and soil. At night, it existed only as a darker strip beyond the active field, pointing toward the abandoned west terminal where the windows had been boarded after the airline service ended. Claire checked the flight strip printer. Nothing. She reached for the radio. Unidentified aircraft, northwest of Harrow Regional. State your call sign and intentions. Only static answered. The radar return continued descending. Claire watched its altitude estimate fall in steady increments. The speed was too low for a commercial jet and too high for a helicopter. A small commuter aircraft. Perhaps something old. She repeated the call. This time, the static changed. For less than a second, she heard a sound beneath it. Several voices speaking at once, distant and flattened by interference. Then came a soft, metallic chime, the sort used on passenger aircraft before an announcement. Claire's hand tightened around the microphone. The sound pulled a memory through her before she could stop it, the smell of burnt coffee. The cold pressure of a headset against her hair. Rain striking tower glass while 12 names waited inside a sealed report. She released the transmit switch. "Night maintenance," she said into the internal line. "Are you testing anything on the secondary radar?" A man answered after a pause. Dale Vickers, the only technician still on site. Not unless the equipment learned to test itself. "I have an untagged return northwest. Fog clutter. It's moving. So does fog." Claire. She ignored the familiarity in his tone. Everyone at Harrow knew which explanations not to offer her. Fog, storm cells, pilot error, on the radar. The aircraft turned, not toward runway 4, toward runway 9. Claire sat straighter. The closed runway had no functioning approach system. Its localizer had been dismantled. Its lamps disconnected. Its threshold markings buried beneath years of weather. No pilot could mistake it for an active strip from the air. Not unless someone below had lit it. She looked through the western tower windows. At first she saw only fog. Then, far beyond the active runway, a single white light appeared where runway 9's threshold had once been. Another light came on behind it. Then another. They illuminated one by one, extending into the fog in a straight and possible line. Claire stood so quickly that her chair rolled into the console behind her. "Dale," she said, still holding the internal line. "Cut power to the west field." "There is no power to the west field." The unidentified return crossed the outer marker for the abandoned runway. Her main radio clicked. A voice emerged. Faint but precise. Spoken with the practiced calm of a pilot reading from a checklist. "Harrow Tower. Meridian 12 requesting permission to land." Claire did not breathe. Meridian 12 had gone down 6 years earlier. The inquiry had concluded that Claire Rowan guided it into a storm. On the radar, beside the descending aircraft, the identification code finally stabilized. MDR 12. Then the passenger count appeared beneath it. 12 souls. For several seconds, Claire stared at the passenger count as if the words might rearrange themselves into something technical and harmless. 12 souls. Not passengers. Not persons aboard. Souls. The radar beam swept over the return again, and the text vanished. The aircraft remained. "Claire?" Dale said through the internal line. "What are you seeing?" She lowered herself into the chair. Nothing confirmed. It was the answer she had learned to give whenever certainty became dangerous. She muted the line and opened the weather panel, checking wind direction, pressure, visibility, and ceiling. Although she already knew every reading, her night shifts were built from repetitions: weather, runway status, radio frequencies, emergency channels, flight strips. Coffee gone cold before she remembered to drink it. Order had become a kind of punishment. At the beginning of every shift, she placed 3 sharpened pencils parallel to the console. She cleaned the headset pads. She wrote her initials in the movement log with the same black pen she had used on the night Meridian 12 went down. The inquiry board had returned it with her personal effects. Claire sometimes wondered whether keeping it was defiance or confession. Outside the tower, the lights of runway 9 continued burning beneath the fog. The radar return descended another 100 feet. Claire selected the emergency frequency. Meridian 12. Harrow Tower. Confirm your position. Static breathed against her ear. Her apartment was 12 miles away, above a closed pharmacy, in a town where nobody mentioned the accident unless they thought she had left. She owned little there. A narrow bed, 2 plates, a silent television, and a filing cabinet containing every public page of the Meridian Report. She had memorized the language used to describe her. Deviation from established judgment, failure to account for deteriorating weather, improper directional guidance. The report had given her a shape. Before it, she had been a person with preferences, grudges, jokes, and plans. Afterward, she became the woman who had spoken one wrong instruction into a storm. She no longer corrected anyone who called it her mistake. Accepting the accusation felt easier than remembering the questions the investigators had refused to answer. Why had Meridian 12 lost navigation data before entering the storm? Why had the pilot reported unreliable altitude readings? Why had the airline's maintenance representative attended every closed session but never testified publicly? Claire had raised those points once. The board's counsel told her grief often searched for mechanical explanations. After that, she gave them what they wanted. A guilty voice. A clean conclusion. The radio clicked again. Harrow Tower. The pilot said, "Clearer now. Meridian 12 holding west of the field. Request landing clearance." Claire closed her eyes. The voice was not the one preserved in the public recording. Captain Ellis had sounded strained during the final minutes, his words clipped by turbulence and alarm tones. This voice was calm, almost patient. Meridian 12. Claire said, "Runway 9 is closed. Divert to runway 4. A pause followed. Then the passenger chime sounded. 1 note, 2, 3, unable. The pilot replied, "Runway 4 was not assigned to us." Claire looked through the western glass. The fog had thickened around the lights. Their glow reflected on something broad and wet beyond the threshold. She opened the archived frequency recorder. Regulations required every transmission to be stored. The screen showed no incoming call from Meridian 12. Only her own voice appeared in the waveform. She played it back. Meridian 12. Runway 9 is closed. Divert to runway 4. The pilot's answer was absent. Claire returned to the live frequency. State the nature of your emergency. We have no emergency. Behind the pilot, people murmured, not screaming, not praying, speaking softly, as though they had been waiting together for a long time. The radar showed Meridian 12 entering a holding pattern above the dead runway. Then the pilot spoke again. "Controller Rowan, we understand that you were encouraged to make the record easier to survive." Claire's fingers left the console. That sentence had never appeared in the report. The inquiry chairman had spoken it after the recorder was switched off. With the doors locked and the airline lawyers still seated behind her. Then the pilot added, "You gave them the voice they needed. Now give us yours." Claire did not answer. The pilot's final sentence remained in her headset after the transmission ended, as though the words had left a pressure behind. "You gave them the voice they needed. Now give us yours." On the radar, Meridian 12 continued circling above runway 9. Its altitude and speed did not change. The aircraft traced the same oval path through the fog with mechanical patience. returning every 4 minutes to the point where Claire had once directed it east toward the storm. She removed the headset and set it on the console. Without the radio pressed against her ear, the tower became unnaturally quiet. The ventilation fan still turned. Rainwater still ticked from the roof gutters. Yet the buildings seemed to be listening. Claire opened the airport's archived incident database. She searched for the pilot's phrase. No result. She searched the closed session transcripts. Access restricted. That had not changed in 6 years. A warning tone sounded from the radar. A second return had appeared southwest of the airport. This one carried an identification tag immediately. Northland 46. Claire frowned. Northland Air had ceased operations before she was born. The radar data block expanded beneath the call sign. Instead of an origin code, it displayed a date written out in plain text. October 19th, 1974. Below it appeared a passenger count, 73 souls. Claire pulled the historical flight archive from a separate terminal. Northland 46 had departed Denver for Omaha with 41 passengers and 4 crew. It never arrived. According to the official summary, the aircraft broke apart over western Nebraska after suffering structural failure. 45 people had died, not 73. The new return turned toward Harrow. Claire keyed the radio. Northland 46. State your intentions. For several seconds, she heard only static and a low vibration, like wind passing through a hollow fuselage. Then a woman answered. Harrow Tower, requesting arrival. Behind her voice came the rustle of paper and the faint clicking of knitting needles. Northland 46. Harrow was not your destination. It became our destination afterward. The passenger chime sounded once. A strip emerged from the printer beside Claire's hand. She had not entered a flight plan. Yet, the machine produced 3 pages of names. The first 45 matched the historical manifest. The names below them did not. Marion Holt, Caleb Holt, Ruth Bellamy, Jonas Bellamy, Eleanor Price. 28 unfamiliar people in all. Claire searched the first name. Marion Holt had not been aboard Northland 46. She had never been born. Her father, Samuel Holt, had died on the flight at age 26. An insurance deposition stated that he had been engaged to marry the following spring. A family letter mentioned the daughter he and his fiancée had already named. Marion. Caleb Holt was the son they planned to have afterward. Ruth and Jonas Bellamy appeared in letters written by a newly married couple aboard the flight. Eleanor Price appeared in an unfinished adoption application belonging to one of the dead crew members. The extra names were not passengers from the past. They were people removed from the future. Claire looked at the radar again. Northland 46 descended through the fog, carrying 45 dead and 28 lives that had never begun. She searched the crash investigation. The wreckage had been transported to Harrow because the airport once housed a private maintenance contractor with federal storage authorization. Astor Aeronautical Recovery. The same company had inspected Meridian 12 3 days before its final flight. Claire's mouth went dry. She searched other accidents associated with Astor. A commuter crash in Wyoming. A cabin fire over Kansas. A failed landing gear outside Tulsa. As each report opened, new returns appeared around Harrow's radar perimeter. One from 1981, one from 1993, one from 2002. Every passenger count exceeded its manifest. The printer began feeding out names faster than Claire could gather them. Pages spilled across the floor. Children promised in letters. Partners never met. Patients never treated. Students never taught. Lives branching from lives that had been cut away. Then, The printer stopped. One final strip slid into the tray. It contained only Claire's name. Beside it, under passenger status, the machine had printed, "Departure pending." Claire folded the strip bearing her name and pushed it beneath the movement log before Dale reached the tower. He came through the stairwell door carrying a voltage tester, cable, and the expression of a man prepared to repair whatever another person had mistaken for a haunting. His maintenance jacket was dark from the fog. "You look like you've seen the inquiry board," he said. Claire pointed at the radar. 5 returns now circled beyond Harrow's airspace. Meridian 12 held west of runway 9. Northland 46 approached from the southwest. The others moved in wide. Orderly patterns, each carrying a date instead of an origin code. Dale set down his tools. "That isn't possible." "Fog clutter?" He glanced at her, hearing his own earlier dismissal. "Could be multipath reflection. Old radar. Low cloud. Signals bouncing off the ground. Reflections don't transmit call signs. Crossed frequencies do." Claire handed him Northland 46's manifest. He read the names belonging to people who had never lived. "This printer can pull corrupted records from the server," he said. "It printed those names before I searched them." Dale opened the console cabinet. "Then we isolate everything." He disconnected the secondary radar feed. The screen went black for half a breath, rebooted, and restored all 5 aircraft in exactly the same positions. He cut the external data line. Nothing changed. He switched the tower to backup power, then shut down the weather processor, flight plan terminal, and archival network. The ventilation fans slowed. Several ceiling lights died. The tower became a dim room lit by radar green and the impossible white lamps of runway 9. The aircraft remained. Dale stood behind Claire, no longer offering explanations quickly. "Local generator fault," he said at last. "Something is backfeeding through the old field circuits. The west field was disconnected. I know what the drawings say." He took his tester and descended to the electrical room. Claire listened to his footsteps fading while the radio filled with the soft sounds of waiting passengers, fabric shifting, someone coughing, a child asking a question too quietly to understand. Then Meridian 12 called again. "Harrow Tower. Conditions remain suitable." Claire did not touch the transmitter. Outside, fog moved against the glass in slow folds. The runway lights shone beneath it without casting beams, as though buried under shallow water. Dale returned 10 minutes later, breathing hard. "The west breakers are open," he said. "The main cable was physically removed years ago. There is no path carrying current to those lights." The flight strip printer began to chatter. Both of them turned. A page slid from its mouth. Dale crossed the room and pulled the printer's power cord from the wall. The machine continued printing. He stared at the loose plug in his hand. A second strip emerged, then a third. Claire approached as pages accumulated. Each contained a dead flight's call sign, historical departure date, and arrival assignment. Northland 46 runway 9. Prairie Link 8 runway 9. Western Crown 219 runway 9. Dale opened the printer casing and removed the battery pack. The rollers continued turning with a dry, insect-like ticking, while the room filled with the smell of hot paper and wet soil. "Claire," he whispered, "where is it getting the data?" The newest strip was not an arrival record. It was a maintenance transfer from Astor Aeronautical Recovery, dated 2 days before Prairie Link 8 crashed. The document authorized removal of a serviceable pressure valve for resale and ordered staff to replace it with a condemned unit. Dale read over her shoulder. My father worked for Astor. Claire remembered his personnel file. Walter Vickers, maintenance supervisor, retired 6 months after Meridian 12 went down. Did he ever talk about salvaged parts? He said they recovered components from wrecks. This was removed before the wreck. The printer stopped. Then a final page eased forward. It was a work order bearing Dale's employee number and tonight's date. Beneath the authorization line, his signature had already been written. The instruction read, "Restore electrical service to runway 9 before arrivals begin." From somewhere below came the metallic snap of a breaker closing. Every light in the abandoned West Terminal came on at once. The lights in the West Terminal did not flicker or warm gradually. They came alive together, revealing the long abandoned building through the fog as if it had been occupied all night. Claire could see the departure hall from the tower, rows of bolted chairs, dark check-in counters, and the glass doors leading to runway 9. Every overhead panel glowed. The old baggage carousel began to turn. Dale stood at the window with the powerless printer cord still in his hand. "I didn't close that breaker," he said. Below them, the tower radios activated one after another. The ground frequency produced a passenger chime. The emergency channel answered with another. Then the weather receiver, which was designed only to broadcast recorded conditions, began playing the opening notes used before airline announcements. A woman's voice followed. Passengers for Northland 46 are advised that the announcement cut off. A man replaced her. Prairie Link 8 is now accepting. Static swallowed the rest. Claire moved between the consoles, lowering volumes, switching channels, and disconnecting speakers. Every silence lasted only a few seconds before the same sounds returned through another device. The intercom beneath the desk began announcing boarding groups. Dale's handheld maintenance radio whispered seat numbers. On the radar, 9 aircraft now surrounded Harrow, then 12, then 17. Some carried familiar flight numbers. Others displayed airline codes Claire had only seen in old accident files. They approached from every direction but did not collide. Each entered a precise holding pattern, occupying a different altitude around the airport. Stacked arrivals, waiting their turn. Dale opened a cabinet and pulled the tower's master communications fuse. The radios continued speaking in the dark. "Claire," he said, "we need to leave." She looked toward the stairwell door. For an instant, she could not remember where it led. The tower floor seemed longer than it had been. The door stood beyond several consoles she did not recognize, beige equipment with circular gauges, ashtrays built into their sides, and microphones shaped like instruments from an earlier age. Men's jackets hung from hooks along the wall. Water dripped from their sleeves. Claire blinked. The modern consoles returned. Dale was gripping her arm. "You stopped responding. How long?" He glanced at the wall clock. "Almost 6 minutes." Claire pulled free and checked the radar. During the missing interval, Meridian 12 had left its holding pattern. It was aligned with runway 9. Descending on final approach, a transmission indicator glowed beside Claire's microphone. She touched the recorder panel. A new file had been created while she was unaware. Dale leaned over her shoulder as she played it. Her own voice filled the tower. "Meridian 12. Continue. Descent. Turn right heading 085. Maintain 3,000 feet until established." Claire recoiled. Those were the instructions from the accident. Not an approximation, not fragments assembled from her memory. Every pause, breath, and inflection matched the official recording, including the slight tremor before the final heading. The pilot answered in Captain Ellis's strained voice. Right, 085. We're losing the altitude system again. Claire stopped the playback. I didn't say that. Dale looked at the illuminated transmit switch. The radio says you did. Another gap opened in Claire's awareness. She was standing when it ended. One hand on the microphone. Her face reflected in the west window. The fog beyond the glass was full of aircraft lights, moving slowly above the fields. Her lips were forming words. Descend and maintain 2000. Dale struck the microphone from her hand. Claire heard herself continue speaking through the tower speakers after her mouth had closed. Conditions ahead are acceptable. Continue east. That sentence had not been included in the public transcript. It was the instruction the airline's attorneys insisted she had given after the recording supposedly failed, the sentence on which the case against her had been built. The radios fell silent. Across the west terminal, every departure board changed at once, instead of cities. Each line displayed a human name. Claire saw Marion Holt, Caleb Holt, Ruth Bellamy. Hundreds more rolled upward too quickly to read. At the bottom, one name remained fixed, Claire Rowan, beside it. The status changed from departure pending to now boarding. Then the stairwell door behind her opened, and her own recorded voice called from below. Controller Rowan, your aircraft is ready. Dale slammed the door and turned the lock, though neither believed it would stop anything speaking through disconnected radios. The radar sounded a proximity alarm. Meridian 12 had reached the threshold of runway 9. Yet no aircraft emerged from the fog. Its return hovered above the first lights. Neither landing nor climbing. Claire unfolded the strip bearing her name. Departure pending had disappeared. In its place, the paper now read, Report to West Terminal. We don't go down there, Dale said. The answers are down there. That's what it wants you to think. Claire looked at the dark recorder panel. For 6 years, she had obeyed the version of events preserved by machines, attorneys, and signatures. Now those same systems were calling her by name. Remaining in the tower felt less like resistance than continuing the habit that had ruined her, waiting for someone else to define what she had heard. She took the emergency flashlight and opened the stairwell door. No one stood below. Only a line of damp footprints descended the concrete steps. Dale followed her. The terminal passage was colder than the tower. Fluorescent tubes awakened ahead of them one at a time, guiding them toward the chained doors of the West Concourse. Claire expected Dale to cut the chain. It fell apart when she touched it, each link opening along a seam too smooth to be rust. Beyond the doors, the abandoned terminal smelled of plaster dust, stagnant water, and rain-soaked metal. Departure boards clicked above empty counters. Names rotated across them instead of cities. As Claire passed, the names stopped briefly. Some were children she had found on the impossible manifests. Others belonged to people whose connection she did not yet understand. The public address system chimed. Final boarding for all unrealized passengers. The sentence ended there. At the far end of the concourse, light spilled from an office marked Astor Aeronautical Recovery. Claire remembered the space as a shuttered ticket counter. Airport blueprints showed only storage rooms behind it. Inside, metal desks stood beneath yellowed calendars. Coffee had dried in cups, but the surface of one still trembled as if someone had just set it down. Filing cabinets lined the wall. Their drawers were empty except for aluminum tags stamped with aircraft serial numbers. Dale found a narrow door behind a maintenance chart. That corridor isn't on any plan, he said. The passage beyond it sloped beneath the terminal. Its concrete walls were scratched by carts or machinery. Black arrows painted along the floor pointed downward and carried one word, serviceable. They followed the arrows to the baggage level. The abandoned carousel above them groaned as it turned. Luggage thudded across the belt overhead, although the terminal held no bags. Behind a partition stood a freight elevator without controls. Its doors opened as they approached. The car descended on its own. When it stopped, cold air rose through the floor, grating. Claire stepped into a chamber larger than the terminal could contain. Shelves stretched into darkness, stacked with aircraft components, pumps, gauges, valves, oxygen regulators, wiring bundles, navigation displays, and landing gear assemblies. Each part carried 2 tags. One listed the aircraft from which it had been removed. The other named the crash that followed. Dale lifted a pressure valve from Prairie Link 8. The first tag classified it as serviceable. The second recorded the cabin fire that killed 31 people 6 weeks later. They weren't recovering wreckage, he said. They were making it. At the rear of the chamber, Claire found a gray navigation unit wrapped in clear plastic. Moisture had collected inside like breath. The serial number matched Meridian 12's equipment register. According to the official report, the unit had been destroyed in the crash. Claire tore away the plastic. A maintenance label showed that the device had been removed 3 days before the flight and replaced with an obsolete unit that had failed inspection twice. The signature authorizing the exchange belonged to Walter Vickers, Dale's father. Before either could speak, the navigation screen illuminated in Claire's hands. A route appeared across it, beginning at Harrow and ending inside the storm where Meridian 12 had fallen. Then a second route drew itself beneath the first. This one led from the underground chamber directly to runway 9, behind the shelves. Hundreds of passengers began knocking from inside the aircraft parts. The knocking moved through the chamber in waves. It began inside the navigation unit Claire held, then spread into pressure valves, oxygen regulators, altimeters, and sealed instrument panels. Hundreds of small impacts sounded from within the metal, too irregular to be machinery and too deliberate to be expansion from the cold. Dale backed away from the shelf bearing his father's signature. Walter, said Astor paid him to catalog wreckage. Claire turned the navigation unit over. Beneath the removal label was a second sticker, almost completely hidden by old adhesive. Transfer approved for resale. A handwritten code pointed to a cabinet at the end of the aisle. The cabinet contained ledgers rather than tools. Claire opened the first. Every page listed an aircraft. A functioning component removed from it. The buyer who received that component, and the defective replacement installed before the aircraft returned to service. Beside each exchange was a projected financial value and a column labeled Exposure Control. Most entries in that column named a pilot, a history of alcohol misuse, a disciplinary complaint, a failed training assessment, an unstable marriage. Anything that could be emphasized after an accident, where no vulnerable pilot existed. The ledger named an air traffic controller, mechanic, dispatcher, or weather observer whose decision could be isolated and presented as the final cause. Dale read several pages without speaking. They selected the person before the flight, he said. Claire found Meridian 12. The entry occupied 4 pages. The navigation unit had been removed and sold to a private carrier overseas. A condemned replacement was installed, along with an altitude sensor already associated with 2 false readings. The work was approved under Walter Vickers's authorization code. Below the component list, another section described the flight crew. Captain Ellis. No useful disciplinary record. First Officer Bell. Recently praised for emergency performance. Maintenance team. Protected under subcontracting agreements. Then Claire found her own name. Rovan. Claire Controller. Prior anxiety leave. Limited institutional support. No dependents. Strong procedural identification. Likely to accept responsibility if confronted with recorded deviation. The words blurred. They had not merely blamed her after the crash. They had studied her before it. Dale reached for the page, but Claire held it away. A paperclip fastened a routing memorandum behind the assessment. The document instructed Meridian 12's dispatcher to submit an amended flight plan during deteriorating weather. The revised route placed the aircraft near a storm cell while its defective navigation system was expected to produce conflicting data. Astor had calculated the point at which the crew would request guidance from Harrow. They had even predicted Claire's response. Controller will likely direct aircraft east to avoid reported hail concentration west of route. This heading will place aircraft within primary storm envelope. Subsequent loss may be attributed to controller judgment and convective weather. Claire remembered the radar that night. The storm had looked open to the east. The western return had been dense and red. An obvious wall of hail. She had chosen the only corridor the screen seemed to offer. But Astor had supplied the weather feed. The safe route had been... The storm display had been reversed. Dale found a reel-to-reel recorder on a lower shelf. A label on its case read, Liability Session Meridian 12. Though no power reached the room, the reels began turning when he touched them. Voices emerged from the built-in speaker. Claire recognized the inquiry chairman. We require a continuous statement from the controller that connects the amended heading to the loss. Another man answered. His tone flat and professional. The surviving audio does not provide one. Then reconstruct the missing interval. A third voice spoke. Walter Vickers. The replacement navigation unit was never going to hold alignment in that weather. She could have sent them anywhere. They were already dead. Dale shut his eyes. The recording continued. An airline attorney asked, Will Rowan contest the reconstruction? The chairman replied with the sentence Meridian 12's pilot had repeated in the tower. We'll encourage her to make the record easier to survive. Claire felt the chamber contract around her. Her confession had not protected the families from uncertainty. It had protected the people who stole the parts. Every time she repeated the official version, she had renewed the lie they built from her voice. The knocking stopped, all at once. Across the shelves, the tagged components illuminated from within. Each displayed a passenger name. Then another. Then hundreds more the dead and every future erased with them. The navigation unit in Claire's hands produced a final maintenance message. Evidence accepted. Liability transfer incomplete. A lock snapped behind them. The freight elevator doors had closed. On every shelf, the second tags changed. They no longer named the crashes. They read, Return to aircraft before landing. From the ceiling above came the roar of engines descending onto runway 9. Claire finally understood that entering the chamber had not exposed the evidence. It had signed for its release. The engine noise above the chamber deepened until dust sifted from the ceiling. Claire expected impact. Instead, the tagged components began lifting from the shed, not flying, returning. Valves slid across metal racks. Wiring bundles uncoiled like tendons. Instrument panels rose and turned toward the ceiling, their glass faces filling with green root lines. Each object moved with the slow certainty of something answering a recall order older than the airport itself. Dale pulled at the freight elevator doors. They'll come apart, he said. Whatever is landing. These parts belong to different aircraft. Claire looked at the names glowing across the equipment. They don't belong to the aircraft anymore. A child's name appeared on the Meridian Navigation Unit. Then, a wedding date. Then the name of a town Claire had never visited. The display was no longer showing passengers. It was showing continuations. A life after the crash. A school enrollment. A house purchased in another state. A daughter born to someone who never reached home. A patient surviving because a doctor lived long enough to operate. Each image lasted only a second before the next replaced it. The futures overlapped until the screen seemed deeper than the object in Claire's hands. As though miles of roads and years of ordinary mornings had been compressed behind the glass. The radios mounted along the walls awakened. "Harrow Tower," said a woman from Northland 46. "We are not requesting rescue." Another voice followed from Prairie Link 8. "There is nothing to rescue." Then Captain Ellis spoke through the navigation unit. "We are requesting restoration." Claire understood why the manifests exceeded the number of dead. The aircraft were not carrying ghosts alone. They carried every person, decision, and destination that had been erased downstream from the crashes. The stolen parts had not only ended lives, they had removed futures from the world and converted them into profit. Astor's ledgers had recorded the price of a valve or guidance system, but not the years that vanished when those parts failed. The dead had spent decades accumulating what was owed. Above them, the baggage carousel thundered. Suitcases began dropping through gaps in the ceiling. Some were charred, some were crushed flat, others were new, bearing airline tags for dates decades after the aircraft that carried them had fallen. One landed open at Claire's feet. Inside were photographs of people who had never existed. Dale picked up one, showing an elderly couple surrounded by children. His father stood among them. "That isn't possible," he whispered. Claire saw the date written on the back. It belonged to a future in which Walter Vickers confessed before Meridian 12 departed. In that future, the aircraft had landed safely. Dale's father had lived long enough to become a grandfather instead of drinking himself into an early grave 6 months after the inquiry. The dead were not offering alternate lives. They were presenting accounts. Every choice prevented by the conspiracy. Every relationship severed before it began. Every human consequence excluded from the official calculation. The chamber lights failed. For a moment, only the glowing tags remained. Then all the radios spoke together. "Return what was removed." Dale stared upward. "How?" The components answered by rising faster. Metal struck metal. Shelves emptied. Parts vanished into shafts and ducts. Drawn toward aircraft waiting above the fog, Claire felt the navigation unit tug against her hands. She released it. It rose toward the ceiling, then stopped. Its screen displayed a single instruction: clear final arrival. The freight elevator opened. Claire and Dale stepped inside as the car ascended through the trembling terminal. When the doors parted, every departure board showed the same blank line. No flight number, no airline, no place of origin. On the tower radar feed displayed above the check-in counters, the circling aircraft moved aside. A final return appeared beyond the edge of the screen. It was larger than any radar signature Claire had seen. Yet, its altitude, speed, and aircraft type were empty. Beneath it, the passenger field did not show a number. It read, "All destinations denied." The public address system chimed. A voice without age or gender filled the terminal. "Harrow Tower. We are carrying everyone who should have arrived somewhere." Claire looked through the glass toward runway 9. Beyond the lights, The fog had taken the shape of an aircraft too large for the horizon. The voice continued. Controller Rowan, clear us to land, and the world will receive what it owes. The call from the airport director reached the west terminal before Claire and Dale returned to the tower. His voice came through every speaker at once. Controller Rowan, shut down all field systems. Do not authorize any arrival. Claire stopped beneath the departure board. Director Halpern, disable runway 9. Preserve the site until federal representatives arrive. Dale looked at her. How does he know? Another voice joined the line. A woman introduced herself as counsel for Harrow County Aviation. But Claire remembered her from the inquiry. One of the airline attorneys who had watched while Claire accepted the reconstructed recording. You are in possession of proprietary maintenance records, the woman said. Those materials are incomplete and may be misinterpreted. Misinterpreted as murder? The airport's continued operation depends on your cooperation. Outside, the fog shifted. The circling lights above Harrow began moving outward. On the terminal radar display, Northland 46 turned east. Prairie Link 8 veered south. Meridian 12 climbed toward the cloud layer. For one hopeful second, Claire thought they were leaving. Then new radar windows opened across the screen. Omaha, Denver, Kansas City, Chicago. The dead flights appeared over each city in widening circles, stacked among living aircraft whose controllers could not yet see them. Passenger chimes spilled through the terminal speakers, mixed with frightened civilian transmissions. Unknown traffic. Identify yourself. Center. We just lost separation data. Tower. There's something below us in the fog. The final aircraft remained calm. Clear the runway. Director Halpern returned. If you activate 9, you will be responsible for every consequence. Claire looked through the glass at the dark strip beyond the fog. She had heard that sentence before in other forms. You issued the heading. You accepted the transcript. You signed the statement. Responsibility had always been presented as a private object, placed in one person's hands so an institution could walk away clean. Dale gripped the maintenance keys. What happens if they land? I don't know. What happens if they don't? The dead aircraft tightened their circles over the cities. Living flights began disappearing from individual sectors for several seconds at a time. Each absence triggered alarms, reroutes, and emergency climbs. The world was being made to feel what it meant for a destination to be removed. Claire climbed the tower stairs. The room had changed again. Old consoles stood beside modern ones. Decades of equipment occupying the same floor. Controllers from different eras appeared in the windows, each wearing a headset, each facing runway 9. At the center console, a new switch had emerged beneath a metal guard. Runway 9, full illumination. The airport counsel's voice sharpened. Do not touch that control. Claire opened the archived recorder. The reconstructed transmission from Meridian 12 waited on the screen. For 6 years, she had allowed it to stand because opposing it meant reopening every wound and every family's grief. Now she pressed record. My name is Claire Rowan. The official account of Meridian 12 is false. The aircraft was dispatched with removed and defective components. Weather data was altered. My statement was coerced and used to conceal a planned liability transfer. The radios went silent. Claire continued. Naming, Oster. The ledgers. The hidden chamber. Walter Vickers's recording. And the routes designed to turn human decisions into legal cover. Dale placed the maintenance documents beneath the tower camera as she spoke. When she finished, Director Halpern said, "You have destroyed this facility." "No," Claire replied. "You built it out of destruction." She lifted the guard. Dale inserted the maintenance key into the secondary control. "Once we do this," he said, "there may be no way to turn them off." Claire thought of the names on the departure boards, not ghosts asking to be mourned, but futures demanding recognition as something real enough to have been stolen. She placed her hand on the switch. Across the radar network, the dead aircraft turned toward Harrow. "Final arrival," Claire transmitted. "Runway 9 is cleared to land." She pressed the control. The abandoned runway ignited from threshold to horizon. In every city on the radar, the circling dead vanished. Then all living aircraft over the United States changed course at once. Every one of them turned toward Nebraska. For 1 second, every aircraft on Claire's radar pointed toward Harrow. Then the screen went empty. Every return vanished between one sweep and the next. The cargo jet over Iowa disappeared. The medical transport west of Omaha disappeared. Passenger flights crossing the Rockies. Military aircraft above training ranges. Private planes descending toward county strips. All of them ceased to exist on civilian and defense radar at the same instant. The radios erupted. Controllers called flight numbers that no longer answered. Pilots shouted about blank instruments and darkness where cities should have been. Then their voices cut off as well. Only the final aircraft remained. It filled the western scope without showing altitude or speed. Its return widened until it covered runway 9. The terminal. And the tower. Claire saw no fuselage descend through the fog. She heard landing gears strike pavement. The impact rolled beneath the airport like distant thunder. Dust fell from the ceiling. The runway lights bent outward, their reflections stretching across wet concrete toward the west terminal. Then came the sound of engines slowing. Not one engine. Hundreds. Dale stood beside Claire, one hand resting on the maintenance key. "We should shut it down." Claire tried the illumination switch. It would not move. Runway 9 no longer belonged to the airport's electrical system. The lights shone with the pale intensity of moonlight trapped beneath water. The first passenger emerged from the fog. A woman in a dark wool coat walked toward the terminal, carrying no bag. Dew covered her hair and shoulders. Her face was neither decayed nor wounded, but exhausted in a way Claire could not connect to age. Behind her came a man in a torn business shirt. Then, a child holding the hand of someone Claire could not see. More figures followed in silent rows. They wore clothing from different decades. Narrow suits, airline uniforms, summer dresses, military jackets, school sweaters, and clothes newer than anything Claire had seen in stores. Some were elderly versions of passengers who had died young. Others were the unborn children whose names had appeared on the manifests. All of them were wet with dew. They entered the west terminal without looking toward the tower. The baggage carousel continued turning, but no one approached it. Suitcases from impossible futures traveled around the belt unopened. The passengers gathered beneath the departure boards as if arrival were only the first stage of their journey. Claire searched the crowd for Captain Ellis. Instead, she saw herself. An older Claire stood near the terminal doors, gray-haired, one hand resting on the shoulder of a young woman Claire had never met. There was no accusation in her face, only recognition. Then the crowd shifted, and both were gone. Emergency networks flooded the tower printers. Reports arrived from airports with empty runways and skies that still carried engine noise. Families watched aircraft approach without becoming visible. Contrails appeared over cities with no radar returns beneath them. At several terminals, passengers emerged from locked jet bridges belonging to flights that had never departed. No message confirmed whether the living aircraft had crashed. No message confirmed that they still existed. The final return began to divide. New flight paths spread across the screen. None led to known airports. Their destination fields contained names instead of codes. Marion Holt, Caleb Holt, Eleanor Price. Thousands more followed. The public address system chimed. Attention. Departing passengers. The dew-soaked crowd turned toward the gates. Service has been restored to destinations previously removed. Gate doors opened along the abandoned concourse. Beyond them lay unfamiliar cities. Homes containing family photographs of people never born. Hospitals awaiting doctors who had died decades earlier. And classrooms filled with children carrying the faces of the lost. Dale whispered. They aren't taking the future back. Claire understood. They're putting it somewhere. The departure board cleared. A new list appeared. Some destinations were dates that had not yet arrived. Some were sentences. The life after the confession. The child who was promised. The world where the flight landed. The last line showed Claire's name beside an open gate. The tower microphone clicked on by itself. Her headset carried the final announcement in her own voice. Claire Rowan. Report for departure. Your connection has been waiting since before the accident. Below. The passengers began boarding the futures owed to them. Above, Harrow. The empty sky filled with the sound of aircraft taking off in every direction. Some disasters end when the wreckage is cleared. Others continue inside the futures that never happened, the children never born. The apologies never spoken. The ordinary mornings stolen by a decision hidden inside an institution. Claire believed guilt belonged to one voice because that was the version she had been taught to survive. But truth does not always restore what was lost. Sometimes it only opens the gate. If every stolen future could return, would our world be repaired or replaced by the lives it refused to allow? Story 2. By the time Daniel Voss reached the Marrowick apartments, the snow had turned gray at the curb. Detroit had been holding it for days, grinding it beneath tires and staining it with exhaust until every drift looked like ash. The building stood beyond a chain-link fence on Trumbull Avenue. 12 stories of soot, dark brick, and blind windows. A demolition notice had been pasted across the entrance in 3 places. Each copy rippled by damp. Daniel parked beside an unmarked bank van. He sat with both hands on the steering wheel, listening to the engine tick itself, quiet. In the passenger footwell lay his black lock case, its brass latches polished by years of use. Beside it rested a manila envelope containing the day's authorization orders. 23 units. Open. Photograph. Inventory. Secure. The language was familiar enough to stop meaning anything. A property manager named Felix Crow waited inside the vestibule, stamping warmth into his shoes. He wore a charcoal coat too thin for the weather and held a ring of keys large enough to belong to a jailer. You're late, Crow said. It's 9 minutes. Demolition crew comes tomorrow. I need every sealed door documented before dark. Daniel lifted the lock case. You said the units were vacant. They are. Crow turned before Daniel could ask why vacant apartments needed opening. The lobby smelled of wet plaster and old cooking oil. Mailboxes lined one wall, most hanging open, their brass doors bent like broken teeth. Someone had removed the tenants' names, but pale rectangles remained where the labels had been. Above them, in faded blue marker, a child had drawn houses beneath a yellow sun. All the houses had locks instead of doors. Daniel. Crow glanced back. Problem? No. The elevators were dead, so they climbed. Their footsteps rose through the stairwell with a hollow delay, as though another pair followed one landing below. Crow talked about insurance, municipal deadlines, copper theft, squatters. Daniel listened only enough to nod. On the third floor, the smell changed. Soap, warm dust, onions frying in oil. Crow stopped at apartment 3C. This one first. The door had been painted red once, though the color had blistered into black scales. 3 separate locks had been installed: a deadbolt, a chain lock, and an old mortise cylinder with a narrow keyway. Daniel crouched and opened his case. Most locks introduced themselves through resistance. Pins dragged, springs weakened, cheap cylinders flexed under tension. A good locksmith felt the mechanism before he understood it. Daniel inserted a pick, turned his wrist, and waited for the first pin to bind. Nothing did. The tool slid through empty space. He withdrew it and angled his flashlight into the keyway. Something pale moved inside. At first, he thought it was plastic or bone jammed behind the plug. Then the light caught a yellowed curve, a dark root, and a thin line of reddish gum dried along one side. He removed the faceplate screws. They were rusted, but they turned. The plate came away with a soft tearing sound. Behind it, where the metal bolt should have been, lay a human molar. The tooth had been fitted into the mechanism with disturbing care. A groove had been filed around its crown so the internal cam could grip it. When Daniel touched it with his screwdriver, the tooth shifted deeper into the door. From the other side came the scrape of a chair. Crow's face tightened. Rat. That wasn't a rat. The scrape came again. Then a woman spoke beyond the door. Her voice muffled but calm. Eli, wash your hands. Your father will be home soon. Daniel looked at Crow. Crow was staring toward the stairwell. You said vacant. It is vacant. A child laughed inside. Daniel stood so quickly his knee struck the case. Picks scattered across the floor. Crow bent, gathered none of them, and said, "Open it." Through the wood came the clink of plates, the low murmur of a radio, and the ordinary rhythm of a family preparing dinner in an apartment the bank record said had been empty for 11 years. Then something small tapped from the other side. 3 careful knocks. A child's voice whispered. "Mr. Voss." Daniel stopped breathing. The voice whispered again. "We heard you last time." The child's voice came through the wood with the intimacy of someone speaking beside Daniel's ear. He kept his hand on the screwdriver. The tool trembled against the exposed mechanism. Producing a faint metallic chatter, Crow stepped closer. What did it say? Daniel looked at him. The property manager's expression was tight but not surprised enough. "You heard it. I heard pipes. It used my name." Then someone's inside. Crow glanced toward the stairwell again. Squatters look through records. They know who the contractors are. The explanation was possible. Daniel disliked it because Crow offered it too quickly. He crouched and examined the molar. The root had been cut flat, shaped to slide where the bolt should retract. Whoever built the lock understood mechanisms. More than that, they understood how to make something grotesque function properly. Daniel fitted narrow pliers around the tooth. The moment he touched it, a memory rose with the smell of wet carpet. A duplex on the east side. Winter. A woman standing barefoot in the snow while a sheriff's deputy held one arm across the doorway. Daniel had changed the front and rear locks while she pleaded that her medication was still inside. He had kept his eyes on the screws. That was the discipline of the work. You looked at the hardware, not the people. You measured the back set, checked the strike plate, photographed the completed installation. You did not ask whether the loan documents were correct. You did not decide who belonged inside. The woman had shouted his company name as he carried his case to the van. He had forgotten hers before reaching the next address. Daniel twisted the pliers. The tooth rotated with a dry click. Inside apartment 3C. The radio stopped. The sudden silence made the corridor seem narrower. Then the lock released. Crow moved behind Daniel as he pushed the door inward. Warm air passed over them. Not the stale, trapped warmth of an abandoned building. This air carried onions, laundry soap, and the faint mineral smell of steam from a radiator. A yellow lamp burned in the living room. Shoes had been arranged beside the entrance. A man's work boots, a woman's brown flats, and a child's sneakers with luminous stars along the sides. Daniel stepped across the threshold. No one reacted. A woman stood at the stove, stirring onions in a black skillet. She was perhaps 35, with dark hair clipped behind her head and the sleeves of her green sweater pushed above her elbows. A boy sat at the kitchen table drawing on the back of an envelope. The room was clean but worn. Plastic covered the sofa. A crack traveled across the ceiling. A stack of overdue notices lay beneath a ceramic salt shaker. The boy looked about 8. "Ellie," the woman said. "I told you to wash your hands." "I did. You touched the floor after dough." "I didn't." Daniel stood less than 6 feet away. Neither of them looked at him. Crow remained in the doorway. "What do you see?" Daniel turned. "You don't see them?" Crow stared into the apartment. The woman lifted the skillet. Oil hissed as she tipped the onions into a pot. "I see an empty unit," Crow said. Daniel looked back. The kitchen was still occupied. The boy had begun drawing a house. He pressed a red crayon so hard that the paper tore beneath its point. Daniel approached the table. "Ellie." No response. He waved a hand before the child's face. The boy continued drawing. On the radio, a weather presenter began discussing falling temperatures. The same sentence repeated after a burst of static. Then repeated again, with precisely the same pauses. The woman opened a cupboard, removed 3 plates, and set them on the table. "Your father will be home soon," she said. Daniel watched her return to the stove. Then she performed the sequence again. Cupboard, 3 plates, table. "Your father will be home soon." The boy drew the red door. A knock sounded from somewhere beyond the apartment. The woman froze. For the first time, fear entered her face. She lowered her voice. "Ellie, go to your room." The boy stopped drawing. Someone knocked again. 3 firm blows. Daniel knew that rhythm. He had used it himself at hundreds of properties before announcing the lock change order. The memory came complete this time. A child crying behind a door while Daniel drilled through the cylinder. A small hand appearing beneath the gap. A voice asking whether they could take their blankets. He had increased the drill speed so he would not have to hear the answer. In apartment 3C, Eli slid from his chair. He walked directly through the space Daniel occupied. Cold passed through Daniel's chest, sharp enough to bend him forward. The boy vanished down the hallway. The woman opened the front door, though Daniel could still see the same door standing open behind him. Beyond her threshold waited a younger Daniel Voss, his lock case in one hand and an eviction order in the other. The woman pleaded with him. The younger Daniel did not look at her face. He looked only at the lock. On the table, Eli's drawing had changed. Beside the red door, the child had drawn a tall man holding a ring of keys. Across the man's chest, in uneven block letters, was Daniel's full name, Daniel stared at the letters until they seemed to rearrange themselves. Daniel Voss. The red crayon had torn through the envelope beneath his surname. Fibers curled from the paper like pale hairs. Beside the figure, Eli had drawn a black square where the lock should have been. And inside that square was a small white shape with roots. A tooth. Behind Daniel. Crow cleared his throat. "You've been standing there for almost a minute." Daniel turned. Crow remained in the corridor, framed by peeling wallpaper and winter light. From where he stood, the apartment appeared empty. Daniel could see that in the way Crow's gaze passed through the woman, through the table, through the younger version of Daniel waiting at the impossible doorway. "Come inside," Daniel said. "No, you need to see this. I need you to secure the unit." The woman was still pleading with the younger Daniel. "My husband is bringing the payment," she said. "Please, just give us until tonight." The younger Daniel removed a cordless drill from his case. He did not answer her. Daniel remembered the weight of that model. He remembered the vibration traveling into his wrist and the smell produced when steel heated inside an old cylinder. But he did not remember this apartment. He told himself that mattered. He had never worked at Marrowick. He would have remembered the red doors, the ruined mailboxes, the child's drawing above the lobby. His company records would confirm it. The scene began again. The woman returned to the stove. Eli sat at the table. The radio repeated its weather report. 3 plates came from the cupboard. Daniel looked toward the exposed lock. The molar rested inside the door, rotated away from the strike. Beside his case lay the replacement cylinder Crow had specified. Brushed nickel, commercial grade, supplied in a sealed plastic package. Open, photograph, inventory, secure. He had performed the sequence thousands of times. Put the new lock in, Crow said. Daniel should have refused. Instead, he knelt. Routine was a form of shelter. Screws had threads. Cylinders had tolerances. Doors either latched or they did not. He removed the old lock body carefully, avoiding the tooth, and placed it on a cloth beside his tools. As soon as the mechanism left the door, the apartment cooled. The woman's breath appeared in front of her face. Eli rubbed his hands together. Neither noticed Daniel. He fitted the replacement cylinder into the opening. The metal was too cold to have come from his heated case. His fingers stiffened around it. For an instant, he felt resistance from inside the door, as though someone on the other side were pressing a palm against the hardware. Then the cylinder slid into place. Daniel tightened the first screw. The radio stopped. He tightened the second. The skillet ceased hissing. The woman froze with one hand above the stove. Eli's crayon stopped halfway across the paper. Daniel inserted the new bolt assembly. Every light in the apartment dimmed. "Daniel," Crow said from the hallway. He ignored him. Daniel turned the final screw until the lock sat flush against the red wood. The click was almost gentle. The family moved at once. The woman turned from the stove. Eli lifted his head. At the impossible doorway, the younger Daniel looked away from the old lock and directly toward the man kneeling inside the apartment. All 3 faces settled on him simultaneously. Daniel's hand remained on the screwdriver. The woman's expression contained no confusion, only recognition sharpened by a hatred too tired to appear dramatic. "You came back," she said. Crow shifted in the corridor. "Who are you talking to?" Daniel stood. Eli climbed down from the chair. The boy looked smaller than Daniel had first thought. His sleeves covered most of his hands. A faint bruise darkened one side of his jaw. "You locked us out," Eli said. Daniel swallowed. I didn't. The younger Daniel stepped through the open doorway. He carried the drill loosely at his side. You did, the woman said. I've never been here. You didn't look at us then. Either. Daniel backed toward the hall. The new lock turned by itself. The deadbolt slid into the frame. Crow grabbed the exterior handle and pulled. But the door would not open. Voss, Daniel twisted the interior thumb turn. It would not move. Eli approached until only the kitchen table separated them. My mother asked you for my coat, he said. Daniel remembered a yellow sleeve beneath a closing door. Not a face. Not an address. Only a child's hand reaching through a narrowing gap while someone cried outside. I was following an order. The boy's eyes lowered to Daniel's keyring. No. Eli said, you were following the keys. From the corridor. Crow struck the door with his palm. Daniel forced himself to look at the woman. What happened to you? She pointed toward a filing cabinet Daniel had not noticed beside the refrigerator. Its top drawer stood open. Inside lay a property folder bearing the Merriwick address. Daniel pulled it free and opened it across the table. The tenancy record listed the family as Samuel, Lorna, and Elijah Bell. A red stamp crossed every page. Status: abandoned. Occupants unlocated. The final report claimed the Bells had disappeared from the building 9 years earlier. Daniel turned to the contractor authorization attached behind it. His own company had received the lock change order 4 years after that disappearance. At the bottom of the page, beneath a date he had never seen before, was his signature. The handwriting was unmistakably his. So was the note written below it. Voices heard inside. Unit confirmed vacant. He read it again, searching for some defect in the handwriting. A wrong angle. An unfamiliar hesitation. The kind of mistake a forger might make after copying his name from a contract. There was none. The V leaned too far forward. The final S narrowed into a hooked line because Daniel had always lifted his pen too late. Even the pressure mark beneath the signature was familiar. Behind him, the younger Daniel raised the drill. The motor began to whine. Daniel covered his ears. The apartment vanished. Cold rushed over him. The kitchen became a stripped room with exposed floorboards, water stains, and a rusted radiator hanging away from the wall. The filing cabinet was gone. So were Lorna, Ellie, and the duplicate figure at the door. Crow stood beside the entrance with one hand pressed against the new lock. You fainted, he said. Daniel was on his knees. The property folder lay open in front of him, but its pages were blank except for moisture spreading through the paper. I didn't faint. You were talking to an empty room. Daniel pushed himself upright. His mouth tasted of metal. Crow watched him with the strained patience of someone managing a problem he had expected. Old buildings do this. Mold, gas, stress. You stare into dark rooms long enough, your brain supplies tenants. My signature was in that file. There is no file. Daniel looked down. Crow was right. Only blank paper remained. Crow picked up the old lock assembly with a gloved hand. The molar was still fitted inside it. That, Daniel said, is not mold. Crow's jaw tightened. Someone made a sick little mechanism. It proves nothing. Who? Squatters. Former tenants. Kids. Kids made a working deadbolt from a human tooth? Crow dropped the lock into Daniel's case. We have 22 units left. They moved to 3D. Daniel wanted to leave. He could feel the desire physically. A pressure between his shoulder blades pointing toward the stairwell. But he also wanted to prove that 3C had been an isolated trick. Something constructed by a person with tools and time. The lock on 3D contained a canine tooth. When Daniel turned it, the door opened into a living room, crowded with moving boxes. An elderly man wrapped drinking glasses in newspaper, while a woman sat near the window clipping coupons. Neither looked at Daniel. A radio announcer repeated the same traffic report. 3 knocks struck the door. The old woman whispered, "Don't answer." The scene reset. Crow saw only bare walls. In 4A, a teenage girl packed school books into a garbage bag while her mother argued on the telephone with someone from a management office. In 4F, 2 brothers shared a bowl of cereal because the refrigerator had already been emptied. In 5B, a man in nursing scrubs slept at the kitchen table while his daughter wrote the word "stay" across an eviction notice in blue marker. Each family repeated a final ordinary hour. Each failed to see Daniel, and each lock contained a tooth. Crow insisted on explanations. Animal remains, elaborate vandalism, Daniel's exhaustion, a carbon monoxide leak. Despite the dead utilities, he spoke more quickly after every apartment, as though speed might make the words convincing. By the 6th door, Daniel stopped answering him. He began documenting the teeth. A narrow incisor in apartment 5D belonged, by shape and size, to the little girl inside. A darkened premolar in 6A matched the empty space in an old man's mouth. In 6C, Daniel found a chipped front tooth lodged inside the lock. The woman trapped within the room had the same triangular break when she shouted at the unseen eviction officer. The correspondence was too exact. Daniel photographed the tooth. On his phone screen, the image showed only an empty lock casing. He lowered the device. The tooth remained visible to his naked eye. Crow leaned over his shoulder. There, nothing. Daniel ignored him and removed the mechanism. The family inside 6C stopped moving, not one by one. All at once, the woman turned first, then her husband, then the 2 children sitting cross-legged before a silent television. They looked directly at Daniel. He had not installed the replacement lock yet. The chipped tooth lay in his palm. The woman touched the gap in her mouth. Her fingers came away red. "You've started taking them early," she said. Daniel closed his fist around the tooth. Something sharp pressed into his skin. Across the apartment, every family member smiled. Not with relief, with recognition. Then Crow whispered from the doorway, "Don't let them see which tooth is yours." Crow's warning seemed to remain in the doorway after he stepped back. "Which tooth is mine?" Daniel asked. Crow did not answer. The family inside 6C continued smiling. Blood gathered in the woman's mouth where the chipped tooth had been, darkening her lower lip. Daniel opened his hand. The tooth was gone. Only a crescent-shaped cut remained in his palm. He stumbled into the corridor and nearly struck the opposite wall. The distance between the 2 rows of apartments had narrowed. What had been a passage wide enough for 3 people now forced Daniel and Crow to stand shoulder to shoulder. Crow started toward the stairwell. Daniel followed, gripping his case. They passed 6B, then 6A, then 6B again. Daniel stopped. The brass number hung crooked on the door. 1 screw missing. A child's pink mitten lay beneath it. He remembered stepping over the same mitten moments earlier. "You saw that," he said. Crow kept walking. At the next door, the number read 6F. There had been no 6F on the building plan. Daniel pulled the folded unit list from his coat. The paper showed 6 apartments on each floor, labeled A through E. Yet 6F stood before him with 3 locks and a strip of yellow tape across the frame. From behind the door, a girl whispered. Mom said not to let him drill it. Daniel's throat tightened. He knew that voice, not the child's name. Not her face, only the sound. A foreclosure in Hamtramck. Years earlier, a duplex with a broken porch and cartoons playing inside. Daniel had knocked, announced the order, and begun drilling after no adult answered. A girl behind the door had begged him to wait because her mother was walking home from work. He had told her to stand back. The drill had drowned out everything else. Now the girl whispered again. "You said 5 minutes." Daniel backed away from 6F. The corridor stretched behind him. The stairwell door, which had been perhaps 20 feet away, now appeared at the far end of a passage lined with dozens of red doors. The numbers changed when he looked at them. 6D became 4B. 4B became 12A. One door bore no number at all, only an address written on masking tape. 1749 Colfax Street. Daniel recognized it. He had changed the locks there after a family missed 3 mortgage payments. A boy had watched from the sidewalk while Daniel secured the side entrance. The child held a plastic dinosaur beneath one arm and asked whether the house still belonged to them if their pictures were inside. Daniel had not replied. Something touched his thigh. He reached into his coat pocket and found a brass key. A paper tag had been tied through its bow with red thread. 1749 Colfax Street. Daniel dropped it. The key struck the floor but made no sound. Crow stared at it. "Put that away. You know what it is. I know we need to leave this floor." Daniel checked his other pocket. 3 more keys lay inside. Each carried a handwritten address. A bungalow near Dearborn where an elderly couple had refused to surrender the deed. A small house on Wabash where Daniel had found children's shoes lined along the porch. A duplex on St. Aubin where someone had knocked from the basement after the sheriff declared the building empty. Daniel pulled the keys out one by one. "I didn't put these here." Crow's face had gone pale. The building did. The admission passed between them quietly. Daniel looked at him. "What is this place?" Crow turned toward the distant stairwell. "Not a place you should remember too much inside." They began walking. With every step, more keys appeared. Daniel felt them accumulating in his trousers, his coat, even the small zippered compartment of his tool belt. Their weight dragged at his clothes. Metal pressed against his hip and ribs. Tags brushed one another with the dry whisper of paper leaves. Voices emerged behind the doors. Children asking for coats. Children asking whether their pets could come. Children saying their parents had the money. One voice repeated, "You didn't even wait for my father." Another said, "My medicine was in the bathroom." A younger child simply cried Daniel's name. He covered his ears. But the voices continued from inside his pockets, each key carrying a different plea. At last they reached the stairwell door. Crow shoved it open. Beyond it was not the concrete stairwell. A narrow hallway waited on the other side, papered in faded yellow flowers. At its end stood a white front door with a scratched brass lock. Daniel knew the pattern in the wallpaper. He knew the dent beside the frame where his father had once carried in a second-hand refrigerator. The final key appeared in Daniel's hand. Its paper tag bore no address, only 2 words. Written in his mother's handwriting, "Our home." The key was warm in Daniel's hand, not from his skin. It held the heat of a room where someone had been cooking, where a radiator knocked behind a wall and his mother still called him Danny. At the end of the yellow-papered hallway, the white door waited. Crow seized Daniel's wrist. "Not that one." Daniel tried to pull free. "You knew it was here. I knew the building would find something. You said not to remember too much. And you kept remembering." The keys in Daniel's pockets began to stir. Metal shifted against metal with purpose, each key turning toward the white door. From beyond it came his father's voice. "Let him finish." Marie. Daniel had not heard that voice since the funeral. His mother answered. He's just a boy. The lock clicked. Daniel stepped forward, but Crow dragged him backward. The yellow hallway folded at its center. Wallpaper puckered. Floorboards rose, and the white door receded as though pulled through the narrow end of a telescope. Then the stairwell slammed back into place. Concrete walls, rusted handrail, dead fluorescent tube. The key marked "Our Home" remained in Daniel's fist. Crow released him. That door is not for opening yet. Yet, Crow descended without answering. Daniel followed to the lobby, where the child's drawing above the mailboxes had changed. The yellow sun was gone. Every little house stood beneath a black sky, and each lock-shaped door had been colored red. Crow headed for the exit. Daniel caught his shoulder. You're not leaving. We're done. No. You brought me here because you needed someone to open these units. You knew what was inside. I knew stories. You knew about the teeth. Crow looked toward the mailboxes. That was enough. Daniel crossed to the wall. There were 48 boxes in 6 rows. Though the plans listed only 42 apartments, most hung open, revealing dust, dead insects, and yellowed advertisements. The bottom right box was locked. The key, marked "Our Home," did not fit. The other keys began to vibrate. One tagged with the St. Aubin address forced itself through Daniel's coat lining and fell. Then another. Soon dozens lay around his boots. One had no tag. It was small, flat, and black with tarnish. Daniel inserted it into the mailbox. The lock turned. Something released behind the wall. Crow said, Daniel, don't. The entire mailbox bank swung outward like a door. Behind it waited a narrow office lit by a green-shaded lamp. The room should not have fit inside the lobby wall. It extended into space, occupied by the street outside. Filing cabinets lined both sides. Their drawers were labeled defaults, abandonments, removals, and unclaimed. The air smelled of wet paper and tooth decay. Daniel entered. On the desk lay ledgers from the Merriwick Management Company. He opened the file for Lorna and Samuel Bell. Their rent had been paid in full. A second ledger showed a manufactured balance. Late fees charged when the office had been closed. Repair costs for work never performed. Legal fees entered before notice was issued. The final debt had been created in less than 3 weeks. Every file told the same story. Payments diverted. Receipts voided. Tenant signature copiée. Residents who challenged the figures were marked uncooperative. Families with children were listed as high-pressure removals because, according to a memorandum, household distress accelerates voluntary surrender. After eviction came another record: shelter intake, emergency room admission, unidentified death. The names of former tenants had been crossed out and replaced with case numbers. Attached instructions ordered city contractors to remove those names from searchable databases once no surviving address could be verified. They erased them, Daniel said. Crow remained beyond the threshold. The company did what the city paid it to do. You worked for them. So did you. Daniel opened the drawer labeled unclaimed. Inside were hundreds of dental envelopes, each bearing a tenant's name. Most were empty. At the back stood one fresh envelope. The paper was clean. The gum had not yellowed. Across the front, in blue ink, someone had written, Daniel Voss. Inside was a panoramic dental x-ray dated the following morning. One tooth had been circled in red. Daniel held the dental x-ray to the green lamp. The circled tooth was his upper left molar. The one repaired after his father struck him during the winter they lost the house. Daniel had told the dentist he had fallen on the basement stairs. His mother had sat beside him in the waiting room, holding a folder of foreclosure notices against her chest. He lowered the film. The memory felt newly planted, yet the ache in his jaw was real. Crow stood outside the hidden office. He had not crossed the threshold. "Who prepared this?" Daniel asked. "No one prepares anything in there. The date is tomorrow. You should put it back." Daniel slid the X-ray into his coat. Every filing cabinet clicked. The sound traveled down the room in sequence. One drawer opened, then another, until both walls were lined with dark, rectangular mouths. Paper shifted inside them. Crow stepped away from the entrance. "The office is showing you what it wants you to see." Daniel approached the nearest drawer. "These records are real enough to keep you here." The label read Contractor Certifications. Inside were folders arranged by surname. Daniel found Voss without searching. The file was too thick to lift with one hand. He carried it to the desk and opened it. The first document came from a house on West Grand Boulevard. Daniel remembered the cracked stone steps and the smell of cabbage from the kitchen. His certification stated that the building had been inspected and found unoccupied. A handwritten note had been attached beneath his signature. Male voice heard in rear bedroom. Contractor advised voice was television audio. Daniel remembered the voice. An old man had called through the door, saying he could not walk without assistance. Daniel had telephoned the field supervisor. The supervisor asked whether Daniel had physically seen anyone. Daniel said no. Occupied means observed, the supervisor had told him. Sound is not possession. Daniel had signed. The next report concerned the duplex on St. Aubin. Repeated knocking heard below floor. Basement not inspected due to unsafe access. Property confirmed vacant. He had signed that one too. Page after page followed. Children crying behind locked bathroom doors. A woman calling through an upstairs window. Someone coughing inside a boarded house after municipal officers declared it cleared. A boy asking Daniel not to remove the lock because his mother still had a key. Every report carried the same certification. No lawful occupants present. Every report carried Daniel's signature. Sometimes he had added explanatory notes, probably pipes, likely animal activity, possible radio, neighbors attempting interference. The phrases had once sounded professional. Now they read like methods of burial. Daniel turned faster. The folder contained more than 300 properties. Not all belonged to Marowak Management. Banks, redevelopment agencies, tax purchasers, municipal contractors, private equity companies, different names, identical orders. Open, document, secure. At the bottom of each removal packet was a line authorizing payment after vacancy confirmation. Daniel's invoice was always attached behind it. Crow entered the office at last. "You were not the only contractor," he said. Daniel looked up. "That is supposed to help? It is supposed to make you understand." The system needed vacant properties. Inspectors needed completed files. Banks needed possession. The city needed buildings cleared. You gave them language they could use. "I heard people. You heard complications." Daniel pushed back from the desk. The room had lengthened. Filing cabinets extended beyond the lamp's reach. Their labels no longer naming districts or companies. They named cities. Cleveland, Baltimore, St. Louis, Milwaukee, Philadelphia. Thousands of drawers. Thousands of certifications. Daniel opened one at random. Inside were contractor reports written by strangers, each describing voices dismissed as pipes, right use, animals, or trespassers. Beneath them lay dental envelopes. "This isn't only Marowak," Daniel whispered. Crow's face looked gray beneath the green light. "Marowak is where the records accumulated." "Why here?" "Because the company erased more names than any other site could hold." A sound began inside the cabinets. Not paper. Knocking. Soft at first, then multiplying through the walls. Knuckles against wood. Palms against doors. Children tapping from cupboards. Basements. Bedrooms. And sealed apartments across years of removals. Daniel's key ring pulled against his coat. The keys rose through the pocket opening and hung suspended around him, each tag turning outward. Every address was one he had certified vacant. Every key belonged to a door behind which someone had spoken. The documents on the desk began signing themselves. Daniel watched his name appear across page after page in wet blue ink. At the bottom of the final sheet, a new certification formed. Marowak Apartments, all occupants removed. Below it waited an empty signature line. Then Daniel's right hand lifted from the desk without his permission. A pen slid into his fingers. Crow stepped behind him and whispered, "You have already signed this before." Daniel fought his own wrist as the pen descended. The blank line was not blank anymore. Faintly, beneath the paper, hundreds of earlier versions of his signature were pressing upward. Daniel's hand stopped an inch above the signature line. The pen trembled between his fingers. Beneath the paper, the buried signatures pressed upward until the sheet looked embossed with his name. Hundreds of versions. Some careful, some rushed, some reduced to a single practiced slash. He let go. The pen remained suspended. Then every key hanging around him dropped at once. Metal struck the floor in a deafening cascade. Tagged keys scattered beneath cabinets and skidded through open drawers. But one remained in Daniel's palm, the unmarked key. Our home had vanished from its tag. Now there was only a dark stain where the words had been. The green lamp dimmed. At the far end of the office, a door appeared between two filing cabinets. White paint, scratched, brass lock, a dent beside the frame. Daniel knew that door better than his own face. Crow stepped away from it. "Don't use the key. You said it wasn't for opening yet." "It isn't." Daniel looked toward the unsigned certification. The pen still waited above it. "What happens if I sign?" "The building closes the record. And if I don't?" Crow gave a small, exhausted shake of his head. "Then it opens yours." Daniel crossed the office. The door seemed to breathe as he approached. Warm air moved through its edges, carrying boiled potatoes, cigarette smoke, damp wool, and the pine cleaner his mother used when visitors were expected. His hand found the keyhole. The key turned without resistance. The management office disappeared behind him. Daniel stood in the hallway of his childhood home. The yellow wallpaper was faded near the ceiling. His father's winter coat hung from a hook. A pair of muddy work boots stood beside the radiator. Through the living room doorway, his mother was packing dishes into a cardboard box. She looked younger than Daniel remembered. Not younger in years, but less defeated. His father stood near the front window, arguing with a man in a brown overcoat. "We paid what they asked," his father said. "The balance includes fees." "Fees for what?" The man held a folder against his chest. "You can dispute it through the bank." They sold the house already. Daniel entered the room. No one noticed him. On the floor, A boy of 12 sat beside a dismantled door lock. Young Daniel turned the cylinder in his hands, fascinated by the tiny pins and springs. His father had removed it that morning after discovering their key no longer worked. The adult Daniel remembered that moment differently. He had told himself the foreclosure taught him that locks were honest. A key either belonged or it did not. A mechanism never lied about ownership. Now he saw the bank representative watching the boy. "You understand locks?" the man asked. Young Daniel nodded. "Useful trade." Daniel's mother stopped packing. "Don't talk to him." 3 knocks struck the front door. The room became still. A locksmith entered with a black case. Daniel recognized the case immediately. Not the locksmith. The man was elderly, broad-shouldered, with nicotine-yellowed fingers. He avoided looking at the family while checking the authorization form. Daniel's mother approached him. "My son's medicine is upstairs," she said. "Please let me get it before you change anything." The locksmith looked at the representative. The representative shook his head. The drill began. Adult Daniel felt the sound in his teeth. His father shouted. His mother tried to push past. The boy on the floor covered his ears. The locksmith stared only at the metal. Daniel understood then why he remembered no face. The man had erased himself before leaving. The scene stopped. Everyone turned toward Daniel. His mother's expression was not angry. That was worse. "You learned the wrong lesson," she said. Daniel looked at the child he had been. Young Daniel held out the dismantled lock. "I thought we lost the house because the key stopped working," the boy said. "We lost it because someone decided our voices did not count," his mother replied. The walls shuddered. Doors appeared along the hallway, red, blue, white, splintered, boarded, burned. Behind each came knocking, pleading, coughing, crying. The Marrowick families stood among them. So did hundreds of others. Daniel looked down at the unmarked key. "What does the building want?" The elderly locksmith answered from the front door. "It does not collect those who open doors." He removed his upper left molar and pressed it into the lock. "It collects those who heard people behind them and chose to close them anyway." Every door in the house slammed shut. The key in Daniel's hand sharpened. Its teeth lengthened into pale roots. From inside his own mouth came a small, precise click. Pain flashed through Daniel's jaw. He clamped a hand over his mouth. Something hard shifted beneath his tongue. The childhood living room dissolved. Yellow wallpaper peeled upward into darkness. The ceiling lifted out of sight. And Daniel found himself standing once more in the 3rd-floor corridor of the Marrowick apartments. The unmarked key lay at his feet. Crow stood near the stairwell, clutching the unsigned certification. The sheet trembled in his hands. "You opened it," he said. Daniel touched the upper left side of his mouth. The molar remained in place, but it moved when he pressed it with his tongue. "You knew what the building was. I knew what it required. Names." Crow looked at the paper. Completion. Daniel crossed the corridor and tore the certification from him. The words "all occupants removed" had begun to bleed through the page in red ink. "What happens if their names are restored?" Crow's face tightened. "The files reopen. The company becomes liable. The city records change. Every removal tied to Marrowick is exposed. And the families, I don't know." Daniel did. The keys in his pockets had stopped whispering. Now they pulled toward the apartment doors. He returned to 3C. The new lock resisted his key, then opened with a sound like a tooth breaking. Lorna Bell stood beside the stove. Eli sat at the table, red crayon in hand. Samuel had finally arrived and remained frozen just inside the impossible doorway. carrying a paper bag of groceries. Daniel placed the property folder on the table. It had reappeared in his coat. He opened it to the page where their names had been crossed out. Using Crow's pen, Daniel wrote them again. Samuel Bell, Lorna Bell, Elijah Bell. The apartment exhaled. Lorna's shoulders lowered. The radio moved beyond its repeated weather report. Somewhere outside, a car passed through snow. Eli looked at Daniel, not through him. At him. Is it ours again? The boy asked. Daniel could not answer that. It is yours to be remembered. The family faded slowly, leaving the room warm and empty. The red door behind Daniel vanished. In its place stood another door. Blue paint, brass mail slot, a child's plastic dinosaur on the floor. The address from Colfax Street appeared above the frame. Daniel understood. Opening one apartment did not settle one debt. It revealed the next. He moved through the building in 3D. He restored Walter and June Haskins to the tenancy ledger. Their moving boxes disappeared, and a green door formed where the kitchen wall had been. In 4A. He wrote the names of Maribel Ortiz and her daughter Cassandra. The girl lowered her garbage bag of school books. But behind her bedroom appeared a boarded entrance from a house Daniel had secured after hearing someone coughing upstairs. Each released family left another address. Each address belonged to someone Daniel had displaced. The corridors multiplied around him. Doors opened into bungalows, 2 duplexes, basement apartments, motel rooms, shelters, condemned houses, and rooms assembled from cardboard beneath overpasses. Daniel wrote until his fingers cramped. The files did not empty. Crow followed him, shouting that demolition would begin after sunrise, that the company's attorneys would bury everything, that no database would accept names without identification numbers. Daniel kept writing. Names appeared in his memory where he had once stored only addresses. Mrs. Evelyn Price, who needed her heart medication. Terrence Cole, who had shouted from a basement. Nadia Brooks, whose daughter waited behind the door while Daniel drilled. He wrote them all. With every restored name, one of the keys in his pockets dissolved into rust. But the building continued producing doors. By the time Daniel reached the lobby, hundreds filled every wall. They overlapped the mailboxes, climbed the stairwell, and stood unsupported across the floor. Behind each came a voice he had ignored. Crow seized Daniel's arm. You cannot finish this. Daniel looked at the remaining keys. There were too many, more than he had ever carried, more than the number of jobs he remembered. The company used my certifications elsewhere, he said. Crow looked away. They copied my signature. They used reliable contractors. Daniel understood the phrase. Reliable meant someone who would hear a voice and certify silence. He pushed the mailbox wall open and entered the management office. The filing cabinets were waiting. Daniel pulled every drawer as far as it would go. He carried ledgers into the lobby, stacking them beneath the child's drawing. Then he found the building's fire alarm. Crow blocked him. The records will burn. No. Daniel looked toward the doors. They will leave. He pulled the alarm. No bell sounded. Instead, every lock in Marrowick turned at once. Hundreds of doors opened. Families stepped into the lobby, carrying coats, blankets, grocery bags, framed photographs, school books, oxygen tanks, and everything they had once been forbidden to retrieve. They moved toward the exit without speaking. The building shook as their names returned to the world. Daniel searched the crowd for Eli. The boy stood beside the front doors. "Come with us," he said. Daniel took one step. Then the final key tightened inside his pocket. Behind the mailboxes, a white door appeared. From the other side, Daniel heard his own voice pleading. "Please." It said, "Don't change the locks." Eli looked at him with quiet pity. "That one is yours." The white door opened before Daniel touched it. Warm air moved across the lobby, carrying cigarette smoke, boiled potatoes, damp wool, and the pine cleaner his mother had used on Sundays. Beyond the threshold waited the yellow-papered hallway of his childhood home. The crowd of released families continued passing through the building's entrance behind him. No one entered the white door. Daniel looked back once. Lorna Bell held Samuel's arm as they stepped into the snow. Eli stood with them, his luminous star sneakers leaving no prints on the lobby floor. The boy raised one hand, not in farewell, but in acknowledgement. Daniel crossed the threshold. The door closed. He was 12 years old again. His knees pressed into the living room carpet beside the dismantled cylinder. Tiny brass pins lay in a row before him. His father stood at the window, arguing with the bank representative. His mother packed dishes with trembling hands. Daniel could feel the adult shape of himself somewhere beneath the child's body, trapped behind his eyes. 3 knocks struck the front door. He knew what came next. His mother hurried into the hallway. "My son's medicine is upstairs," she said as the locksmith entered. "Please let me get it." The man opened his black case. Daniel tried to stand. His child's hands remained on the lock. "Don't do it," he said. No one heard him. The drill began. The scene snapped backward. His mother returned to the kitchen. His father moved to the window. The bank representative closed his folder. The lock reassembled itself beneath Daniel's fingers. 3 knocks. Again. "Please," Daniel shouted. "We're still inside." The locksmith examined the authorization. His face had changed. It belonged to no one Daniel recognized. Then to men he had worked beside. Then to younger versions of himself. Each face lowered its eyes toward the mechanism. The drill began. The room repeated. Sometimes Daniel was 12. Sometimes he stood at 46 beside his mother. Sometimes he occupied the locksmith's body and felt the familiar weight of the drill in his own hand. Whenever he tried to look at the family, his head turned toward the lock. Whenever he tried to put down the tool, his fingers tightened. The house would not allow him innocence. It would not allow him ignorance either. Outside the door, metal clicked. A new lock was being fitted. Daniel threw himself against the wood. "Wait." The unseen locksmith continued working. "We're still here." A screw turned. Daniel heard his mother crying upstairs. His father was shouting at the bank representative. The child, he had been pressed both hands over his ears. "Please," Daniel said, "don't change the locks." The deadbolt slid into place. Darkness filled the house. Then came 3 knocks. The scene began again. By morning, the demolition crew found the Marrowick apartments behind its chain-link fence. But the building no longer had windows. It no longer had floors either. When workers entered through the front vestibule, they found open sky where the interior should have been. Snow fell through the empty brick shell and collected on broken foundation stones. All 23 apartments were gone. So were the stairwells, mailboxes, filing cabinets, red doors, and corridors. Only one interior wall remained standing. It rose from the center of the ruin without support. 12 feet high and nearly 40 feet long, both sides were covered with locks, deadbolts, padlocks, mortise cylinders, chains, latches, rusted household knobs, commercial locks with brushed nickel plates. Hundreds had been installed so closely together that almost no plaster remained visible. Each contained a tooth instead of a bolt. The demolition foreman called the property manager. Felix Crow never answered. A city inspector arrived before noon. He photographed the wall, though every image showed only an empty lot. Police found Daniel's van near the fence, still locked. His tools were arranged neatly in the passenger footwell. The authorization orders had disappeared. In their place lay a stack of property records bearing the names of former Marrowick tenants. Copies had already reached local reporters, legal aid offices, city archives, and the families of people once listed as unidentified. No one could determine who had sent them. The demolition was postponed for several weeks. Former residents gathered outside the fence, bringing photographs and speaking names the city had removed. Some claimed they heard voices from the wall. Most heard only knocking. The sound moved from lock to lock, beginning softly at one end and traveling across the plaster like rain passing over a roof. A locksmith was finally hired to remove the mechanisms. She worked alone, beginning with the newest cylinder near the center. As she placed her hand on it, a man cried out from behind the wall, "Please, we're still inside." She stepped back. The voice became quieter. "Don't change the locks." Then another voice answered from deeper within the wall. A child's voice, calm, familiar, patient. "You already did." The newest lock turned by itself. From inside came the high, steady whine of a drill. Some doors are closed for safety. Others are closed so that the people behind them can be forgotten. Daniel believed that responsibility ended where his work order began. He treated voices as complications, names as paperwork, and suffering as something beyond the reach of his tools. But every lock he changed made a moral choice permanent. Perhaps the Marrowick apartments were not haunted by the displaced families alone. Perhaps they were haunted by every person who heard someone pleading and decided that silence was more convenient. How many lives can be erased before the people holding the keys become part of the wall? Story 3. The first wrong note sounded before the train had moved. It came from the lowest A on the Steinway in the Salon Étoile. A note so deep that Theo Mercer felt it through the bones of his fingers. The string did not hum. It dragged. For half a second, the polished room disappeared, and he heard iron wheels passing over something soft and jointed. Then the sound was gone. Theo kept his hand on the key. Beyond the windows, Paris lay beneath December rain. Platform lamps burned in blurred yellow pools, and porters moved luggage under black umbrellas. The Vienna Night Express waited beneath the glass vault of the Gare de l'Est, all lacquered navy panels and brass crests, more private hotel than train. It would leave at 9:15 that evening and enter Austria shortly after dawn. For now, it was stationary. Problem: Elise Varga, the train's hospitality director, stood near the bar in a dove-gray suit, holding a clipboard against her ribs. Nothing about her suggested impatience, though she had already asked twice whether he would finish before boarding. Theo released the key. Bass string settling on a new instrument, new case, older interior. That was common enough. Concert instruments were rebuilt. Restaurant refinished. Wood survived owners. Metal survived houses. Music survived almost everything. He lifted the fallboard and examined the action. The hammers were clean. No foreign object lay between the strings. Yet a faint smell rose from the cavity, cold ash, like a fireplace emptied after rain. Elise watched him. Can it be used tonight? Theo pressed the key again. This time it was merely a note dark, imperfect, slightly flat. Yes, he said. The answer came too quickly. He heard the same clipped certainty he used when clients asked whether a cracked soundboard could hold through a recital. He had spent 11 years making damaged instruments sound trustworthy. Elise checked her clipboard. There are 4 more. Theo looked up. 4 more grands? Small uprights, 1 in each private carriage. Decorative, mostly. But the owner insists they all be tuned. She led him through the train. The dining carriage smelled of beeswax, linen, and orange peel. The sleeping cars were narrower, their walls paneled in reddish wood that reflected the lamps with an almost fleshy warmth. At the end of each carriage stood a compact upright piano beneath a brass luggage rack. No 2 instruments matched. One had ivory keys yellowed at the edges. Another bore a child's crescent-shaped bite mark in the music desk. A third had no maker's name, only a rectangular scar where a plaque had been removed. Theo paused beside it. "What is it?" Elise asked. Beneath the varnish, someone had carved 3 letters into the wood, then tried to sand them away. E-R-L, old ownership mark, he said. Elise did not look at the letters. The company restored the interiors 10 years ago. Salvaged European walnut. Very historic. Historic was a word businesses used when they wanted age without responsibility. Theo opened his tool case. Everything lay in place except the red cloth wrapped around his tuning lever. It had slipped loose and folded itself into a narrow strip. For an instant, it resembled the scarf his brother Julian had worn the winter he fell. Theo pushed it beneath the tray. The injury had ended Julian's conservatory audition and Theo's performing career within the same week. Though only one ending had been called a tragedy. The family called it an accident. Theo had accepted the word because everyone else needed it. He sat at the first upright and sounded middle C. Somewhere deeper in the carriage, a second piano answered. Not the same note, a phrase. 4 quiet notes. Hesitant and descending, the opening of a piece Theo had not heard since childhood. He stood so abruptly that his knee struck the keyboard. Elise was no longer behind him. The corridor stretched empty toward the salon. Lamps glowing above closed compartment doors. Rain ticked against the windows. Theo listened until he could hear only the electrical breath of the train. Then, from inside the locked compartment beside him, someone began playing the same 4 notes again. Slowly, with the exact uneven rhythm Julian had used before Theo taught him to be afraid of mistakes. Theo did not open the locked compartment. For several seconds he stood with one hand above the brass latch, listening to the 4-note phrase repeat from the other side. The rhythm was unmistakable. The first note careful. The second rushed. The third held too long. The fourth almost swallowed. Julian had played it that way at 9 because his left little finger could not yet bear its share of weight. Theo had corrected him until he cried. The phrase stopped. A porter appeared at the far end of the corridor pushing champagne. When Theo asked who occupied the compartment, the man glanced at the number and said it had been used for linen storage since the train's refurbishment. By the time Elise returned with a ring of keys, passengers had begun boarding. The corridor filled with perfume, damp wool, wheeled cases, and quiet complaints. She tried 3 keys. None turned. Maintenance, can open it in Vienna," she said. "You don't hear anything." Elise listened, then gave him the patient smile reserved for guests who had mistaken inconvenience for danger. No, Theo heard nothing either. That was worse. The train pulled away a little after 9 that evening. Paris slid backward in wet gold fragments, then vanished behind warehouses and suburbs suspended in darkness. Theo returned to the salon piano. Although his work was finished, he told himself he was checking for changes caused by motion. In truth, he wanted to know whether the lowest A would become that crushing sound again. He pressed it gently. A normal vibration traveled through the floor. Once, such certainty had filled concert halls. At 23, Theo had been praised for the severity of his playing, for refusing to sentimentalize delicate passages. Critics called him disciplined. Julian called him frightened. "You play every piece like it's evidence," his brother had said. Theo had not performed after the fall. The official explanation was simple. Julian had slipped on the narrow staircase outside the Mercer music room. Theo had been practicing. Their mother had been shopping. Their father blamed the loose runner. Then the housekeeper. Then the teacher who had encouraged Julian to audition for the conservatory. Theo remembered the fall as 3 impacts: shoulder, hip, head. What he did not remember, what he never permitted himself to remember, was why Julian had been standing at the top of the stairs wearing the red scarf. A silver-haired woman entered the salon with a young attendant. She was small and straight-backed, dressed in dark green velvet, with gloved hands resting on an ivory-handled cane. The attendant introduced her as Madame Odette Lemaire. Odette ignored him. She was staring at the piano. "Whose instrument is this?" she asked. "The company's," Elise said. "No instrument belongs to a company." She approached the Steinway and touched a patch of darker wood near the hinge. "My mother had walnut like this in her music room." Elise began explaining the restoration and salvaged materials. But Odette sat beside the piano and asked Theo whether he was the pianist. "Tuner. Pianists always become something else when they're ashamed." The attendant apologized. Theo asked, "Did you play?" "Badly." The piano answered for her. No hand touched the keys. A melody emerged from the upper register, soft enough that conversation continued for several seconds before silence spread through the salon. It was not a concert piece. It had the narrow range and repeating tenderness of a lullaby, each phrase rising to soothe a frightened child and falling before it found resolution. Odette's cane slipped from her hand. "No," she whispered. The keys lifted and sank under invisible pressure. Theo caught the fallboard and saw the hammers moving in perfect sequence. "Stop it," Odette said. The lullaby reached its final phrase, then repeated the final 2 notes 3 times. Theo asked, "Who sang that to you?" Her eyes moved to him, furious and wet. "No one. You recognized it." I said no one. The salon lights flickered. Every glass along the bar rang at the same faint pitch. Odette seized Theo's wrist. "I never had a daughter," she said. "There was no child." From inside the piano came the papery rustle of something shifting beneath the strings. Then a little girl's voice, muffled by wood and ash, whispered, "Mama, you promised not to leave me on the train." The child's voice did not come again. For several seconds, no one in the salon moved. Odette Lemaire's fingers remained locked around Theo's wrist, the pressure surprisingly strong. The final vibration of the lullaby faded from the strings, leaving the train's ordinary noises exposed, glass trembling against glass, wheels passing over rail joints. rain whispering along the windows. Then, conversation returned in frightened fragments. A businessman near the bar laughed and suggested a hidden speaker. Someone blamed an entertainment system. Elise Varga ordered the passengers back to their seats and told the attendant to take Odette to her compartment. Odette resisted. There was no girl. She repeated. Her voice had lost its anger. It sounded rehearsed. Theo opened the piano lid farther and searched between the bass strings. The air inside was colder than the salon. Gray dust coated the frame. Although the instrument had been cleaned before departure, he touched it with one finger. Ash. Beneath the action, something pale had appeared between two wooden braces. Theo reached inside with a pair of tweezers and drew out a folded scrap of paper no larger than a railway ticket. There was nothing written on it. Odette saw it and made a sound like a breath caught during sleep. The attendant took her away. Less than 10 minutes later, music began in the dining carriage. Theo heard it through two closed doors. A jaunty dance tune played too quickly. Every cheerful phrase ending with the same abrupt minor chord. When he reached the upright piano, a broad-shouldered passenger named Emil Kraus stood facing it with his dinner napkin still tucked into his collar. "No one is touching it," a waiter said. Theo already knew. The keys moved by themselves. Emil's face reddened as the tune repeated. "It was played at our wedding," he said. His wife, seated behind him, stared down at her untouched soup. Emil corrected himself. "My first wedding." The melody stopped on the minor chord. A woman at another table whispered, "That isn't why you know it." Emil turned on her, but she appeared as startled by her own words as he was. The piano resumed. This time, beneath the dance rhythm, Theo heard a second sound, a woman knocking from the other side of a door. He closed the fallboard. The music continued underneath it. From the next carriage came a single sustained note. Then another piano began. By the time Theo reached the sleeping compartments, 4 instruments were playing 4 different pieces. The melodies did not compete. They seemed to occupy separate layers of the train, each one finding the passenger for whom it had been chosen. A retired judge heard a hymn from a village church he claimed never to have visited. A young Austrian art dealer heard a child's exercise repeated with increasing desperation and locked herself in the washroom. A surgeon traveling with his husband heard a funeral march altered so that every 4th measure contained the mechanical pulse of a hospital alarm. No one admitted what the music meant. They only demanded that Theo stop it. He removed panels, blocked hammers, wedged felt between strings. Nothing worked. Even when the keys were physically prevented from moving, melodies traveled through the carriage walls. Theo began examining the instruments themselves. On the second upright, beneath the rectangular scar left by the missing maker's plaque, he found the initials M.S. carved deeply into the wood. The next bore A, K. The dining carriage instrument carried 6 letters, partially erased. R, A, D, O, V. Family marks, not manufacturer's stamps. Owners had placed their names where they could not be separated from the instruments without damaging them. At the final upright, Theo found no initials. Instead, the music desk was slightly warped. When he removed its screws, a narrow cavity appeared behind it. Inside lay an envelope stained brown at the edges. The paper was brittle, but the handwriting remained clear. For Mr. Alistair Pembroke, wherever they send you. Theo knew the name. Pembroke was the retired judge in the adjoining compartment. When Theo brought him the envelope, the old man stared at it without taking it. "I have never seen that handwriting," Pembroke said. You haven't opened it. I don't need to weigh. From the upright behind them came the village hymn. Pembroke's lips moved with every word, though the piano played no voice. Theo turned the envelope over, across the sealed flap, in fresher ink than the address. Someone had written a second sentence. He will say he never knew us. Make him read it aloud. Pembroke refused to touch the envelope, so Theo placed it on the small table between them. The village hymn continued inside the upright piano. Its dampers were lowered. The keys remained still, yet each note traveled through the walnut paneling with enough clarity to make the compartment's water glasses tremble. Sympathetic resonance. Theo said. Pembroke looked at him. Is that supposed to comfort me? Theo opened the piano and pressed a hand against the strings. The melody continued beneath his palm. When one frequency matches another, an undamped string can vibrate without being struck. Trains produce constant harmonic pressure. Wheels, rails, ventilation systems, loose panels, and little girls? Theo ignored him. He removed the front board and searched for a player mechanism. There were no pneumatic tubes, electric solenoids, or concealed speakers. He examined the floor for cables, then the carriage wall for access panels. Nothing explained how the sound persisted after he felt between every string. Pressure changes, he thought. Resonance carried through the carriage frame. Perhaps the instruments were not producing the music at all. Perhaps the entire train was. The idea should have been absurd. Instead, it felt professionally plausible in a way that frightened him more. Pembroke remained beside the envelope. You know the handwriting, Theo said. No, you recognized it before I turned it over. The hymn slowed. Its final phrase repeated, softer each time. Pembroke's hand rose toward the envelope, then stopped. My name was not always Pembroke, he said. Theo waited. The old man glanced toward the corridor, where several passengers had gathered. Odette Lemaire stood among them, wrapped in a dark shawl. Elise lingered behind her, saying nothing. Pembroke broke the seal. The paper inside had been folded so tightly that its creases were nearly white. As he opened it, several grains of gray ash fell onto the table. He read silently at first. Then the piano struck a single low note. Pembroke flinched. Aloud, Odette said. He looked at her with sudden hatred. The note sounded again. Pembroke began reading. The letter had been written by a girl named Miriam Radovic to her younger brother Alistair. She described soldiers entering their village, their father hiding documents beneath the piano, and their mother sewing a strip of red cloth into Alistair's coat so the family might recognize him if they were separated. Miriam promised she would find him. She asked him to remember the hymn their mother sang. Pembroke stopped reading. Theo noticed the initials on the dining carriage piano. R-A-D-O-V. Not 6 letters. The beginning of Radovic. You were separated from them, Theo said. Pembroke stared at the ash on the table. I was taken west. A British officer and his wife raised me. They gave me their surname. That isn't the betrayal. The old man's face tightened. The piano played the hymn from the beginning. Pembroke admitted that Miriam had survived. She found him 46 years later, after he had become a judge. She arrived with photographs, birth records, and the matching strip of red cloth. He told his wife she was delusional. He told the authorities she was attempting fraud. Miriam died before her appeal was heard. She wanted money, Pembroke said. The hymn stopped. No, he whispered. She wanted me to say her name. The carriage lights dimmed. Pembroke lowered himself into the seat beside the window. His confession seemed to empty him physically. His shoulders folded. His hands lay open on his knees. "I knew her," he said. "I knew her immediately." Outside, the train rushed through darkness without passing a town. It signal, or road. Theo looked down at the envelope. The letter had become blank. Someone gasped. He turned toward Pembroke's seat. The old man was gone. There had been no door opening. No movement through the corridor. Only an empty cushion, slowly rising where his weight had been. Elise searched the adjoining compartments. The attendant checked the washrooms. 2 conductors walked the length of the train. They found nothing. On the warm seat lay Pembroke's ticket. The paper still bore the railway crest, the carriage number, and the destination. But the space where his name had been printed was blank. Theo picked it up. From every piano on the train came the sound of a page being turned. Then, across the blank ticket, new letters appeared in thin gray strokes. Theodore, Mercer, confession pending. He tried to smear them. The gray strokes did not move. When he tore the ticket in half, both pieces retained his full name. Elise took them from him. "This is a manifest error," she said. Though her voice had thinned, Pembroke must have moved during the confusion. "Without opening a door? You were looking at the letter. So were 12 other people. People remember badly when they are frightened." Theo almost laughed. It was the defense he had used all his life. The conductors searched again. They returned separately, each claiming the train contained a different number of carriages. One counted 11. The other counted 14. Elise ordered Theo to remain in the salon while she contacted the driver. He followed her. The corridor beyond the dining car should have ended after 3 sleeping carriages. Theo passed 5 before noticing the pattern. The same vase of white roses stood beneath the same brass mirror. The same scratch crossed the same compartment door. Outside each window, a deserted station slid past beneath blue lamps. The sign read, Saint Dizier. They had passed Saint Dizier 20 minutes earlier. Theo crossed into the next carriage. Saint Dizier appeared again. The same porter stood beneath the station clock, holding a red flag. The same newspaper lifted in the wind and caught against the same bench. No passengers waited. No doors opened. Elise stopped beside him. "The train is traveling east," she said. It sounded less like a fact than a prayer. They continued forward. The corridor lengthened with every door. Carpet seams repeated beneath Theo's feet. Compartments that should have faced the exterior opened onto other corridors. A service cupboard contained a window showing the countryside racing past inches from the shelves. Then the walls began to hum. Theo placed his fingertips against the walnut paneling. The vibration contained intervals, a minor third, a descending fifth. Then 3 hesitant notes searching for a resolution that never came. Julien's Etude. He had written it at 17 for the conservatory audition. A narrow, restless piece designed to strengthen the weaker fingers of the left hand. Julien never finished it. After the fall, he could not close that hand fully enough to play an octave. Theo moved toward the sound. It passed ahead of him. The nearest upright played the first measure. When he approached, it stopped. And another piano, 2 carriages away, continued with the second. The music drew him through the train as if each instrument held one piece of a longer memory. Passengers had gathered around the pianos. Odette sat beside the Salon Steinway, listening to the lullaby without denying it now. Emil Kraus stood alone while the dance tune repeated, his wife nowhere near him. The surgeon had been placed beside the upright carrying the hospital pulse. The young art dealer crouched beneath the instrument playing the child's exercise, whispering apologies into her hands. "They have changed compartments," Theo said. Elise looked at him. "No one has been reassigned. They're where the music wants them." The walls gave a deep shudder. Every polished panel vibrated. Cutlery sang inside closed drawers. Window glass flexed like breathing lungs. Theo understood that the pianos were not separate instruments. Their soundboards had been built into walls, floors, cabinets, and doors. Each carriage was part of a single body. The train was not carrying the music. It was the music. Julian's etude reached the passage Theo remembered best, 4 ascending notes. A pause, then a violent, downward run. He stopped. In his memory, Julian stood at the top of the stairs with the red scarf around his throat. He was smiling. Though Theo had always remembered anger. "You don't get to decide what I'm better at," Julian had said. The next note came from behind Theo. He turned. The corridor had rearranged itself. Every passenger now stood before a different compartment door. Names had appeared on the brass plates, not their own, but the names they had refused to speak. At the far end, one door waited beneath a strip of red cloth tied around its handle. Its plate read, "Julian Mercer." From the other side came the scrape of a shoe against the top stair. Then Julian's voice said, very softly, "This time, don't leave me where I fell." Theo did not open Julian's door. The scrape behind it came again, followed by the dull impact of a body striking wood. Once, twice, 3 times. Shoulder, hip, head. Theo stepped backward until the opposite wall pressed against him. The strip of red cloth tied around the handle stirred. Though the corridor air was still, Elise reached for the latch. He caught her wrist. "That isn't him." "Then what is it?" Theo looked at the nameplate. "Something that knows what I remember." A violent chord sounded beneath their feet. The floor vibrated hard enough to rattle every compartment door, and the corridor folded into darkness as the lamps failed one after another. When the emergency lights came on, Julian's door was gone. In its place stood a narrow service hatch set low in the wall. Its brass plate carried no name, only an engraved instruction. "Baggage resonance access. Authorized personnel only." Elise stared at it. "There is no such compartment." Theo crouched and placed his palm against the metal. From below came Julian's unfinished etude. Not played on keys, but assembled from mechanical noises. Springs tightening. Felt hammers tapping. Wooden joints clicking in careful sequence. A piano action performing without a piano. The hatch opened when Theo touched it. Behind it, an iron ladder descended into warm darkness. Elise told him to wait for the conductors. Theo ignored her. He took a lamp from the emergency cabinet and climbed down beneath the carriage. The space below was much deeper than the train should have allowed. Instead of wheel assemblies and electrical conduits, he found a vaulted maintenance chamber stretching beneath the baggage car. Its walls were lined with blackened timber. Dust rose around his shoes, carrying the sweet, mineral smell of old ash. Elise followed despite herself. Their lamp revealed rows of dismantled piano actions hanging from hooks, thousands of wooden levers, hammers, dampers, and felted mechanisms filled the chamber like stripped skeletons. Some were scorched. Others bore handwritten labels tied with wire. Theo lifted one, "Property Transport Strasbourg Families." Another read, "Unclaimed Household Instruments, Krakow Collection." A third carried a faded railway stamp and the words, Contents removed before redistribution. What contents? Elise asked. Theo saw the answer inside a broken upright case. Letters had been packed beneath the strings, dozens of them, folded into narrow spaces between braces and soundboards. Some were sealed. Some had burned at the edges. Several had fused together with wax, hair, and gray powder. On the floor beneath them stood small metal tins. Theo opened one. Ash clung to the underside of the lid. Elise covered her mouth. The train gave a low, sustained groan. Every dismantled hammer in the chamber lifted at once, then fell. The sound was soft. Applause heard through a wall. Theo moved deeper into the compartment. Tuning labels hung from the ceiling in rows, each bearing dates, routes, family names, and brief technical notes. Bass bridge cracked during loading. Owner refused separation from instrument. Child concealed in lowercase. Removed at border. Ash discovered beneath action. Do not clean before inventory. The labels continued beyond the lamp's reach. Theo understood what had happened. Families had hidden letters, jewelry, legal papers, and cremated remains inside their instruments because pianos were large enough to carry a household's private history. When the instruments were seized, transported, and dismantled, those hidden things remained. The railway had not merely stolen wood. It had built the modern carriages from containers of memory. A melody began behind him. Julian's etude. One suspended piano action played it by itself, its hammers striking empty air. Theo watched each lever move with the precision of invisible fingers. The final unfinished measure repeated. Then one hammer struck sideways, pointing toward a stack of soundboards laid flat against the wall. Theo pulled them apart. The third board was darker than the others, its grain familiar beneath soot and varnish. Near the bass bridge ran a long diagonal gouge, deep at one end and narrowing into a pale scratch. Theo knew that mark. It had been made when Julian, aged 12, dropped Theo's tuning wrench across the family piano. Their father had filled the wound with dark wax, but never completely concealed it. The Mercer piano had been sold after Julian's fall. Theo had been told it went to a school in Kent. He touched the gouge. The entire chamber answered with the sound of someone falling downstairs. Beneath his fingertips, fresh letters rose through the blackened wood. The instrument remembers who pushed him. The words remained visible in the soundboard until Theo lifted his hand. Then they sank back into the grain. Elise stood behind him, one hand braced against a hanging piano action. That cannot be your family's instrument. Theo did not answer. He was looking at the diagonal gouge. At the wax his father had pressed into it with the back of a teaspoon. At the pale line where the repair had never taken. No restorer could have reproduced that accident. He pulled the soundboard forward. Behind it, concealed in a narrow recess, was a metal records drawer, bearing the same railway crest embossed on Pembroke's vanished ticket. Inside lay maintenance ledgers bound in cracked black cloth. The earliest entries were handwritten in several languages. Later pages had been typed, categorized, and reduced to inventory numbers. Theo turned them carefully while Elise held the lamp. The language changed over the decades, but the work did not. Confiscated instruments became abandoned property. Abandoned property became unclaimed material. Unclaimed material became salvage. Hundreds of pianos had passed through railway depots across Europe. Some had traveled with their owners until the owners were removed. Others had been collected from emptied homes, uprights, baby grands, harmoniums, children's practice instruments, each reduced to weight, wood type, metal value, and condition. The most recent ledger carried the insignia of the Vienna Night Express. Theo found photographs clipped between its pages. They showed the modern carriages during restoration, stripped to their steel frames, then lined with walnut, mahogany, spruce, and maple taken from dismantled instruments. Soundboards had become wall panels. Fallboards had been cut into tables. Piano legs supported bar counters. Ivory key slips had been ground into decorative inlay. The captions praised historic European craftsmanship. No family names appeared. They knew, Theo said. Elise shook her head. The restoration company may have known. That does not mean the railway understood. Theo pointed to a typed memorandum. Acoustic complaints are to be classified as carriage vibration. Passenger references to music, voices, or personal names must not be entered into standard incident reports. Below it, in handwriting, someone had added, "Do not allow a tuner to test the full bass range before departure." Elise read the line twice. Above them, somewhere inside the train, the lowest A sounded. The chamber shuddered. Near the back of the drawer, Theo found a thin folder labeled Domestic Acquisitions, British Isles. The pages listed instruments purchased through estate clearances, schools, private dealers, and medical settlements. His fingers stopped on a familiar address, the Mercer family home. The record was dated 6 weeks after Julian's fall. Rosewood Grand, late 19th century. Action damaged. Base bridge stable. Seller requests immediate removal due to distress associated with accident on premises. Instrument transferred to Continental Salvage Group following rejection by educational buyer. The school in Kent had never received it. His father had lied. Or Theo had accepted the story because it removed the piano before Julian returned from hospital. Attached to the record was a tuning card in Theo's own handwriting. At 19, he had recorded his final service and noted that the lowest bass string drifted flat in damp weather. Beneath it, in another hand, someone had added, "Primary memory retained in casework. Subject avoids lower register." Elise whispered. Subject? The hanging actions began moving one after another. Not music at first. Breathing. 100 wooden mechanisms inhaling through felt and dust. Theo remembered arriving at the Gare de l'Est that evening. The train had been dark, its doors unopened. But as he crossed the platform, he had heard one faint note from inside. He had blamed a porter dropping metal. Then, before Elise introduced herself, she had called him Mr. Mercer without checking her clipboard. At the time, he had thought the railway company efficient. Now he saw another page beneath the tuning card. It was a passenger assessment prepared before his commission had been offered. Theodore Mercer, former performer, familial injury unresolved, high auditory sensitivity, suitable for activation and public completion. The date at the top was 3 months earlier. They didn't hire me to tune the piano, Theo said. From the walls above came Julian's unfinished etude, traveling carriage by carriage toward them. The final line on Theo's assessment had been underlined twice. The instrument has been listening for him since Paris. The final line on the assessment blurred as the maintenance chamber began to resonate. Not shake, resonate. Every soundboard stacked against the wall took up a different frequency. The hanging actions answered with dry wooden clicks. Bass strings buried somewhere inside the carriage frames awakened one by one, until the chamber seemed to contain an orchestra tuning beneath the floor of the world. Theo covered his ears. The music entered through his bones. Julian's etude began with the exercises their first teacher had assigned them as children, scales in contrary motion, 4-note patterns, slow repetitions for the weaker fingers. The phrases traveled between the suspended mechanisms, stripped of warmth and expression, practice without pleasure, discipline without music. Theo recognized his own voice inside the rhythm. Again, slower. You missed it. Again. The exercises changed. A lighter melody appeared above them, bright and instinctive. Julian had invented it at 15 while waiting for Theo to finish a lesson. He had played it once, laughing, and their teacher had stopped writing in Theo's score. That, she had said, looking at Julian, is what cannot be taught. Theo had remembered the remark incorrectly for years. He had told himself she meant carelessness, immaturity, a lack of discipline that would eventually ruin Julian. The train played the truth. Envy entered the composition as a low, repeated note. It followed every one of Julian's phrases. Theo staggered toward the ladder, but the hatch above had closed. Elise pulled at the locking wheel. It would not move. Theo, she said, what is it showing you? Nothing. The word barely left him before the chamber struck a violent downward run. 3 impacts followed. Shoulder, hip, head. The soundboards repeated them, each time louder. Beneath the 3rd impact came a 4th noise Theo had erased completely, the soft scrape of his own shoe against the academy floor. Not the Mercer house, not the loose runner, the academy staircase. The memory opened. Julian stood at the top, landing beneath a tall window streaked with winter rain. He wore the red scarf because the building's heating had failed again. In one hand, he held the score for his conservatory audition. Theo had found the page where their teacher had written, "Julian possesses the rarer gift." He had asked his brother whether he believed it. Julian had tried to laugh. Theo blocked the stares. For years, he had remembered an argument without words, a blur of raised voices and accidental movement. Now the train restored every detail with merciless precision. "You've had everything first," Julian said. "Lessons, competitions, father's attention, even the piano. And you think you deserve it because one teacher praises you? I think you're afraid she's right." The etude paused. Theo heard his own breathing from 23 years earlier. Julian stepped around him. Theo seized the red scarf. Julian twisted free and said, "You play like you want the audience punished." Theo pushed him. Not hard. He had told himself. Not deliberately. He had insisted. But the music held no ambiguity. Both hands had struck Julian's chest. The score flew upward. Julian's face changed before his body fell. Surprise first, then understanding. He knew. The 3 impacts shook ash from the ceiling. Theo dropped to his knees. After the fall, the academy caretaker, Mr. Bell, had been accused of failing to secure the stair carpet. Their teacher, Helena Ward, was blamed for leaving students unsupervised after hours. Bell lost his position. Ward resigned before the inquiry ended. Theo had said nothing. He had sat beside Julian's hospital bed while their parents discussed negligence and lawsuits. When Julian finally woke, his speech was slow, his memory fractured. He asked Theo why his red scarf was missing. Theo told him it had been cut away by paramedics. The chamber filled with the sound of paper unfolding. Pages emerged from the gaps between the dismantled instruments, incident statements, legal correspondence, medical reports, and 2 unsigned letters from Helena Ward insisting that Theo had been present His father had suppressed them. His mother had begged the academy to preserve the family's reputation. Theo had allowed two innocent people to carry the blame because confession would have destroyed the identity he valued more than his brother. The music stopped. In the silence, the hatch above opened. Beyond it was not the corridor. A concert hall waited in darkness, filled with seated passengers. Every piano from the train stood upon the stage, joined together by strips of salvaged wood. At the center waited the Mercer Grand. On its music stand lay Julian's completed etude. Theo approached it. The final page was written in his own handwriting. Across the top, where a title should have been, were the words, "Play what happened, and let them decide who leaves the train." The concert hall had no walls beyond the reach of the lamps. Rows of passengers sat beneath a darkness that did not belong to any carriage Theo had seen. Odette Lemaire occupied the front row, hands folded over her cane. Emil Kraus sat apart from his wife. The surgeon stared at the floor. The young art dealer held her wrists as if restraining someone else's hands. Elise stood beside Theo at the edge of the stage. "Do not play it," a man said. He stepped from behind the Mercer Grand wearing a midnight blue railway uniform trimmed in silver. His gold badge read Adrian Vautrin, Executive Director. Theo had seen his signature on the restoration memoranda. Vautrin placed a black case on the piano lid. Inside lay felt wedges, wire cutters, a tuning hammer, and a brass key. "The instruments can be silenced," he said. "Temporarily, you knew what the carriages were made from. I knew what the company acquired. Families' pianos, letters, ashes, materials purchased through legal channels long after the war." Vautrin's expression remained calm. "Every railway inherits what earlier generations transported. Free, soldiers, refugees, regret. We cannot be responsible for everything the tracks remember." The lowest A sounded without being touched. Vautrin looked at Theo. "Leave the final page unfinished. The train will arrive. You will step off in Vienna, and your name will disappear from our records. And the passengers? Those who have not completed their pieces may continue traveling." A murmur moved through the seats. Theo understood. The train did not live on truth. It lived on truth, delayed confessions heavy enough to keep its wheels turning. Vautrin lifted the brass key. "Your brother survived. What good does confession do him now?" For years, Theo had asked himself the same question. He had called silence mercy because cowardice sounded uglier. He sat at the piano. The opening exercises appeared beneath his fingers, severe and mechanical, around him. The other instruments joined. At the first variation, Odette's lullaby rose through the upper register. She cried out and confessed that the child on the wartime train had been her daughter, not her sister, as the papers claimed. Odette had denied motherhood to secure passage under a younger woman's identity. During an inspection, she had left the girl with strangers and never returned for her. A door appeared behind Odette's seat. It opened onto a railway platform where a small child waited beneath falling snow. Odette remained seated, forced to watch. The second movement became Emil's wedding dance. He admitted that his first wife had not died before his second marriage. He had abandoned her in a private clinic and bribed a physician to certify her incapable of contact. His wife stood and moved away from him. The hospital pulse followed. The surgeon confessed that he had altered an operating report to protect a colleague, allowing a young patient's death to be blamed on a nurse who later took her own life. With every confession, the hall widened. Doors appeared behind those who spoke, each marked with a name they had refused to remember. None led to freedom. Each opened onto the moment of betrayal. Vautrin moved behind Theo and inserted the brass key into the Mercer piano. 3 hammers locked. Theo's next chord failed beneath his fingers, but the missing notes sounded through the walls. Elise seized Vautrin's wrist. He struck her aside, and the black case fell open. A manifest was fixed inside its lid. Vautrin's name stood at the top. Beneath it, in gray handwriting, were the words, "Confession deferred, 31 years." A child's counting song began below the stage. Vautrin's face collapsed. No. Theo reached the final movement. Julian's melody returned. Bright and unguarded, beneath it came the scrape of Theo's shoe, the pull of the red scarf, and the double impact of his palms against Julian's chest. Theo spoke while he played. I pushed him. The words traveled through every piano. I knew he was better. I wanted him frightened. I wanted him hurt. And when he fell, I let innocent people carry what I had done. The final page waited. Vautrin lunged for the score. Theo struck its first chord. Every door in the hall flew open at once. Hundreds of voices poured through them, speaking buried names, dates, accusations, and promises. The train began to slow. Then Julian's voice sounded beside Theo's ear. Don't stop before the part you still haven't confessed. Theo's hands remained above the keys. Around him, hundreds of open doors revealed rooms, platforms, hospital wards, snow-covered roads, and abandoned houses. The voices of the forgotten crowded the concert hall. Yet Julian's whisper reached him clearly. Don't stop before the part you still haven't confessed. Theo looked down at the final page. The notes had changed. Between the last 2 chords lay a measure containing only rests, silence, written with exact duration. He understood. After Julian struck the bottom of the academy stairs, he had still been conscious. Theo had stood on the landing, listening to his brother breathe. Julian tried to move. One hand scraped weakly against the floorboards. His audition score had fallen halfway down the staircase. Its pages spread beneath the banister. Theo descended slowly. He did not call for help. First, he gathered the score. He removed Helena Ward's written assessment praising Julian's gift, folded it into his coat, and returned the remaining pages to Julian's case. Then he took the red scarf from where it had caught around the railing. Julian watched him. Theo, he whispered. Theo had remained silent until Julian's eyes closed. Only then did he shout. At the piano. Theo let the written rests pass without sound. Every passenger heard what the silence contained. The weight, the concealment, and the decision made while an injured boy asked his brother to stay. I wanted enough time to remove the evidence, Theo said. His voice broke across the hall. I heard him calling me, and I chose my future before I chose his life. The Mercer piano trembled beneath his hands. In the front row, Odette's waiting platform vanished into snow. Emil's empty clinic room darkened. The surgeon's hospital door closed upon the name of the nurse he had betrayed. One by one, the passengers disappeared. They did not scream. Their seats simply released the warmth of their bodies, leaving coats folded across cushions, glasses unfinished, and tickets turning blank in their pockets. Elise stood beside the stage. What happens to them? She asked. Theo looked toward the empty rows. They go where they left someone else. Adrian Vautrin backed away from the piano. The counting song beneath the stage grew louder. A boy's voice counted railway wagons. Vautrin covered his ears. I was not responsible for the original transports. No, Elise said. Only for what came after. The manifest inside the fallen case began turning its own pages. It listed missing passengers, dismissed employees, unexplained acoustic incidents, and the names of previous tuners hired to investigate the instruments. Vautrin had classified every disappearance as voluntary departure. He had ordered letters and ashes removed from the carriages whenever they surfaced. He had preserved the salvaged interiors because wealthy passengers spoke of the train's atmosphere, its sense of history, its almost living warmth. 31 years earlier, Vautrin had heard the counting song and refused to acknowledge the brother he had abandoned during an evacuation. The darkness behind him opened into a crowded station. A small boy stood between soldiers, counting carriages and waiting for Vautrin to return. Vautrin whispered his brother's name. The stage swallowed him before he could say it twice. Only Theo and Elise remained. The final chord waited beneath Theo's hands. "Will completing it stop the train?" Elise asked. No. The answer came from every instrument. Theo now understood that the train had never asked to be stopped. It wanted the stolen memories returned to the world, not buried in wood, legal language, or private shame. He played the chord. The sound was not loud. It was vast. The concert hall collapsed into the interior of the Salon Étoile. Dawn pressed pale light against the windows. The train moved gently now, wheels tapping over the rails with the rhythm Julian had used in childhood. Elise stood near the bar. Theo sat at the Steinway. For one breath, he imagined Vienna approaching and Julian waiting beyond the platform. Then the lowest A sank beneath all hearing. The Vienna Night Express entered the station and stopped. Railway staff opened the doors. Every carriage was empty. Breakfast remained warm in the dining car. Beds were disturbed. Luggage stood neatly beneath brass racks. On the salon stage, the Mercer piano waited with its lid raised. The bench before it was vacant. Before evening, complaints reached police from houses, hotels, schools, theaters, and music shops throughout Vienna. Pianos were playing without hands, not melodies, only a steady, repeating beat from their lowest keys. The rhythm traveled outward through the city like wheels crossing rail joints, carrying the names of the forgotten toward every room where someone still believed silence could erase what they had done. Some instruments are built to preserve music. Others preserve the hands that played them, the rooms they stood in, and the truth spoken or withheld beside them. Theo believed silence could protect a life, but silence was the most honest measure in his final performance. Perhaps confession does not undo harm. Perhaps it only returns a stolen burden to the person who should have carried it all along. And when the pianos began sounding throughout Vienna, were they spreading a curse, or simply giving every buried truth another chance to be heard? Story 4. The first tree Evelyn Shaw marked for removal had a branch shaped like a hand. She noticed it before she noticed the rot. The branch extended from the western side of the oldest apple tree in the Bellwether orchard, pale beneath lichen, with 5 thin twigs curled toward the ground. Each twig narrowed in 3 distinct joints. The smallest ended in a dark, split bud that looked less like winter damage than a broken fingernail. Evelyn stood beneath it, with her pruning pole lowered, and told herself that pattern recognition was part of the job. Diseased wood mimicked all kinds of things when a person stared too long. Antlers, ribs, sleeping faces. Years ago, before clients began whispering about her breath and family court reduced her life to supervised Saturdays, She had been known for seeing structure where others saw only mess. "Dead scaffold?" called Thomas Bellwether from behind her. He wore a waxed field coat, too clean for orchard work, and leather gloves the color of new pennies. Beyond him, the estate house rose above the slope in gray tiers, its windows reflecting an overcast Vermont sky. The orchard surrounded it on three sides. Rows of ancient trees bent as if weather had taught them obedience. "Partially dead," Evelyn said. "The collars compromised. There may be canker deeper in." Thomas looked at the branch. His expression changed for only a second. "Take it off." She glanced back at him. "I should test the trunk first. I hired you to save the orchard." His tone remained polite, but the sentence closed like a door. Evelyn set the pruning pole against the branch and adjusted the blade. The metal teeth caught in the bark with a dry, intimate sound. She had worked storm-damaged maples. Lightning struck oaks. Ornamental pears split by ice. Wood usually announced its failure through texture, punky fibers, sour decay, fungal bloom. This branch resisted like healthy bone. She sawed until her shoulders burned. Halfway through, a clear fluid welled from the cut. It was too thin for sap and carried no sweetness. The smell reached her a moment later. Hospital antiseptic. Evelyn stopped. For an instant, she was back in a corridor outside the family services office, staring at a hand sanitizer dispenser while a caseworker explained that relapse did not erase love. But it did change what love was allowed to do. Her daughter, Joan, had been in the next room, coloring a house with 3 windows. Her son, Cal, had refused to look at her. "You all right?" Thomas asked. "Trees under stress. So are most things worth keeping." She resumed cutting. The branch came free without warning. Its weight dragged the pole downward and struck the ground with a soft thud. Several small apples, shriveled but still attached from the previous season, rolled through the grass. One stopped against Evelyn's boot. Its skin had puckered into the suggestion of a closed eye. She looked away before the shape could become a face. Thomas had already turned toward the house, piled the cuttings by the stone wall. "Nothing leaves the property until we know what we're dealing with." Evelyn watched him go. Then she crouched beside the severed branch. The exposed wood was not ringed like ordinary apple. Beneath the bark ran narrow white rods separated by dark seams. She touched one with the tip of her glove. It was hard, smooth, and slightly porous. A phalanx. Not literally, she told herself. A tree could not grow finger bones. Mineral deposits, old grafting scars, insect galleries packed with calcium. There would be an explanation once she cut a sample and examined it under proper light. She sealed the wound on the trunk, tagged the tree, and dragged the branch toward the wall. The orchard was quiet except for the scrape of wood through wet grass. No birds called from the hedges. Even the crows she had seen above the road had vanished. At the wall, dozens of old pruning cuts had been stacked in orderly rows beneath a canvas sheet. Thomas had not mentioned them. Evelyn lifted one corner. The smell of antiseptic rose at once. Every branch beneath the canvas had been cut from a different tree. Some were thick as thighs, others narrow as wrists. All contained the same pale inner rods, and tied around each severed piece was a faded paper label bearing a human name. Evelyn read the nearest one twice. Margaret Bellwether, left arm. Evelyn remained crouched beside the canvas until the cold worked through her trousers. Margaret Bellwether, left arm. The label had been written in blue-black ink. The letters pressed hard enough to score the paper. It did not look old. The string was clean, and the cut surface still held a faint, wet shine beneath its sealant. A door slammed at the house. Thomas appeared on the upper terrace without his coat. He shouted her name, and something in his voice made Evelyn drop the canvas. Inside, the estate smelled of beeswax, wood smoke, and the same sharp antiseptic odor that had leaked from the tree. Thomas led her upstairs. Family portraits watched from the walls. Pale bellwether faces posed beside harvest baskets and branches heavy with fruit. Margaret lay beneath a patchwork quilt. She was a narrow woman in her late 60s, with iron-gray hair braided over one shoulder. Her left arm rested above the covers, or what remained of it did. From shoulder to wrist, the limb had contracted into a rigid curve. The skin was gray and drawn tightly over 5 elongated ridges beneath the forearm. Her fingers had curled inward at 3 distinct angles, the smallest ending in a darkened nail split down the center. Evelyn felt the room tilt. It was the branch, not similar. The same structure reduced into flesh. A younger man stood beside the bed with a physician's bag open at his feet. Thomas introduced him as Dr. Adrian Holt, the family's private doctor. Holt did not offer his hand. "My aunt has a vascular disorder," Thomas said. "It has presented before." Margaret opened her eyes. "Not like this." Thomas looked at her until she looked away. Holt wrapped a pressure cuff around her good arm. "The bellwether line carries an uncommon degenerative condition. Stress, cold, and age can accelerate tissue loss." "In a few minutes?" Evelyn asked. "No one said it happened in a few minutes. She used that arm at breakfast," Margaret whispered. Thomas moved between Evelyn and the bed. "You are here for the orchard." Evelyn thought of the label beneath the canvas. Someone tagged the branch with her name. Holt stopped pumping the cuff. Thomas's right hand closed around the bedpost. "Old orchard superstition. My grandfather labeled diseased wood after relatives. He believed naming a weakness made it easier to control." "Did he specify body parts?" Margaret made a small sound. "Not surprise. Recognition." Thomas turned toward the window. "You should return to your inspection." Evelyn understood dismissal when she heard it. Family court had trained her to recognize sentences disguised as choices. Before leaving, she looked again at Margaret's hand. A bead of clear moisture had formed beneath the split nail. Margaret wiped it against the quilt. The room filled briefly with antiseptic. Outside, Evelyn called her supervisor. The call rang twice, then went to voicemail. She did not leave a message. She pictured explaining the branch, the labels, the woman's arm. The words arranged themselves into the language of relapse, confusion, fixation, impaired judgment. She had been sober for 109 days, long enough to know credibility returned more slowly than appetite. Instead, she collected her increment bore, sample bags, and hand lens and returned to the oldest tree. The cut she had sealed looked wrong. The wound dressing had separated around the edges. Beneath it, the exposed wood had darkened into a red-brown oval. Thin lines spread through the bark like veins. Evelyn removed the sealant with her knife. Letters lay beneath it. At first, she assumed they were tool marks. Then one groove deepened as she watched, pressing outward from inside the trunk. Bark lifted in a narrow curl. Another line joined it. Then a third. The tree was writing. Evelyn stepped back, but her heel caught on the severed branch. Its paper label had come loose and lay face down in the grass, across the trunk. The emerging cuts formed a name. Elias Rusk. She knew it. Every licensed arborist in the county knew of the Rusk brothers. Migrant orchard workers who had disappeared during the influenza winter of 1918, bellwether records claimed they left without collecting their wages. Their bodies had never been found. A final line opened beneath the name. The bark peeled back slowly, exposing pale wood, arranged into 4 words. He was buried here. Evelyn photographed the words before they could disappear. They did not. The name remained cut into the bark in damp, reddish grooves. And beneath it, the sentence, "He was buried here," seemed to deepen as the tree flexed in the wind. Evelyn pressed 2 fingers to the trunk. Something pulsed below the surface, not sap movement, not the faint settling of wood in cold weather, but a slow contraction that traveled under her palm and vanished into the roots. She stepped back. The orchard no longer looked like rows. It looked like a gathering. She began with the nearest tree, scraping lichen away with the blunt edge of her knife. At first, she found only weather stains and old pruning scars. Then a curved line emerged beneath the gray-green crust. She cleared more. Marta Vega. Below the name was a date from 1932 and a word carved so shallowly she had to angle her flashlight across it. Fever. The next tree held Samuel Pike crushed hand. Another bore Lucinda Rowe child lost. Farther down the slope, the names multiplied. Some had surnames Evelyn recognized from local cemetery records, but many belonged to people with no stones, no descendants, and no place in the histories displayed inside the bellwether house. Seasonal pickers, stable boys, cider press operators, women hired for harvest kitchens, men brought north by labor agents and listed only as foreign hands in old agricultural reports. Every name was concealed beneath lichen or moss. Every tree had grown over it. Evelyn marked locations on her survey map until the page became crowded with circles. 23 names before she reached the lower terrace. 31 before noon. At the oldest rows, she stopped counting and began recording aloud into her phone. Tree 46, northern trunk. Isaac Moore. Frostbite. Her voice sounded too loud among the branches. Tree 47, Amelia Crow. Lungs. A twig snapped somewhere behind her. Thomas stood between 2 rows, his expression flat. "What are you doing?" "Documenting inscriptions. They are not part of your assessment. They're part of the trees. They're vandalism. Some are under a century of bark." Thomas came closer, careful not to look directly at the names. "You are seeing patterns because of what happened upstairs. What happened upstairs corresponds exactly to the branch I removed. My aunt is ill." "Then why was her name tied to the wood before I cut it?" His jaw tightened. "Because my family has always had morbid traditions." That answer was weak the first time. The wind carried a soft clatter through the branches. Dozens of old paper tags, hidden high among the limbs, fluttered into view. Thomas saw them. For the first time, fear interrupted his composure. Evelyn followed his gaze to a younger tree near the stone boundary. Its upper crown had thinned, and one limb displayed a black lesion around an old graft. She walked toward it. "Don't touch that tree," Thomas said. "I need to know whether the infection is systemic." "There is no infection." "Then you've wasted a great deal of money hiring me." She sterilized her pruning knife. The sharp hospital smell clung to the cloth before the blade touched bark. Thomas seized her wrist. "I said no." Evelyn pulled free. "You don't get to bring me here. Hide evidence, and then decide which facts are real." She made a diagnostic cut no longer than her thumbnail. The bark opened with a wet click. Thomas gasped. A red line appeared beneath the collar of his shirt. It ran diagonally across his chest, widening as Evelyn watched. Blood soaked through the white fabric in the same length and angle as the cut she had made in the tree. He staggered against the trunk. Evelyn dropped the knife and caught his shoulder, beneath her hand. His skin felt hard and ridged, as if a strip of bark were forming below it. Thomas looked down at the blood, then passed her toward the tree. A paper label was pushing out from beneath the fresh wound in the bark. Evelyn drew it free. The handwriting was the same as before. Thomas Bellwether Hartwood. Thomas tore the label from Evelyn's hand and crushed it against his bleeding chest. For several seconds, neither of them spoke. The orchard answered for them with a dry shivering of branches, though the air had gone still. "Take me inside," he said. The wound was shallow. Evelyn confirmed that before helping him up the slope, although the blood soaking his shirt made it appear worse. The cut crossed his chest without penetrating the muscle, perfectly matching the incision she had made in the bark. By the time they reached the estate, the bleeding had stopped. Dr. Holt cleaned the wound in the downstairs study while Thomas stood beside the fireplace, refusing to sit. The flesh around the cut had darkened into a narrow brown ridge. "It is superficial," Holt said. "It appeared when I cut the tree," Evelyn replied. Holt avoided her eyes. "Temporal coincidence is not causation." The label said Hartwood. Thomas buttoned a clean shirt over the bandage. "The labels mean nothing. They predicted Margaret's arm. My family's medical history is not your concern. The orchard may contain evidence of unreported burials." That finally made Holt look at her. Evelyn took out her phone. "I'm contacting the State Forestry Division. If human remains are under those trees, this is no longer a private consultation." Thomas crossed the room and held out his hand. "You will not contact anyone. That isn't your decision. You signed a confidentiality agreement. It doesn't cover graves. It covers all findings made on this property until the assessment is complete." Evelyn slipped the phone into her pocket. "Contracts do not override reporting laws." "No," Thomas said quietly, "but reputation affects custody hearings." The words landed without force because force was unnecessary. He had researched her. Perhaps every wealthy client did. Background checks, licensing records, complaints. But he had chosen that specific wound because he knew exactly where to press. Thomas continued. "Complete the survey. Identify every compromised tree. Do not cut anything else without my authorization. Do not call state officials, the police, or the press. And if I refuse, I inform the county that you arrived unstable. Damaged protected trees, frightened an elderly woman, and attacked me with a blade." Holt kept packing his instruments. Evelyn understood then that the doctor was not merely treating the Bellwethers. He was maintaining the shape of their story. Thomas opened the study door. Damaged growth must be isolated before it destroys what remains healthy. The phrase followed Evelyn outside. By late afternoon, the temperature had fallen sharply. She continued the survey because leaving would look like guilt and staying felt like surrender. She photographed names, measured lesions, and marked every tree without touching the bark. At the lower terrace, her phone vibrated. The scheduled video call. A court-appointed supervisor named Paula connected first from a small office in Burlington. Behind her, June and Cal sat at a table with a bowl of pretzels between them. June was 9 now, narrow-faced and watchful. Cal, 6, wore the green sweatshirt Evelyn had mailed for his birthday. "Hi, Bugs," Evelyn said. Cal lifted one hand. June asked, "Are you working?" In an apple orchard. Are there apples? Mostly old ones. She turned the camera to show them the rows, the screen filled with bent trees and yellow grass. For a moment, Evelyn imagined bringing them there under different circumstances, teaching them how to identify winter buds, letting them taste fruit directly from a branch. Then Cal asked, "Why do they look like people?" Paula glanced at the screen. "They look like trees to me." Evelyn turned the camera back. How was school? Cal began describing a paper bridge he had built. June remained silent, staring past Evelyn's shoulder. Halfway through his story, she whispered, "You have to cut off the damaged growth before it ruins the healthy part." Evelyn stopped breathing. "What did you say?" June repeated the sentence exactly, including Thomas's measured cadence. Paula frowned. "June, where did you hear that?" "The man told me." "What man?" Evelyn asked. June pointed toward the screen, the one behind Mom. Evelyn turned. The row was empty. Only the oldest tree stood there, its severed western limb dark against the evening sky. "There's no one behind me," she said. June leaned closer to the camera. Her face had lost all color. "Yes, there is." The image froze. For one fractured second, Evelyn saw a tall figure standing directly behind her on the screen, its body assembled from pruned branches tied together with faded paper labels. Then the call disconnected. From the tree above her came the soft tearing sound of bark opening. A fresh label drifted down and landed at Evelyn's feet. June saw a tongue. Evelyn did not touch the label. It lay on the grass between her boots, pale against the darkening ground. June saw a tongue. For several seconds, she could hear only the blood in her ears and the faint ticking of cooling branches overhead. Then the old tree gave a slow wooden creak, as if settling under weight. Evelyn stepped backward. The label moved, not with the wind. It dragged itself an inch across the grass, pulled by a thread so fine she had mistaken it for a loose fiber. The thread disappeared into the soil at the tree's roots. She crushed it beneath her heel. A sharp taste flooded her mouth. Copper. Antiseptic. Apple skin gone bitter in storage. She spat into the grass and saw a thin green filament curled in her saliva. By the time she reached the equipment shed, it had dissolved. She called Paula 3 times. Each attempt went directly to voicemail. She called the foster placement number, then the county office, then June's school. Though the school had long since closed for the day, no one answered. Thomas found her beside the utility sink, rinsing her mouth until her gums bled. "What happened?" Evelyn turned on him. "You know what happened." He saw the remains of the label in her clenched hand and stopped. "My daughter's name was on one of your tags." His face tightened. But the fear in it was no longer for Evelyn. "Where? Why does that matter?" "Because names do not appear randomly. You said the labels meant nothing. I said they were a tradition. You lied." Thomas looked toward the open shed door. The orchard beyond it had faded into a mass of black limbs against the sky. "Come inside," he said. "No, Evelyn." Something cracked in the nearest row. Not the clean report of dead wood breaking. It was softer, jointed, followed by several small clicks. They both turned. A branch had begun growing from one of the younger trees. Evelyn watched it lengthen. Fresh wood pushed through the bark in pale segments, swelling and hardening as it emerged. 5 slender shoots unfolded from the end, each curling inward. The structure was larger than the western branch she had removed, broader through the palm. with one thumb bent sharply at the base. Thomas raised his own right hand without seeming to know he had done it. The branch matched it. A second tree shuddered nearby. A row of white buds forced their way along a low limb. They were smooth at first, then split to reveal hard ivory shapes embedded in pink pulp. Teeth. Some were narrow incisors. Others had deep, worn crowns. One carried a dark gold filling. Thomas pressed his tongue against the inside of his cheek. "Whose?" Evelyn asked. He did not answer. The orchard woke around them. Branches twisted into elbows. Kneecaps. Ribs. Along the northern rows, saplings bent into the curves of human spines, their knotted growths resembling vertebrae beneath thin bark. The sound spread through the estate. Wood straining, roots shifting, apples dropping into wet grass. One fruit rolled through the shed doorway. Evelyn recognized Margaret's face and its creases. The likeness was incomplete but unmistakable, the narrow mouth, the deep lines beside the nose, the slight droop of the left eyelid. Where the apple's stem entered the crown, a gray braid of fiber lay pressed against the skin. Thomas kicked it away. It struck the wall and split. Clear sap ran across the concrete, carrying the hospital smell with it. "We have to stop the growth," he said. Evelyn stared at him. "By cutting more? If the affected sections are removed early. Your aunt lost an arm, and she is alive." The words came too quickly. Evelyn understood that he had said them before. Perhaps not about Margaret, but about laborers. As servants, tenants, anyone whose suffering could be measured against the continued survival of the estate. Alive was enough. Alive made everything permissible. She pushed past him and entered the orchard with her flashlight. The two saplings stood at the edge of the lowest terrace. Where no trees had appeared on her original survey, their trunks were thin enough to circle with one hand, their bark smooth and reddish beneath the beam. Each carried a white paper label: June Shaw Tongue, Cal Shaw Hands. Evelyn tore both tags away. More were growing beneath them. She scraped at the bark with her fingernails until they split. Beneath the surface, new letters pressed outward. Dependent property. The phrase repeated down both trunks. Evelyn stared until its meaning opened inside her. The orchard did not understand custody as protection. It understood ownership. It had watched Thomas use her children to control her. It had seen the court papers in her truck, heard her describe supervised access, absorbed every phrase about fitness, placement, and rights to the orchard. June and Cal were not children she had lost. They were parts that had been legally removed. The ground shifted beneath Evelyn's knees. A root surfaced between the saplings, pale and wet, then divided into 5 narrow tendrils. A child's hand. It reached toward her, and from somewhere deep beneath the orchard, June's voice whispered through the soil. "Mom, it's growing under my tongue." June's voice did not come again. Evelyn pressed both hands into the soil between the saplings, clawing through wet leaves until her fingers closed around the pale root. It recoiled from her touch and slipped beneath the ground, leaving a narrow trench that continued uphill toward the cider house. Thomas followed several paces behind as Evelyn tracked the disturbed earth through the orchard. He called her name twice, but she did not stop. The root surfaced between trees, vanished beneath the stone path, and reappeared beside the cider house foundation, where it had split the mortar in a white, glistening seam. The building had not been used in years. Its warped doors were secured with a chain, but Thomas carried the key. "No one goes below," he said. "My daughter's voice came through your orchard. You are frightened. You are hearing connections that are not there." Evelyn pointed to the root disappearing beneath the threshold. "Open it." Thomas remained still. She took the pruning saw from her belt and set its teeth against the chain. "Stop." Then unlocked the door. His hand trembled as he inserted the key. Inside, the cider house smelled of old wood, vinegar, and fruit left too long in darkness. A dismantled press occupied the center of the room. Its wooden screw was stained almost black, and dried apple seeds filled the grooves around its base like tiny polished teeth. The root crossed the floorboards and disappeared behind a stack of empty barrels. They moved them together. Beneath the barrels was a cellar door without a handle. Thomas whispered, "That was sealed before I was born." The root had forced itself between the boards. It thickened as Evelyn watched, lifting the door until the old nails squealed from the frame. A breath of warm air rose through the gap. It carried the antiseptic smell. Evelyn wedged the pruning saw beneath the door and pulled. The wood broke apart around a rusted iron plate. Below was a narrow staircase cut into the foundation, descending farther than the cider house cellar should have allowed. Thomas did not follow her at first. He joined her only when the door began to lower behind them. The stairs ended in a stone room. Roots covered the walls from floor to ceiling, overlapping in dense, braided layers. Some were no thicker than thread. Others had swollen into pale columns, their surfaces shifting with slow internal movement. Human bones were suspended inside them. A skull stared from the wall to Evelyn's left, its jaw held open by a root growing through the mouth. Below it, a complete rib cage had been wrapped so tightly that each root followed the curve of a separate rib. Fingers protruded from another mass, their bones woven among fine rootlets, as if the tree had studied the hand before rebuilding it. There were dozens of bodies. Some had collapsed into loose arrangements of bone. Others still wore fragments of clothing, a brass suspender clasp, a leather boot, a strip of patterned dress, the rusted frame of a pair of spectacles. The orchard had not merely grown above the dead. It had grown through them. Thomas leaned against the stair wall. "My grandfather said they were animal pits. You knew there was something here. I knew there were stories." Evelyn moved deeper into the chamber. Names had been carved into small wooden boards fixed beside the bodies. Elias Rusk, Martha Vega, Samuel Pike. Every name she had found beneath the lichen appeared here. At the rear of the room stood a cedar cabinet. Its doors had swollen shut, but a root had entered through the keyhole and split the wood from within. Inside lay an estate ledger wrapped in oilcloth. Evelyn opened it on the cabinet shelf. The earliest entries were more than 2 centuries old. Each page listed the planting of a tree, the condition of the soil, and the name of a worker assigned to the row. Besides certain names, someone had added a medical description: persistent cough, fever, unbroken, hand damaged in press, unfit for winter labor. The final column was headed corrective use. Evelyn turned the pages faster. The entries described workers being given cider mixed with laudanum, carried to prepared planting pits, and buried beneath young apple trees. Some had been ill. Others had merely become too weak to complete the harvest. A note in the margin appeared again and again. The body holds heat after the spirit leaves. Roots fed with human winter do not freeze. Thomas stood behind her, breathing through his mouth. Near the end of the ledger, the handwriting changed. The ink was newer. Evelyn found an entry dated the year June was born. There was no laborer's name, only hers. Evelyn Shaw, rootkeeper. Beneath it, in Thomas Bellwether's handwriting, were 6 words. Bring her before the family is cut. Thomas read the sentence over Evelyn's shoulder. Bring her before the family is cut. His face emptied. You wrote this. Evelyn said. I copied it. From where? He looked toward the roots, covering the chamber walls. Several had begun tightening around the nearest skeleton, drawing the ribs closer with dry clicks. Thomas turned backward through the newer pages. The wording appears in older records. Rootkeeper was a title, someone brought in when the orchard began failing, someone expendable, someone capable of identifying diseased growth. Evelyn took the ledger from him. You knew what happened to them. I knew what my father believed. A root shifted behind the cabinet and dislodged a packet of envelopes wrapped in waxed cloth. Each envelope bore the Bellwether crest and dates from the previous 12 years. Thomas reached for them. She stepped away. The first letter had been sent by a state archaeologist after ground-penetrating radar identified multiple anomalies beneath the western rose. The recommendation was clear: suspend cultivation, notify law enforcement, and permit controlled excavation. A handwritten reply from Thomas's father called the results agricultural debris. The next letter came from a university team requesting access to examine human bone fragments uncovered during irrigation work. The Bellwethers denied that any remains had been found. A payment record showed that the contractor had been compensated for replacing the disturbed soil and signing a confidentiality agreement. Evelyn opened another packet. Insurance memoranda, Heritage Board appeals, draft statements prepared for newspapers that had never published a word. The family had built layers of legal language over the graves, sealing the dead beneath phrases like protected agricultural character, uncertain provenance, and reputational injury. One document projected losses if the orchard closed for excavation, tourism, revenue, wholesale contracts, land value. Not one line estimated the number of bodies. You prevented every investigation, Evelyn said. My father did. Your signature is here. I was 26. You renewed the restriction 4 years ago. The orchard employs 40 people during harvest. And how many people are under it? He had no answer. Evelyn returned to the ledger. The oldest entries described the winter method in precise agricultural terms. Bodies were placed beneath saplings before the first hard freeze, curled around root balls to conserve heat. Wool blankets were removed because cloth slowed decomposition. Lime was avoided because it damaged feeder roots. The writers did not describe murder. They wrote removal. A worker too sick to rise was marked unproductive. A woman who threatened to report a death was recorded as disruptive growth. Children born in the labor quarters appeared only when their small bodies were assigned to replacement trees. The orchard's language had come from the family. Every phrase emerging through the bark had first been written by a Bellwether hand. Damaged growth, corrective use, dependent property. Evelyn felt cold despite the warm air rising from the soil. The roots had not invented their judgment. They had been taught it. Page after page showed severe winters, followed by unusually strong harvests. The dead warmed the youngest trees. Their blood fed the soil. Their bones directed the roots downward. Each successful season convinced the Bellwethers that cruelty was not cruelty if it produced fruit. Near the center of the ledger, Evelyn found a list of root keepers. Some had been gardeners. Others were doctors, foremen, or tree surgeons brought to the estate during periods of decline. Beside each name was the same final notation: absorbed after service. The most recent name before Evelyn's belonged to Malcolm Shaw, her father. The room seemed to contract. He never worked here. She whispered, Thomas said nothing. A letter had been folded between the pages, written in her father's uneven hand. Evelyn recognized the broad loops from childhood birthday cards and the apology note he had left before disappearing when she was 12. Thomas's father had hired him after learning that an itinerant arborist with a drinking problem could be paid in cash and kept away from public records. The final paragraph had been underlined twice. The trees do not want the family dead. They want the method completed. When ownership becomes diseased, the owner must be pruned. Below it, in different ink, someone had added, "His daughter will understand the cut." Behind Evelyn, the chamber roots pulled tight. Thomas cried out. A pale root had emerged through the bandage across his chest and was drawing him slowly toward the wall. The root tightened across Thomas's chest. He struck at it with both hands. But the pale wood had already entered the wound, as if following a prepared channel. It threaded beneath his skin, raising a hard line toward his sternum. Evelyn seized the pruning saw. Thomas recoiled. "Don't cut it." The fear in his voice stopped her. Not fear of pain, recognition. Behind him, the roots wrapped around the skeletons had begun to move in sequence. One rib cage expanded, then another. The chamber filled with the dry imitation of breathing. Evelyn lowered the saw. "This has happened before," she said. Thomas pressed his back against the wall, though the root continued pulling him closer. "My father called it selection. Your father called murder agriculture. He believed the orchard chose one bellwether in every generation. For what? To keep." The word hung in the warm, antiseptic air. A tremor passed through the chamber. Hundreds of fine roots lifted from the walls and turned toward Evelyn. They did not strike. They hovered around her hands, face, and throat, with the hesitant attention of blind animals. Then the voices began. Not from one place, not one voice. Whispers moved through the roots in overlapping fragments, names, coughs, prayers. Instructions shouted during harvest. Children asking for water. Foremen ordering people back to work. Some spoke English. Others used words Evelyn could not understand. Their memories had been broken into sensation and habit, preserved without order. She heard the impact of apples falling into wooden bins, a woman choking on laudanum, a shovel biting frozen earth, her father saying her name. Evelyn gripped the ledger until its cover bent. The orchard was not haunted by these people. Haunting implied separation, the dead remaining themselves, watching from somewhere beyond the living. These people had been taken apart. Minerals from their bones had entered the trunks. Their blood had fed roots. Their final terror had passed through fungal threads and living tissue until no single memory belonged to a single tree. The orchard had become a mind assembled from human remains, and the only language it had been taught was the bellwether's language of removal. A root touched Evelyn's wrist. Images entered her without sight. A sick man lying beneath a sapling while snow covered his open eyes. A bellwether ancestor pressing soil around the trunk and saying that weak stock must serve strong stock. A child buried at the edge of a row because his mother had stopped picking apples to care for him. Season after season, the lesson repeated. Anything inconvenient could be reclassified. Anything reclassified could be removed. Anything removed could be used. The roots drew back. Evelyn looked at Thomas. "The trees don't want revenge." He gave a strained laugh. "You think that makes this better? They don't understand revenge." The root across his chest had reached the center of his sternum. Beneath his shirt, smaller branches spread toward his ribs. They understand management. Evelyn said. Thomas's expression changed. The orchard had studied the family exactly as it had once studied the bodies beneath the soil. It had learned their structures, weaknesses, inheritance, and language. It had watched the bellwethers age while the trees endured. It had measured what the family consumed against what it contributed. Now the estate owners were diseased growth, not because they were evil in any moral sense the orchard could comprehend. Morality required mercy, intention, perhaps even hatred. The orchard possessed none of those things. It had only been taught efficiency. A cracking sound came from above. Dust sifted from the ceiling as roots pressed through the foundation toward the house. Thomas began to shake. "You can stop it." "Why me?" "The root keeper identifies the cut. I'm not choosing who dies." "You already do." He looked at her hands. The words struck with cruel accuracy. She had built a career deciding what could be treated and what should be removed. She had described her own absences the same way. The missed birthdays. The drinking. In the mornings, June had found her asleep on the kitchen floor. She had called each one an isolated failure, trimmed away from the story of herself. Even custody had become a kind of pruning in her mind. Temporary removal. Necessary protection. She had never asked what her children felt growing around the empty place she left. Thomas saw hesitation and mistook it for surrender. "My aunt first," he said quickly. "She is already compromised. Then, the western trees. We contain the damage before it reaches the house. Even now." He offered someone else. The chamber convulsed. Every skull in the roots turned toward him. Thomas screamed as the wood beneath his skin branched upward into his throat. His mouth opened, and a small apple bud appeared behind his teeth. The ledger slipped from Evelyn's hands. Its pages began turning by themselves until they reached the final entry. Below her name, fresh ink spread across the paper. "Root keeper decision required." 2 new lines formed beneath it. "Preserve ownership. Prune owners." From overhead came the deep groan of the estate house beginning to lean. The estate house groaned again above them. A crack traveled across the chamber ceiling, spilling dust over the open ledger. The 2 choices remained wet on the page. Preserve ownership. Prune owners. Evelyn tore the sheet from the binding. The roots convulsed. Thomas collapsed to his knees as the branch inside his chest pulled taut. The apple bud behind his teeth had opened into a small white blossom. Its petals trembled with each breath. "You cannot refuse it," he said. "I'm refusing you." Evelyn folded the torn page and put it in her pocket. Then she gathered the ledger, the correspondence, and her father's letter beneath one arm. Thomas caught her ankle. "I can get your children back." She stopped. His fingers were cold and hardening at the joints. "My family funds half the county," he continued. "Judges attend our harvest dinners. The placement agency rents from a bellwether trust. I can pay for treatment, private evaluations, lawyers, whatever they require." The chamber roots became still. They were listening. Thomas looked up at her with blood shining between his teeth. "Destroy the orchard, and I will restore your family." For one terrible moment, Evelyn saw the life he offered. June and Cal sleeping beneath her roof again. School lunches packed before dawn. Wet mittens drying above the radiator. Cal calling from the hallway because he had dreamed something bad. June leaving books open across the kitchen table. A complete family, purchased with silence. She also saw the first drink after the hearing, the private one, the deserved one, the beginning of another explanation. Thomas tightened his grip. The chemical shed contains concentrated herbicide. Inject the western trunks and poison the irrigation reservoir. The roots will die before they reach the house, and the bodies remain undisturbed. The records disappear. You would give me my children in exchange for helping you bury yours." His face changed, not with shame, but impatience. "You lost them through your own choices." "Yes," Evelyn said. The admission hurt less than she expected. She crouched and removed his hand from her ankle. "I did lose them, and I don't get to call that removal necessary just because the truth makes me ashamed." The blossom in Thomas's mouth turned toward her. Evelyn climbed the stairs. Behind her, Thomas began shouting names: judges, attorneys, officials he could influence. With each promise, the roots pulled him farther into the wall. At the top of the steps, she sent photographs of every ledger page and letter to the state police. The forestry division, 3 newspapers, and Paula. The signal flickered but held long enough for the files to leave her phone. Then the cellar door slammed open. Outside, the orchard had changed. Roots split the paths and lifted stones from the ground. Branches pressed against the estate windows, scratching the glass with finger-shaped twigs. Inside the house, Margaret screamed. Evelyn ran to the equipment shed and found the old drainage plan Thomas had given her with the original survey maps. The estate's 19th century channels had once carried spring flooding away from the house and down through the orchard. Decades ago, the bellwethers had sealed them to prevent erosion near the foundation. If reopened, the channels would guide the advancing roots beneath every room. She took a pry bar and headed for the first stone gate. "Doctor," Holt emerged from the house. "Thomas said you were to destroy the western rose." "Thomas is occupied. You don't understand what will happen." "I understand exactly what was allowed to happen." The first gate had been mortared shut. Evelyn drove the pry bar into the seam and leaned her weight against it. The stone shifted. Holt seized her shoulder. A branch struck the window above them. Glass burst outward, followed by a shower of small apples bearing his face. He released her. Evelyn forced the gate open. Warm, black water rushed from the channel, carrying white feeder roots through the breach. They spread toward the house with deliberate speed. She opened the second gate, then the third. Each released another buried network. Roots entered the foundation through cracks, drain pipes, and old coal chutes. The house began to lift unevenly as the orchard took hold beneath it. Lights appeared in every window. In each room stood a bellwether family member, living or painted, their bodies reflected in the glass as branching silhouettes. At the final drainage gate, Evelyn found a new label tied around the iron latch. Evelyn Shaw, Children Restored. Below it, the orchard had added a choice: by ownership, by return. Evelyn tore the label away and opened the last gate. All across the estate, the trees bent toward the house. The front doors opened by themselves, and the roots went inside. The roots entered the house without breaking the doors. They moved beneath carpets and through the spaces behind plaster, following the old drainage channels as if they remembered every room. Floorboards rose in long ridges, portraits tilted on their wires. From the upper windows came the sound of furniture sliding inward. Evelyn stood beyond the terrace as the estate folded into the orchard. The eastern wall cracked first. Bricks dropped, but branches caught them and lowered them among the trees. The roof sagged, its slate shingles turning upright like dark leaves. Chimneys disappeared into crowns of applewood. Margaret appeared at a second-floor window. Her ruined arm had lengthened into a branch tipped with 5 small apples. She looked directly at Evelyn, then roots crossed the glass. and Margaret's face divided behind them into pale sections. Dr. Holt ran toward the road. He reached the stone gate before the apples bearing his features began falling around him. With every impact, his body lost some corresponding detail: an eyelid, an ear, the lines around his mouth. By the time he reached the gate, his face was smooth. He turned back as though asking Evelyn who he was. The orchard opened beneath his feet. When the house finally collapsed, it did not fall so much as become distributed. Beams entered trunks. Windows settled upright between roots. The bellwether portraits vanished beneath new bark, their painted eyes briefly visible in the grain. Then the orchard became still. Emergency vehicles arrived before dawn. Evelyn gave the police the ledger, her photographs, and her father's letter. Excavation teams found the first bodies 2 days later and stopped calling the site an agricultural property. The investigation lasted through winter. Thomas and Margaret Bellwether were never recovered. Officials listed them as missing, though Evelyn knew where the family had gone. On cold mornings, their shapes showed beneath the bark of the western rose like knots in unfinished wood. The evidence did not restore her children. No influence could erase what she had done. Evelyn returned to treatment, submitted to testing, attended hearings, and stopped describing sobriety as something she had completed. Her visits with June and Cal remained supervised. At first, June spoke only when Paula asked her a direct question. Cal watched Evelyn's hands as if expecting them to disappear. Evelyn demanded no forgiveness. She brought no promises. She showed up, listened, and allowed the silence to remain uncut. By spring, June let her braid her hair. By early summer, Cal asked whether damaged trees always had to be removed. No, Evelyn told him. Sometimes they need space, sometimes support, sometimes years, and sometimes cutting? Yes, but cutting should never be easier just because healing takes longer. The Bellwether orchard was placed under state control, but the previous autumn's crop had entered cold storage before the graves were discovered. Crates had been sold across Vermont, mixed with other varieties, pressed into cider, baked into pies, and placed in school cafeterias. No recall was issued. The official position was that fruit carried no connection to the crimes beneath the soil. That fall, photographs appeared online, apples with tiny faces. At first, people treated them as curiosities. A brow in the russeting, a mouth puckered near the blossom end, a profile visible only after the fruit was sliced. Evelyn recognized every face. Thomas appeared in a roadside market near Montpelier. Margaret surfaced in a child's lunch in Rutland. Dr. Holt's smooth features formed beneath an apple pressed into cider near Burlington. Then other faces appeared older, unfamiliar ones whose names remained buried beneath the orchard. During a supervised visit in October, June bit into an apple before Evelyn noticed the bellwether sticker. The fruit released the sharp smell of antiseptic. Evelyn knocked it from her hand. June began coughing. While Paula called for help, Evelyn knelt beside her daughter and asked her to open her mouth. Beneath June's tongue, something green trembled. It was a tender leaf, newly opened and wet with saliva. A fine white root disappeared deeper into her throat. June looked at Evelyn. "Mom, does this mean I belong to the orchard?" Evelyn reached for the leaf. It curled around her finger, and beneath Vermont's first frost, thousands of buried apple seeds began to open. The orchard did not invent the cruelty at Bellwether Estate. It inherited a language in which people became property, weakness became waste, and removal became easier to justify than care. Evelyn's redemption begins only when she stops using that same language against herself and her children. Yet truth cannot always contain what silence has already distributed. By the time the graves are opened, the harvest has entered homes far beyond the estate. Perhaps the most dangerous things we inherit are not curses, but methods, ideas planted so deeply that they continue growing after their owners are gone. Story 5. The first wrong note sounded before the train had moved. It came from the lowest A on the Steinway in the Salon Étoile. A note so deep that Theo Mercer felt it through the bones of his fingers. The string did not hum. It dragged. For half a second, the polished room disappeared, and he heard iron wheels passing over something soft and jointed. Then the sound was gone. Theo kept his hand on the key. Beyond the windows, Paris lay beneath December rain. Platform lamps burned in blurred yellow pools, and porters moved luggage under black umbrellas. The Vienna Night Express waited beneath the glass vault of the Gare de l'Est, all lacquered navy panels and brass crests. More private hotel than train. It would leave at 9:15 that evening and enter Austria shortly after dawn. For now, it was stationary. Problem? Elise Varga, the train's hospitality director, stood near the bar in a dove-gray suit, holding a clipboard against her ribs. Nothing about her suggested impatience, though she had already asked twice whether he would finish before boarding. Theo released the key. Bass string settling. On a new instrument, new case, older interior. That was common enough. Concert instruments were rebuilt, restrung, refinished. Wood survived owners. Metal survived houses. Music survived almost everything. He lifted the fallboard and examined the action. The hammers were clean. No foreign object lay between the strings. Yet a faint smell rose from the cavity, cold ash, like a fireplace emptied after rain. Elise watched him. Can it be used tonight? Theo pressed the key again. This time it was merely a note dark, imperfect, slightly flat. Yes, he said. The answer came too quickly. He heard the same clipped certainty he used when clients asked whether a cracked soundboard could hold through a recital. He had spent 11 years making damaged instruments sound trustworthy. Elise checked her clipboard. There are 4 more. Theo looked up. 4 more grands. Small uprights, 1 in each private carriage. Decorative, mostly, but the owner insists they all be tuned. She led him through the train. The dining carriage smelled of beeswax, linen, and orange peel. The sleeping cars were narrower, their walls paneled in reddish wood that reflected the lamps with an almost fleshy warmth. At the end of each carriage stood a compact upright piano beneath a brass luggage rack. No 2 instruments matched. One had ivory keys yellowed at the edges. Another bore a child's crescent-shaped bite mark in the music desk. A third had no maker's name, only a rectangular scar where a plaque had been removed. Theo paused beside it. "What is it?" Elise asked. Beneath the varnish, someone had carved 3 letters into the wood, then tried to sand them away. E-R-L, old ownership mark, he said. Elise did not look at the letters. The company restored the interiors 10 years ago. Salvaged European walnut. Very historic. Historic was a word businesses used when they wanted age without responsibility. Theo opened his tool case. Everything lay in place, except the red cloth wrapped around his tuning lever. It had slipped loose and folded itself into a narrow strip. For an instant, it resembled the scarf his brother Julian had worn the winter he fell. Theo pushed it beneath the tray. The injury had ended Julian's conservatory audition and Theo's performing career within the same week. Though only one ending had been called a tragedy, the family called it an accident. Theo had accepted the word because everyone else needed it. He sat at the first upright and sounded middle C. Somewhere deeper in the carriage, a second piano answered, not the same note, a phrase. 4 quiet notes. Hesitant and descending the opening of a piece Theo had not heard since childhood. He stood so abruptly that his knee struck the keyboard. Elise was no longer behind him. The corridor stretched empty toward the salon. Lamps glowing above closed compartment doors. Rain ticked against the windows. Theo listened until he could hear only the electrical breath of the train. Then, from inside the locked compartment beside him, someone began playing the same 4 notes again. Slowly, with the exact uneven rhythm Julian had used before, Theo taught him to be afraid of mistakes. Theo did not open the locked compartment. For several seconds, he stood with one hand above the brass latch, listening to the 4-note phrase repeat from the other side. The rhythm was unmistakable. The first note, careful. The second, rushed. The third held too long. The fourth almost swallowed. Julian had played it that way at 9 because his left little finger could not yet bear its share of weight. Theo had corrected him until he cried. The phrase stopped. A porter appeared at the far end of the corridor, pushing champagne. When Theo asked who occupied the compartment, the man glanced at the number and said it had been used for linen storage since the train's refurbishment. By the time Elise returned with a ring of keys, passengers had begun boarding. The corridor filled with perfume, damp wool, wheeled cases, and quiet complaints. She tried 3 keys. None turned. Maintenance can open it in Vienna, she said. You don't hear anything? Elise listened, then gave him the patient smile reserved for guests who had mistaken inconvenience for danger. No, Theo heard nothing either. That was worse. The train pulled away a little after 9 that evening. Paris slid backward in wet gold fragments, then vanished behind warehouses and suburbs suspended in darkness. Theo returned to the salon piano. Although his work was finished, he told himself he was checking for changes caused by motion. In truth, he wanted to know whether the lowest A would become that crushing sound again. He pressed it gently. A normal vibration traveled through the floor. Once, such certainty had filled concert halls. At 23, Theo had been praised for the severity of his playing, for refusing to sentimentalize delicate passages. Critics called him disciplined. Julian called him frightened. You play every piece like it's evidence, his brother had said. Theo had not performed after the fall. The official explanation was simple. Julian had slipped on the narrow staircase outside the Mercer music room. Theo had been practicing. Their mother had been shopping. Their father blamed the loose runner, then the housekeeper, then the teacher who had encouraged Julian to audition for the conservatory. Theo remembered the fall as 3 impacts: shoulder, hip, head. What he did not remember, what he never permitted himself to remember, was why Julian had been standing at the top of the stairs wearing the red scarf. A silver-haired woman entered the salon with a young attendant. She was small and straight-backed, dressed in dark green velvet, with gloved hands resting on an ivory-handled cane. The attendant introduced her as Madame Odette Lemaire. Odette ignored him. She was staring at the piano. Whose instrument is this? She asked. The company's, Elise said. No instrument belongs to a company. She approached the Steinway and touched a patch of darker wood near the hinge. My mother had walnut like this in her music room. Elise began explaining the restoration and salvaged materials. But Odette sat beside the piano and asked Theo whether he was the pianist. Tuner. Pianists always become something else when they're ashamed. The attendant apologized. Theo asked, "Did you play?" "Badly." The piano answered for her. No hand touched the keys. A melody emerged from the upper register, soft enough that conversation continued for several seconds before silence spread through the salon. It was not a concert piece. It had the narrow range and repeating tenderness of a lullaby, each phrase rising to soothe a frightened child and falling before it found resolution. Odette's canes slipped from her hand. "No," she whispered. The keys lifted and sank under invisible pressure. Theo caught the fallboard and saw the hammers moving in perfect sequence. "Stop it," Odette said. The lullaby reached its final phrase, then repeated the final two notes 3 times. Theo asked, "Who sang that to you?" Her eyes moved to him, furious and wet. "No one." "You recognized it." "I said no one." The salon lights flickered. Every glass along the bar rang at the same faint pitch. Odette seized Theo's wrist. "I never had a daughter," she said. "There was no child." From inside the piano came the papery rustle of something shifting beneath the strings. Then a little girl's voice, muffled by wood and ash, whispered, "Mama, you promised not to leave me on the train." The child's voice did not come again. For several seconds, no one in the salon moved. Odette Lemaire's fingers remained locked around Theo's wrist, the pressure surprisingly strong. The final vibration of the lullaby faded from the strings, leaving the train's ordinary noises exposed, glass trembling against glass, wheels passing over rail joints, rain whispering along the windows. Then conversation returned in frightened fragments. A businessman near the bar laughed and suggested a hidden speaker. Someone blamed an entertainment system. Elise Varga ordered the passengers back to their seats and told the attendant to take Odette to her compartment. Odette resisted. "There was no girl," she repeated. Her voice had lost its anger. It sounded rehearsed. Theo opened the piano lid farther and searched between the bass strings. The air inside was colder than the salon. Gray dust coated the frame. Although the instrument had been cleaned before departure, he touched it with one finger. Ash beneath the action. Something pale had appeared between 2 wooden braces. Theo reached inside with a pair of tweezers and drew out a folded scrap of paper no larger than a railway ticket. There was nothing written on it. Odette saw it and made a sound like a breath caught during sleep. The attendant took her away. Less than 10 minutes later, music began in the dining carriage. Theo heard it through 2 closed doors. A jaunty dance tune played too quickly, every cheerful phrase ending with the same abrupt minor chord. When he reached the upright piano, a broad-shouldered passenger named Emil Kraus stood facing it with his dinner napkin still tucked into his collar. "No one is touching it," a waiter said. Theo already knew it. The keys moved by themselves. Emil's face reddened as the tune repeated. "It was played at our wedding," he said. His wife, seated behind him, stared down at her untouched soup. Emil corrected himself. "My first wedding." The melody stopped on the minor chord. A woman at another table whispered, "That isn't why you know it." Emil turned on her, but she appeared as startled by her own words as he was. The piano resumed. This time, beneath the dance rhythm, Theo heard a second sound, a woman knocking from the other side of a door. He closed the fallboard. The music continued underneath it. From the next carriage came a single, sustained note. Then another piano began. By the time Theo reached the sleeping compartments, 4 instruments were playing 4 different pieces. The melodies did not compete. They seemed to occupy separate layers of the train, each one finding the passenger for whom it had been chosen. A retired judge heard a hymn from a village church he claimed never to have visited. A young Austrian art dealer heard a child's exercise repeated with increasing desperation and locked herself in the washroom. A surgeon traveling with his husband heard a funeral march altered so that every 4th measure contained the mechanical pulse of a hospital alarm. No one admitted what the music meant. They only demanded that Theo stop it. He removed panels, blocked hammers, wedged, felt between strings. Nothing worked, even when the keys were physically prevented from moving. Melodies traveled through the carriage walls. Theo began examining the instruments themselves. On the second upright, beneath the rectangular scar left by the missing maker's plaque, he found the initials M.S. carved deeply into the wood. The next bore A. K. The dining carriage instrument carried 6 letters, partially erased. R.A.D. O.A.D. Family marks, not manufacturer's stamps. Owners had placed their names where they could not be separated from the instruments without damaging them. At the final upright, Theo found no initials. Instead, the music desk was slightly warped. When he removed its screws, a narrow cavity appeared behind it. Inside lay an envelope stained brown at the edges. The paper was brittle, but the handwriting remained clear. For Mr. Alistair Pembroke, wherever they send you. Theo knew the name. Pembroke was the retired judge in the adjoining compartment. When Theo brought him the envelope, the old man stared at it without taking it. "I have never seen that handwriting," Pembroke said. "You haven't opened it." "I don't need to." From the upright behind them came the village hymn. Pembroke's lips moved with every word. Though the piano played no voice, Theo turned the envelope over. Across the sealed flap, in fresher ink than the address, someone had written a second sentence. "He will say he never knew us. Make him read it aloud." Pembroke refused to touch the envelope, so Theo placed it on the small table between them. The village hymn continued inside the upright piano. Its dampers were lowered. The keys remained still. Yet each note traveled through the walnut paneling with enough clarity to make the compartment's water glasses tremble. "Sympathetic resonance," Theo said. Pembroke looked at him. "Is that supposed to comfort me?" Theo opened the piano and pressed a hand against the strings. The melody continued beneath his palm. "When one frequency matches another, an undamped string can vibrate without being struck. Trains produce constant harmonic pressure. Wheels, rails, ventilation systems, loose panels, and little girls." Theo ignored him. He removed the front board and searched for a player mechanism. There were no pneumatic tubes, electric solenoids, or concealed speakers. He examined the floor for cables, then the carriage wall for access panels. Nothing explained how the sound persisted after he wedged felt between every string. Pressure changes, he thought. Resonance carried through the carriage frame. Perhaps the instruments were not producing the music at all. Perhaps the entire train was. The idea should have been absurd. Instead, it felt professionally plausible in a way that frightened him more. Pembroke remained beside the envelope. "You know the handwriting," Theo said. "No. You recognized it before I turned it over." The hymn slowed, its final phrase repeated, softer each time. Pembroke's hand rose toward the envelope. then stopped. "My name was not always Pembroke," he said. Theo waited. The old man glanced toward the corridor, where several passengers had gathered. Odette Lemaire stood among them, wrapped in a dark shawl. Elise lingered behind her, saying nothing. Pembroke broke the seal. The paper inside had been folded so tightly that its creases were nearly white. As he opened it, several grains of gray ash fell onto the table. He read silently at first. Then the piano struck a single low note. Pembroke flinched. "Aloud," Odette said. He looked at her with sudden hatred. The note sounded again. Pembroke began reading. The letter had been written by a girl named Miriam Radovic to her younger brother Alistair. She described soldiers entering their village, their father hiding documents beneath the piano, and their mother sewing a strip of red cloth into Alistair's coat so the family might recognize him if they were separated. Miriam promised she would find him. She asked him to remember the hymn their mother sang. Pembroke stopped reading. Theo noticed the initials on the dining carriage piano. R-A-E-O-V, not 6 letters. The beginning of Radovic. "You were separated from them," Theo said. Pembroke stared at the ash on the table. "I was taken west. A British officer and his wife raised me. They gave me their surname. That isn't the betrayal." The old man's face tightened. The piano played the hymn from the beginning. Pembroke admitted that Miriam had survived. She found him 46 years later. After he had become a judge, she arrived with photographs, birth records, and the matching strip of red cloth. He told his wife she was delusional. He told the authorities she was attempting fraud. Miriam died before her appeal was heard. She wanted money. Pembroke said. The hymn stopped. "No," he whispered. "She wanted me to say her name." The carriage lights dimmed. Pembroke lowered himself into the seat beside the window. His confession seemed to empty him physically. His shoulders folded. His hands lay open on his knees. "I knew her," he said. "I knew her immediately." Outside, the train rushed through darkness without passing a town. Isingla, or road. Theo looked down at the envelope. The letter had become blank. Someone gasped. He turned toward Pembroke's seat. The old man was gone. There had been no door opening. No movement through the corridor. Only an empty cushion slowly rising where his weight had been. Elise searched the adjoining compartments. The attendant checked the washrooms. 2 conductors walked the length of the train. They found nothing. On the warm seat lay Pembroke's ticket. The paper still bore the railway crest, the carriage number, and the destination. But the space where his name had been printed was blank. Theo picked it up. From every piano on the train came the sound of a page being turned. Then, across the blank ticket, new letters appeared in thin gray strokes. Theodore Mercer confession pending. He tried to smear them. The gray strokes did not move. When he tore the ticket in half, both pieces retained his full name. Elise took them from him. "This is a manifest error," she said. Though her voice had thinned, Pembroke must have moved during the confusion. Without opening a door, you were looking at the letter. So were 12 other people. People remember badly when they are frightened. Theo almost laughed. It was the defense he had used all his life. The conductors searched again. They returned separately, each claiming the train contained a different number of carriages. One counted 11, the other counted 14. Elise ordered Theo to remain in the salon while she contacted the driver. He followed her. The corridor beyond the dining car should have ended after 3 sleeping carriages. Theo passed 5 before noticing the pattern. The same vase of white roses stood beneath the same brass mirror. The same scratch crossed the same compartment door. Outside each window, a deserted station slid past beneath blue lamps. The sign read Saint Dizier. They had passed Saint Dizier 20 minutes earlier. Theo crossed into the next carriage. Saint Dizier appeared again. The same porter stood beneath the station clock, holding a red flag. The same newspaper lifted in the wind and caught against the same bench. No passengers waited. No doors opened. Elise stopped beside him. "The train is traveling east," she said. It sounded less like a fact than a prayer. They continued forward. The corridor lengthened with every door. Carpet seams repeated beneath Theo's feet. Compartments that should have faced the exterior opened onto other corridors. A service cupboard contained a window showing the countryside racing past inches from the shelves. Then the walls began to hum. Theo placed his fingertips against the walnut paneling. The vibration contained intervals, a minor third, a descending fifth, then 3 hesitant notes searching for a resolution that never came. Julian's etude. He had written it at 17 for the conservatory audition. A narrow, restless piece designed to strengthen the weaker fingers of the left hand. Julian never finished it. After the fall, he could not close that hand fully enough to play an octave. Theo moved toward the sound. It passed ahead of him. The nearest upright played the first measure. When he approached, it stopped, and another piano 2 carriages away continued with the second. The music drew him through the train as if each instrument held one piece of a longer memory. Passengers had gathered around the pianos. Odette sat beside the salon Steinway, listening to the lullaby without denying it now. Emil Krauss stood alone while the dance tune repeated, his wife nowhere near him. The surgeon had been placed beside the upright carrying the hospital pulse. The young art dealer crouched beneath the instrument, playing the child's exercise, whispering apologies into her hands. "They have changed compartments," Theo said. Elise looked at him. "No one has been reassigned. They're where the music wants them." The walls gave a deep shudder. Every polished panel vibrated. Cutlery sang inside closed drawers. Window glass flexed like breathing lungs. Theo understood that the pianos were not separate instruments. Their soundboards had been built into walls, floors, cabinets, and doors. Each carriage was part of a single body. The train was not carrying the music. It was the music. Julian's etude reached the passage Theo remembered best. 4 ascending notes. A pause, then a violent downward run. He stopped. In his memory, Julian stood at the top of the stairs with the red scarf around his throat. He was smiling, though Theo had always remembered anger. "You don't get to decide what I'm better at," Julian had said. The next note came from behind Theo. He turned. The corridor had rearranged itself. Every passenger now stood before a different compartment door. Names had appeared on the brass plates, not their own, but the names they had refused to speak. At the far end, one door waited beneath a strip of red cloth tied around its handle. Its plate read, Julian Mercer. From the other side came the scrape of a shoe against the top stair. Then Julian's voice said, very softly, "This time, don't leave me where I fell." Theo did not open Julian's door. The scrape behind it came again, followed by the dull impact of a body striking wood. Once, twice, 3 times. Shoulder, hip, head. Theo stepped backward until the opposite wall pressed against him. The strip of red cloth tied around the handle stirred, though the corridor air was still. Elise reached for the latch. He caught her wrist. "That isn't him." "Then what is it?" Theo looked at the nameplate. Something that knows what I remember. A violent chord sounded beneath their feet. The floor vibrated hard enough to rattle every compartment door. And the corridor folded into darkness as the lamps failed one after another. When the emergency lights came on, Julian's door was gone. In its place stood a narrow service hatch set low in the wall. Its brass plate carried no name, only an engraved instruction. Baggage, resonance, access, authorized personnel only. Elise stared at it. There is no such compartment. Theo crouched and placed his palm against the metal. From below came Julian's unfinished etude. Not played on keys, but assembled from mechanical noises. Springs tightening. Felt hammers tapping. Wooden joints clicking in careful sequence. A piano action performing without a piano. The hatch opened when Theo touched it. Behind it, an iron ladder descended into warm darkness. Elise told him to wait for the conductors. Theo ignored her. He took a lamp from the emergency cabinet and climbed down beneath the carriage. The space below was much deeper than the train should have allowed. Instead of wheel assemblies and electrical conduits, he found a vaulted maintenance chamber stretching beneath the baggage car. Its walls were lined with blackened timber. Dust rose around his shoes, carrying the sweet, mineral smell of old ash. Elise followed despite herself. Their lamp revealed rows of dismantled piano actions hanging from hooks, thousands of wooden levers, hammers, dampers, and felted mechanisms filled the chamber like stripped skeletons. Some were scorched. Others bore handwritten labels tied with wire. Theo lifted one. Property Transport Strasbourg Families. Another read. Unclaimed Household Instruments, Krakow Collection. A third carried a faded railway stamp and the words, Contents removed before redistribution. What contents? Elise asked. Theo saw the answer inside a broken upright case. Letters had been packed beneath the strings. Dozens of them, folded into narrow spaces between braces and soundboards. Some were sealed. Some had burned at the edges. Several had fused together with wax, hair, and gray powder. On the floor beneath them stood small metal tins. Theo opened one. Ash clung to the underside of the lid. Elise covered her mouth. The train gave a low, sustained groan. Every dismantled hammer in the chamber lifted at once, then fell. The sound was soft. Applause heard through a wall. Theo moved deeper into the compartment. Tuning labels hung from the ceiling in rows, each bearing dates, routes, family names, and brief technical notes. Bass bridge cracked during loading. Owner refused separation from instrument. Child concealed in lowercase. Removed at border. Ash discovered beneath action. Do not clean before inventory. The labels continued beyond the lamp's reach. Theo understood what had happened. Families had hidden letters, jewelry, legal papers, and cremated remains inside their instruments because pianos were large enough to carry a household's private history. When the instruments were seized, transported, and dismantled, those hidden things remained. The railway had not merely stolen wood. It had built the modern carriages from containers of memory. A melody began behind him. Julian's Etude. One suspended piano action played it by itself, its hammers striking empty air. Theo watched each lever move with the precision of invisible fingers. The final unfinished measure repeated. Then one hammer struck sideways, pointing toward a stack of soundboards laid flat against the wall. Theo pulled them apart. The third board was darker than the others, its grain familiar beneath soot and varnish. Near the base bridge ran a long diagonal gouge, deep at one end and narrowing into a pale scratch. Theo knew that mark. It had been made when Julian, aged 12, dropped Theo's tuning wrench across the family piano. Their father had filled the wound with dark wax, but never completely concealed it. The Mercer piano had been sold after Julian's fall. Theo had been told it went to a school in Kent. He touched the gouge. The entire chamber answered with the sound of someone falling downstairs. Beneath his fingertips, fresh letters rose through the blackened wood. The instrument remembers who pushed him. The words remained visible in the soundboard until Theo lifted his hand. Then they sank back into the grain. Elise stood behind him, one hand braced against a hanging piano action. That cannot be your family's instrument. Theo did not answer. He was looking at the diagonal gouge, at the wax his father had pressed into it with the back of a teaspoon, at the pale line where the repair had never taken. No restorer could have reproduced that accident. He pulled the soundboard forward. Behind it, concealed in a narrow recess, was a metal records drawer bearing the same railway crest embossed on Pembroke's vanished ticket. Inside lay maintenance ledgers bound in cracked black cloth. The earliest entries were handwritten in several languages. Later pages had been typed, categorized, and reduced to inventory numbers. Theo turned them carefully while Elise held the lamp. The language changed over the decades, but the work did not. Confiscated instruments became abandoned property. Abandoned property became unclaimed material. Unclaimed material became salvage. Hundreds of pianos had passed through railway depots across Europe. Some had traveled with their owners until the owners were removed. Others had been collected from emptied homes. Uprights, baby grands, harmoniums, children's practice instruments, each reduced to weight, wood type, metal value, and condition. The most recent ledger carried the insignia of the Vienna Night Express. Theo found photographs clipped between its pages. They showed the modern carriages during restoration, stripped to their steel frames, then lined with walnut, mahogany, spruce, and maple taken from dismantled instruments. Soundboards had become wall panels. Fallboards had been cut into tables. Piano legs supported bar counters. Ivory key slips had been ground into decorative inlay. The captions praised historic European craftsmanship. No family names appeared. They knew, Theo said. Elise shook her head. The restoration company may have known. That does not mean the railway understood. Theo pointed to a typed memorandum. Acoustic complaints are to be classified as carriage vibration. Passenger references to music, voices, or personal names must not be entered into standard incident reports. Below it, in handwriting, someone had added, "Do not allow a tuner to test the full bass range before departure." Elise read the line twice. Above them, somewhere inside the train, the lowest A sounded. The chamber shuddered. Near the back of the drawer, Theo found a thin folder labeled Domestic Acquisitions British Islas. The pages listed instruments purchased through estate clearances, schools, private dealers, and medical settlements. His fingers stopped on a familiar address, the Mercer family home. The record was dated 6 weeks after Julian's fall. Rosewood Grand, late 19th century. Action damaged. Base bridge stable. Seller requests immediate removal due to distress associated with accident on premises. Instrument transferred to Continental Salvage Group following rejection by educational buyer. The school in Kent had never received it. His father had lied. Or Theo had accepted the story because it removed the piano before Julian returned from hospital. Attached to the record was a tuning card in Theo's own handwriting. At 19, he had recorded his final service and noted that the lowest bass string drifted flat in damp weather. Beneath it, in another hand, someone had added, "Primary memory retained in casework. Subject avoids lower register." Elise whispered. Subject, the hanging actions began moving one after another. Not music at first. Breathing. 100 wooden mechanisms inhaling through felt and dust. Theo remembered arriving at the Gare de l'Est that evening. The train had been dark, its doors unopened. But as he crossed the platform, he had heard one faint note from inside. He had blamed a porter dropping metal. Then, before Elise introduced herself, she had called him Mr. Mercer without checking her clipboard. At the time, he had thought the railway company efficient. Now he saw another page beneath the tuning card. It was a passenger assessment prepared before his commission had been offered. Theodore Mercer, former performer, familial injury unresolved, high auditory sensitivity, suitable for activation and public completion. The date at the top was 3 months earlier. They didn't hire me to tune the piano, Theo said. From the walls above came Julian's unfinished etude, traveling carriage by carriage toward them. The final line on Theo's assessment had been underlined twice. The instrument has been listening for him since Paris. The final line on the assessment blurred as the maintenance chamber began to resonate. Not shake, resonate. Every soundboard stacked against the wall took up a different frequency. The hanging actions answered with dry wooden clicks. Bass strings buried somewhere inside the carriage frames awakened one by one, until the chamber seemed to contain an orchestra tuning beneath the floor of the world. Theo covered his ears. The music entered through his bones. Julian's etude began with the exercises their first teacher had assigned them as children. Scales in contrary motion. 4-note patterns. Slow repetitions for the weaker fingers. The phrases traveled between the suspended mechanisms, stripped of warmth and expression. Practice without pleasure. Discipline without music. Theo recognized his own voice inside the rhythm. Again. Slower. You missed it. Again. The exercises changed. A lighter melody appeared above them. Bright and instinctive, Julian had invented it at 15 while waiting for Theo to finish a lesson. He had played it once, laughing, and their teacher had stopped writing in Theo's score. That, she had said, looking at Julian, is what cannot be taught. Theo had remembered the remark incorrectly for years. He had told himself she meant carelessness, immaturity, a lack of discipline that would eventually ruin Julian. The train played the truth. Envy entered the composition as a low, repeated note. It followed every one of Julian's phrases. Theo staggered toward the ladder, but the hatch above had closed. Elise pulled at the locking wheel. It would not move. Theo, she said. What is it showing you? Nothing. The word barely left him before the chamber struck a violent downward run. 3 impacts followed. Shoulder, hip, head. The soundboards repeated them, each time louder. Beneath the 3rd impact came a 4th noise Theo had erased completely, the soft scrape of his own shoe against the academy floor. Not the Mercer house, not the loose runner, the academy staircase. The memory opened. Julian stood at the top, landing beneath a tall window streaked with winter rain. He wore the red scarf because the building's heating had failed again. In one hand, he held the score for his conservatory audition. Theo had found the page where their teacher had written, "Julian possesses the rarer gift." He had asked his brother whether he believed it. Julian had tried to laugh. Theo blocked the stares. For years, he had remembered an argument without words, a blur of raised voices and accidental movement. Now the train restored every detail with merciless precision. "You've had everything first," Julian said. "Lessons, competitions, father's attention, even the piano. And you think you deserve it because one teacher praises you? I think you're afraid she's right." The etude paused. Theo heard his own breathing from 23 years earlier. Julian stepped around him. Theo seized the red scarf. Julian twisted free and said, "You play like you want the audience punished." Theo pushed him. Not hard, he had told himself. Not deliberately, he had insisted. But the music held no ambiguity. Both hands had struck Julian's chest. The score flew upward. Julian's face changed before his body fell. Surprise first, then understanding. He knew. The 3 impacts shook ash from the ceiling. Theo dropped to his knees. After the fall, the academy caretaker, Mr. Bell, had been accused of failing to secure the stair carpet. Their teacher, Helena Ward, was blamed for leaving students unsupervised after hours. Bell lost his position. Ward resigned before the inquiry ended. Theo had said nothing. He had sat beside Julian's hospital bed while their parents discussed negligence and lawsuits. When Julian finally woke, his speech was slow, his memory fractured. He asked Theo why his red scarf was missing. Theo told him it had been cut away by paramedics. The chamber filled with the sound of paper unfolding. Pages emerged from the gaps between the dismantled instruments. Incident statements, legal correspondence, medical reports, and 2 unsigned letters from Helena Ward insisting that Theo had been present. His father had suppressed them. His mother had begged the academy to preserve the family's reputation. Theo had allowed 2 innocent people to carry the blame because confession would have destroyed the identity he valued more than his brother. The music stopped. In the silence, the hatch above opened. Beyond it was not the corridor. A concert hall waited in darkness, filled with seated passengers. Every piano from the train stood upon the stage, joined together by strips of salvaged wood. At the center waited the Mercer Grand. On its music stand lay Julian's completed etude. Theo approached it. The final page was written in his own handwriting. Across the top, where a title should have been, were the words, "Play what happened, and let them decide who leaves the train." The concert hall had no walls beyond the reach of the lamps. Rows of passengers sat beneath a darkness that did not belong to any carriage Theo had seen. Odette Lemaire occupied the front row, hands folded over her cane. Emile Krauss sat apart from his wife. The surgeon stared at the floor. The young art dealer held her wrists as if restraining someone else's hands. Elise stood beside Theo at the edge of the stage. "Do not play it," a man said. He stepped from behind the Mercer Grand wearing a midnight blue railway uniform trimmed in silver. His gold badge read Adrian Vautrin, Executive Director. Theo had seen his signature on the restoration memoranda. Vautrin placed a black case on the piano lid. Inside lay felt wedges, wire cutters, a tuning hammer, and a brass key. "The instruments can be silenced," he said. "Temporarily. You knew what the carriages were made from. I knew what the company acquired. Families' pianos, letters, ashes, materials purchased through legal channels long after the war." Vautrin's expression remained calm. Every railway inherits what earlier generations transported. Freight, soldiers, refugees, regret. We cannot be responsible for everything the tracks remember. The lowest A sounded without being touched. Vautrin looked at Theo. Leave the final page unfinished. The train will arrive. You will step off in Vienna, and your name will disappear from our records. And the passengers, those who have not completed their pieces, may continue traveling. A murmur moved through the seats. Theo understood. The train did not live on truth. It lived on truth-delayed confessions heavy enough to keep its wheels turning. Vautrin lifted the brass key. Your brother survived. What good does confession do him now? For years, Theo had asked himself the same question. He had called silence mercy because cowardice sounded uglier. He sat at the piano. The opening exercises appeared beneath his fingers, severe and mechanical. Around him, the other instruments joined. At the first variation, Odette's lullaby rose through the upper register. She cried out and confessed that the child on the wartime train had been her daughter, not her sister as the papers claimed. Odette had denied motherhood to secure passage under a younger woman's identity. During an inspection, she had left the girl with strangers and never returned for her. A door appeared behind Odette's seat. It opened onto a railway platform where a small child waited beneath falling snow. Odette remained seated, forced to watch. The second movement became Emil's wedding dance. He admitted that his first wife had not died before his second marriage. He had abandoned her in a private clinic and bribed a physician to certify her incapable of contact. His wife stood and moved away from him. The hospital pulse followed. The surgeon confessed that he had altered an operating report to protect a colleague, allowing a young patient's death to be blamed on a nurse who later took her own life. With every confession, the hall widened. Doors appeared behind those who spoke, each marked with a name they had refused to remember. None led to freedom. Each opened onto the moment of betrayal. Vautrin moved behind Theo and inserted the brass key into the Mercer piano. 3 hammers locked. Theo's next chord failed beneath his fingers, but the missing notes sounded through the walls. Elise seized Vautrin's wrist. He struck her aside, and the black case fell open. A manifest was fixed inside its lid. Vautrin's name stood at the top. Beneath it, in gray handwriting, were the words, "Confession deferred, 31 years." A child's counting song began below the stage. Vautrin's face collapsed. No. Theo reached the final movement. Julian's melody returned, bright and unguarded. Beneath it came the scrape of Theo's shoe, the pull of the red scarf, and the double impact of his palms against Julian's chest. Theo spoke while he played. I pushed him. The words traveled through every piano. I knew he was better. I wanted him frightened. I wanted him hurt. And when he fell, I let innocent people carry what I had done. The final page waited. Vautrin lunged for the score. Theo struck its first chord. Every door in the hall flew open at once. Hundreds of voices poured through them, speaking buried names, dates, accusations, and promises. The train began to slow. Then Julian's voice sounded beside Theo's ear. Don't stop before the part you still haven't confessed. Theo's hands remained above the keys. Around him, hundreds of open doors revealed rooms, platforms, hospital wards, snow-covered roads, and abandoned houses. The voices of the forgotten crowded the concert hall. Yet Julian's whisper reached him clearly. Don't stop before the part you still haven't confessed. Theo looked down at the final page. The notes had changed. Between the last 2 chords lay a measure containing only rests, silence written with exact duration. He understood. After Julian struck the bottom of the academy stairs, he had still been conscious. Theo had stood on the landing, listening to his brother breathe. Julian tried to move. One hand scraped weakly against the floorboards. His audition score had fallen halfway down the staircase. Its pages spread beneath the banister. Theo descended slowly. He did not call for help. First, he gathered the score. He removed Helena Ward's written assessment praising Julian's gift, folded it into his coat, and returned the remaining pages to Julian's case. Then he took the red scarf from where it had caught around the railing. Julian watched him. "Thou," he whispered. Theo had remained silent until Julian's eyes closed. Only then did he shout. At the piano, Theo let the written rests pass without sound. Every passenger heard what the silence contained, the weight, the concealment, and the decision made while an injured boy asked his brother to stay. "I wanted enough time to remove the evidence," Theo said. His voice broke across the hall. "I heard him calling me, and I chose my future before I chose his life." The Mercer piano trembled beneath his hands. In the front row, Odette's waiting platform vanished into snow. Emil's empty clinic room darkened. The surgeon's hospital door closed upon the name of the nurse he had betrayed. One by one, the passengers disappeared. They did not scream. Their seats simply released the warmth of their bodies, leaving coats folded across cushions, glasses unfinished, and tickets turning blank in their pockets. Elise stood beside the stage. "What happens to them?" she asked. Theo looked toward the empty rows. "They go where they left someone else." Adrian Vautrin backed away from the piano. The counting song beneath the stage grew louder. A boy's voice counted railway wagons. Vautrin covered his ears. "I was not responsible for the original transports." "No," Elise said. "Only for what came after." The manifest inside the fallen case began turning its own pages. It listed missing passengers, dismissed employees, unexplained acoustic incidents, and the names of previous tuners hired to investigate the instruments. Vautrin had classified every disappearance as voluntary departure. He had ordered letters and ashes removed from the carriages whenever they surfaced. He had preserved the salvaged interiors because wealthy passengers spoke of the train's atmosphere, its sense of history, its almost living warmth. 31 years earlier, Vautrin had heard the counting song and refused to acknowledge the brother he had abandoned during an evacuation. The darkness behind him opened into a crowded station. A small boy stood between soldiers, counting carriages and waiting for Vautrin to return. Vautrin whispered his brother's name. The stage swallowed him before he could say it twice. Only Theo and Elise remained. The final chord waited beneath Theo's hands. "Will completing it stop the train?" Elise asked. "No." The answer came from every instrument. Theo now understood that the train had never asked to be stopped. It wanted the stolen memories returned to the world, not buried in wood, legal language, or private shame. He played the chord. The sound was not loud. It was vast. The concert hall collapsed into the interior of the Salon Étoile. Dawn pressed pale light against the windows. The train moved gently now, wheels tapping over the rails with the rhythm Julian had used in childhood. Elise stood near the bar. Theo sat at the Steinway. For one breath, he imagined Vienna approaching and Julian waiting beyond the platform. Then the lowest A sank beneath all hearing. The Vienna Night Express entered the station and stopped. Railway staff opened the doors. Every carriage was empty. Breakfast remained warm in the dining car. Beds were disturbed. Luggage stood neatly beneath brass racks. On the salon stage, the Mercer piano waited with its lid raised. The bench before it was vacant. Before evening, complaints reached police from houses, hotels, schools, theaters, and music shops throughout Vienna. Pianos were playing without hands, not melodies, only a steady, repeating beat from their lowest keys. The rhythm traveled outward through the city like wheels crossing rail joints, carrying the names of the forgotten toward every room where someone still believed silence could erase what they had done. Some instruments are built to preserve music. Others preserve the hands that played them, the rooms they stood in, and the truths spoken or withheld beside them. Theo believed silence could protect a life, but silence was the most honest measure in his final performance. Perhaps confession does not undo harm. Perhaps it only returns a stolen burden to the person who should have carried it all along. And when the pianos began sounding throughout Vienna, were they spreading a curse or simply giving every buried truth another chance to be heard? Story 6. By the time Ruth Calder reached Black Glass Lookout, the western sky had turned the color of old brass. The tower stood above the Oregon wilderness on 4 rust-streaked legs. Its square cab balanced over miles of pine, fear, and burned country. From the access road, it had looked fragile enough to be carried off by weather. Up close, it seemed less like a building than an instrument, something erected to measure distances no human being was meant to see. Ruth parked beside the service shed and switched off the engine. Silence pressed against the truck windows. No aircraft, no jays, only heat ticking beneath the hood and dry grass whispering along the ridge. On the passenger seat lay her assignment packet, Black Glass Seasonal Observation Post. Report all visible smoke. Verify before dispatch. She had read those lines so often during the drive that they had begun to sound accusatory. The climb to the cab was 122 steps. Ruth counted because counting kept her from looking down. At 46, she was still strong enough for field work, but the ladder flexed under her boots. Every few landings, she paused and watched the forest widen beneath her. Beyond the southern ridge lay the district office where, 11 months earlier, she had testified that Owen Vey altered a detection model during an active fire. She had brought printed logs and answered every question. Owen denied it. The review board dismissed him anyway. 3 weeks later, an audit found that the file bearing his credentials had been created while he was unconscious in a medical helicopter. By then, the agency had issued no apology. Neither had Ruth. At the top, the cab door opened with a sigh of swollen wood. Inside waited a cot, propane burner, radio console, circular fire finder, and windows on all 4 sides. Dust filled the corners, but the center of the room was unnaturally clean. A pale ring marked the floor around the fire finder, as if someone had dragged it in slow circles. The room smelled of warm plywood, mouse droppings, and rain striking stone after drought. Pinned above the radio was a handwritten note. Do not report smoke until it has a shadow. No signature. Ruth removed it. The paper was brittle, but the pencil marks were dark and fresh. Very funny, she said. The radio check connected her to dispatcher Hallie Prent. Black Glass. Confirm occupancy. Black Glass occupied. Visibility. Ruth scanned the horizon. Haze west. Thunderheads far east. No smoke. 25 miles. Maybe 30 north. Copy. Forecasting shows low ignition risk in your sector. Quiet first night. The words should have comforted her. The same system had predicted low risk the afternoon Owen was accused of manipulating it. She signed the station log, tested the emergency beacon, and unfolded the regional map. Black Glass Mountain sat among contour lines and numbered drainages. Someone had drawn a thin red circle around the tower in wax pencil. Ruth rubbed it with her thumb. The mark did not smear. Near sunset, the forest lost its depth. Ridges flattened into blue layers. The windows reflected the cab interior over the darkening land, making the cot and radio appear to float among the trees. Ruth prepared coffee. She was rinsing the cup when a pale flash appeared in the northwest window. Not lightning. She crossed to the firefinder and raised the binoculars. A column of smoke stood beyond Granite Basin, perhaps 18 miles away. It was white at the base and black above. Ruth adjusted the focus. There were shapes inside it. At first, she took them for wind shear, ragged openings forming and closing. Then one became a roofline. Another formed tall windows. A third resembled a person running with both arms raised. Though Granite Basin had no buildings and no road, Ruth lowered the binoculars. The horizon was clear. She raised them again. The smoke had widened. The impossible building inside it now had 5 floors. And behind an upper window stood a woman holding an infant. Ruth reached for the radio. Before she could transmit, the woman turned and looked directly through the binoculars at her. Then she lifted one hand and pointed behind Ruth. Ruth turned so quickly that the binocular strap struck her cheek. Nothing stood behind her. The cot was empty. The propane burner hissed beneath the coffee pot. The western windows held only her reflection, pale and narrow between the dark panes. She crossed the cab in 3 strides and opened the door. The staircase dropped into shadow. No boots moved on the landings. No animal scratched beneath the tower. Far below, her truck remained where she had left it, its windshield catching the last red light. When she stepped back inside, the smell had changed. Ash, not the dusty, harmless scent of an old fireplace, but the wet mineral odor left after crews drowned a burn. It came from the center of the room. A gray shape lay on the boards beside the firefinder. It resembled the outline left when a person rose from deep snow. Shoulders, hips, one arm bent across the chest. Fine ash filled the grain of the floor, and tiny black flakes clung to the boards around it. Ruth crouched without touching it. Heat pressed against her face. She held the back of her hand above the shape. Warmth rose from it in slow waves. Although the room had begun to cool, at the edge of the outline, the ash had gathered into 5 narrow marks like fingers. The radio crackled. Black glass. Status check. Ruth looked toward the northwest window. The smoke was gone. Even through the binoculars. Black glass secure, she said. No visible ignition. Her voice sounded too measured. Hallie did not notice. Copy. Evening scan complete. Ruth considered mentioning the plume. Instead, she swept the ash into an empty coffee tin, sealed it, and placed it beneath the sink. The note above the radio returned to her mind. Do not report smoke until it has a shadow. She slept badly. Throughout the night, something moved around the tower at ground level. Each circuit took the same amount of time, a faint brushing through dry grass, a pause beneath the stairs. Then another circuit. Ruth lay awake, counting until the pattern entered her dreams. In the dream, the woman from the burning building climbed the tower with the infant against her shoulder. She never looked up. With every landing she passed, the child grew older, while the woman became thinner and more badly burned. Ruth woke before dawn with her hand gripping the radio microphone. The first full day at Black Glass arrived cloudless and sharp. In daylight, the wilderness appeared ordinary enough to make the previous evening feel embarrassing. Ruth photographed the floor, but the human outline had vanished. Only a faint discoloration remained, no larger than a boot scuff. The coffee tin under the sink was empty. She conducted the morning survey, recorded temperature and wind direction, and checked the lightning map. No strikes had occurred near Granite Basin. No fire crews had been dispatched. The forecasting system still listed the area as low risk. At mid-morning, Hallie called to ask whether Ruth had transmitted anything during the night. No. We received a carrier signal from Black Glass just after midnight. No voice. Electrical interference. That was my guess. Ruth glanced at the microphone in her hand. A thin line of ash marked the place where her fingers had rested. After the call, she opened the station log. The book contained years of weather observations, equipment failures, and reports written by observers whose names she did not recognize. Several pages had been removed. Others bore circular scorch marks, as though someone had set down hot cups in precisely the same place. Her own entry from the previous afternoon appeared near the bottom of the latest page. Arrived. Visibility good. No smoke. Below it was another report. Ruth first assumed she had written it while half asleep. The handwriting matched hers perfectly. The compressed capital letters, the hooktail on every R. The habit of pressing harder when writing place names, but the entry was dated 3 days ahead. Smoke sighted northwest of Granite Basin. White column turning black. Structure visible. Inside plume. 1 adult female. 1 infant. Report withheld pending shadow confirmation. Beneath that, in the same handwriting, someone had added a final sentence. The woman reaches the tower at sunset, but the child does not. Ruth read the final sentence 3 times. The woman reaches the tower at sunset, but the child does not. She touched the ink. It was dry. For several minutes, she stood beside the station log while the morning light moved across the page. The handwriting did not become less familiar. Even the slight drag where her wrist tended to catch on paper was there. Ruth tore out neither the page nor the prediction. Instead, she photographed the entry, uploaded the image to the district archive, and called Hallie. I need to report a possible smoke sighting from last evening. There was a pause. You said there was no ignition. I couldn't confirm it with the naked eye. What could you confirm? Ruth looked toward Granite Basin. A white column turning black. Possible structure involvement. Structure? There are no structures in that drainage. I know. She did not mention the woman or the infant. Hallie dispatched a ground crew and requested an aerial pass. Ruth watched the yellow aircraft cross the western ridges, circle Granite Basin twice, and return east without changing altitude. The crew reached the drainage late that afternoon. They found no smoke, no heat signature, no lightning strike, no burned vegetation. The soil beneath the place Ruth identified was cool and moist beneath the duff. The only ash came from a controlled burn conducted more than 40 years earlier. Hallie's voice remained professional when she relayed the findings, but Ruth heard the restraint inside it. Could the plume have been cloud shadow? No. Dust? No. A reflection in the binoculars? Ruth considered the woman's lifted hand. Possibly. That answer satisfied the district because it allowed the report to become equipment error rather than human error. A replacement pair of binoculars was scheduled for delivery. Ruth was told to continue observations. The dated entry remained in the station log. On the day it described, Ruth woke to find a thin layer of gray powder across the windowsills. The forest outside was green and still. No wind had entered the cab. She wiped the ash away and watched Granite Basin until her eyes watered. Nothing happened. By late afternoon, she began to feel foolish. The log was a prank. Perhaps written with tracing paper by an earlier observer who knew the shape of her handwriting from district forms. The ash could have come through gaps in the walls. The plume might have been glare inside the lenses. Ruth repeated these explanations until sunset stained the western ridges. Then the radio began transmitting a sound like someone breathing through wet cloth. Black glass to district. Static answered. She tried again. A figure appeared at the edge of the trees below the tower. At first, Ruth mistook it for a deer. It moved unevenly, falling against trunks and pushing itself upright. Then it entered the clearing. A woman. She wore torn hiking trousers and a white shirt darkened by sweat. Her hair hung across her face. Both arms were wrapped around a bundle pressed to her chest. Ruth ran down the stairs. By the time she reached the ground, the woman had crossed half the clearing. Her bare feet were bleeding. Pine needles clung to her clothes. She held an infant wrapped in a silver emergency blanket. "Help me," the woman said. Ruth caught her before she fell. The infant made a small, irritated sound. Alive. The woman's name was Elise Marr. She had entered Granite Basin 2 days earlier with her 6-month-old son after taking the wrong trail from a campground more than 20 miles away. Search teams had been looking in the opposite direction because her vehicle was found near a southern trailhead. Ruth guided her toward the tower steps. "You're safe now." Elise stared up at the cab. No. Her pupils were unequal. Blood began running from her left nostril. Ruth lowered her carefully to the ground and called emergency dispatch. Elise tried to speak, but the words collapsed into breath. Her right hand released the blanket and clawed weakly at Ruth's sleeve. The infant started crying. Elise died before the helicopter arrived. The medical examiner later identified a ruptured cerebral aneurysm, undiagnosed and unrelated to exposure. Smoke or fire. At dusk, after rescuers carried Elise's body away and her son had been taken to the hospital, Ruth climbed back into the empty lookout. The station log lay open. The future entry had changed. The original final sentence was gone. In its place, written in Ruth's hand, were 4 new words. The first one arrived. Ruth stared at the 4 words until the letters seemed to sink into the paper. She photographed the altered entry again. Both versions remained on her phone. In the first image, the sentence about Elise and her child was intact. In the second, the page bore no mark where those words had been erased. The ink fibers beneath the replacement were unbroken, as if the log had always predicted something else. Hallie called shortly after sunrise. "Elise Marr's family wants to thank you." Ruth looked at the empty coffee tin beneath the sink. "I didn't save her. You saved the baby." The distinction felt too much like the one made by the log. At noon, a district notice arrived through the data terminal. A maintenance technician would visit Black Glass the following day to inspect the binoculars, radio mast, and loose stair braces. Technician, Calvin Rusk. The attached photograph showed a broad-shouldered man with a shaved head and a yellow climbing harness over his gray shirt. Near mid-afternoon, a pale column appeared above the southeastern ridge. The air trembled in a narrow vertical line, though the trees below remained still. Through the binoculars, the column became smoke-dense, black, and rising against the wind. Something revolved inside it. A man was falling through the plume. He did not fall once. His body descended from the top of the smoke, vanished near the trees, then reappeared above. Each repetition revealed another detail: heavy boots, gray shirt, yellow straps crossing his chest. On the fifth fall, the man turned toward the tower. Calvin Rusk's face emerged from the smoke, eyes open, mouth stretched around, a warning Ruth could not hear. She lowered the binoculars. The southeastern sky was clear. The old note returned to her. Do not report smoke until it has a shadow. Ruth moved to the western window. The sun stood behind her, but the phantom column cast no darkness on the forest. Yet Elise had arrived, whether Ruth reported her or not. She keyed the radio. Black glass to district. Possible smoke. Southeast sector. Beyond Juniper Spur. Hallie answered. Visible column. Only through magnification. Are you confirming an ignition? Ruth looked again. Calvin continued falling. I am reporting a probable ignition. The district terminal chimed before Hallie finished acknowledging her. A forecasting panel opened automatically. Juniper Spur had been listed at 12% ignition probability that morning. As Ruth watched, the figure changed to 31%, then 58, then 86. The update time appeared beneath the graph. It was stamped several seconds after her transmission. Ruth checked the forecast cache. No wind shift. Lightning activity. Humidity change. Or temperature spike had been added. The only new data point was her report. Hallie, did the model just revise Juniper Spur? It updates continuously. Based on what? Field observations are part of the input. My observation didn't confirm a fire. You called it probable. Outside. The smoke collapsed into itself. By evening, an engine crew had crossed Juniper Spur and found nothing. Hallie recorded the incident as a second optical anomaly. The model, however, kept the probability at 86%. Calvin arrived the next morning. He was younger than his photograph and spoke with the patient cheerfulness of someone accustomed to calming isolated tower staff. He inspected the binoculars, found no damaged lenses, and tightened 2 braces beneath the upper landing. Ruth watched the yellow harness across his back. Don't climb the radio mast, she said. Calvin glanced upward. Wasn't planning to. Then leave it. He smiled uncertainly. Work order says inspect all elevated fittings. The accident happened without drama. A steel bracket beneath the cab sheared as Calvin leaned against it. His safety line held. But the broken brace swung down and struck the stair rail. A length of corroded metal tore free above him. Ruth heard one impact, then the clatter of tools falling through the landings. Calvin's body dropped only 12 feet. The medical report would later call his death an unlikely cervical fracture caused by the angle of the harness arrest. He never touched the ground. After the rescue crew left, Ruth opened the forecasting panel. Juniper Spur's fire probability had returned to 12%. Beside the reduction was a system note she had never seen before. Projected loss successfully reallocated. Ruth read the system note until the words no longer seemed administrative. Reallocated from what? To whom? The forecast panel offered no explanation. When she tried to open the event history, the terminal returned an error, then restarted with Calvin's name removed from the maintenance schedule. His visit no longer appeared in the tower log. The work order had vanished from her messages. Only the broken bracket remained beneath the cab. Ruth photographed it from 3 angles. By morning, the bracket was whole again. The weld showed no fresh metal. The stair rail bore no dent. When she called the district office, Hallie answered in the same bright tone she had used the previous day. Black glass. Morning status. Ruth gripped the radio microphone. Has Calvin Rusk's family been notified? Silence followed. Who? The technician who died here yesterday. No technician was scheduled for black glass. Ruth looked at the tools lying beside the service shed. Calvin's yellow hard hat rested on top of them. You dispatched him. Ruth, there hasn't been an incident report from your station. I watched the recovery crew carry him out. Hallie lowered her voice. Are you sleeping? Ruth ended the transmission. She marked the date in her notebook, then checked the station calendar. It showed the previous day. Outside, the morning repeated itself. The same hawk circled the northern ridge. The same gust rattled the loose pane above the sink. At mid-morning, Hallie radioed to ask whether Ruth had transmitted anything during the night, using precisely the same words and pauses as before. Ruth answered differently. Hallie still gave the same reply. That was my guess. By noon, Ruth found herself listening for a script hidden beneath every conversation. She wrote Hallie's sentences down. When the dispatcher called again an hour later, the exchange repeated from the beginning. Except Hallie denied having spoken to her earlier. The regional map had changed as well. A road now crossed Granite Basin where no road had existed. Near Juniper Spur, a rectangular gray shape had appeared beside a label reading Proposed District Training Center. Ruth checked the construction database. No such project had been approved. Through the western windows, the basin remained uninterrupted forest. Through the binoculars, the building was already there. It rose 5 stories above the trees. Its unfinished concrete walls opened to the weather. Smoke poured from the vacant windows. Inside, shadowy people moved through rooms that had no floors. Ruth lowered the binoculars. Nothing. She raised them again. The training center was complete now. Surrounded by vehicles and bright flags, fire moved across its roof, while dozens of people stood outside watching without attempting to flee. Over the next 2 days, or what Ruth believed were 2 days, the maps altered repeatedly. A visitor lodge appeared along the northern ridge. A communications tower rose above a drainage marked for logging. Rows of identical houses filled a meadow where elk had grazed the previous evening. Every structure existed only through the lenses. Every structure eventually burned. Ruth stopped reporting the plumes. The forecasting system responded by opening alerts on its own. Observation delay detected. Unresolved probability accumulating. At night, radio static formed fragments of conversations she had already had. Hallie asked about Calvin. Owen denied altering the model. Ruth heard her own testimony before the review board. Her voice calm and absolute. The credentials were his. The changes originated from his access. Each time the recording repeated, another sentence appeared beneath it, spoken in her voice, but never included in the official transcript. I did not examine the recovery file. I was advised not to delay the hearing. I knew the timestamp was impossible. Ruth unplugged the radio. Her testimony continued from the speaker. On what she believed was the 4th evening, a dark plume rose directly west of Black Glass. It was broader than the others. Its upper edge curved like a wall closing around the mountain. Ruth resisted the binoculars until the light began to fail. Then she looked. A road burned inside the smoke. Along it stood people she recognized from district meetings, review hearings, and fire investigations. None moved. All watched something approaching from within the flames. Owen Vey walked toward the tower. He looked thinner than Ruth remembered, but alive. His face carried none of the bitterness she had imagined in the months after his dismissal. He held a red folder against his chest. Ruth adjusted the focus. Her signature covered the front. Not once, hundreds of times. Owen stopped inside the fire and opened the folder. The first page was a suppression order authorizing the removal of predictive system evidence from the official review. At the bottom appeared Ruth Calder's name. Behind her, the station log turned a page by itself. Owen looked directly through the lenses and silently formed 4 words. "You already signed it." Ruth lowered the binoculars so quickly that the lenses struck the firefinder. The western horizon was empty. No burning road. No Owen. No folder. Behind her, the station log lay open to a page she had never seen. Her signature filled the margins in black ink. Each version slightly different, as if practiced by someone learning to become her. Ruth closed the book and carried it outside. The service shed stood 20 yards from the tower, half buried in dry grass. Its padlock had been painted red, though the paint was fresh over deep rust. She had tried the key on her assignment ring when she arrived. It had not fit. Now the lock was warm. Ruth struck it with the emergency axe until the clasp tore free. Inside, the shed contained a fuel drum, spare insulators, coils of wire, and a workbench filmed with dust. Nothing suggested a hidden chamber. Then she noticed that the dust stopped in a perfect rectangle beneath the bench. She dragged it aside. A steel hatch was set into the concrete floor. Black glass forecasting access. Authorized personnel only. Decommissioned. The handle bore fingerprints pressed into old soot. Ruth lifted it. A square shaft descended beneath the mountain. Iron rungs vanished into darkness, and cold air rose from below carrying the scent of charcoal. Whetstone and something medicinal. She took a flashlight, the axe, and Owen's imagined folder from memory. The ladder descended farther than the height of the tower. The walls changed from poured concrete to exposed rock. Then to black soil, packed in visible layers. Charcoal bands ran through the earth like rings in burned wood. In some layers, Ruth saw animal bones. In others, fragments of woven baskets, rusted nails, and glass. The shaft opened into a circular chamber. Banks of obsolete equipment curved around the walls, reel-to-reel recorders, weather terminals, copper relays, and early computer consoles with dead green screens. Thick cables disappeared into the floor. At the center stood another firefinder. This one had no map. Its metal siding ring surrounded a shallow pit filled with blackened stones. Ruth swept her flashlight across the chamber. Shelves held labeled evidence boxes, confiscated burning implements, unlicensed ignition materials, cultural objects, non-essential. Inside were cedar torches, flint strikers, carved fire paddles, woven bark bundles, and hand tools polished by long use. None resembled weapons. A series of photographs had been pinned to a corkboard. The earliest showed families standing along the ridge where black glass now rose. Behind them, low controlled fires moved through grass and pine litter in narrow, deliberate lines. Later photographs showed uniformed officers removing the same people from their homes. One typed report described the community as an obstruction to modern suppression policy. Another recorded the seizure of ceremonial tools used in seasonal burning. A third blamed native negligence for a catastrophic fire that occurred 6 years after the removals. Ruth read the dates twice. The land had burned more severely only after no one was allowed to tend it. A map beneath the report showed dozens of small burn sites across the mountain. Each had been crossed out in red pencil. Over them, engineers had drawn the foundations of the lookout tower and the underground chamber in a cabinet marked forecasting trials. Ruth found binders documenting the first experiments at Black Glass. The earliest models did not calculate weather risk. They compared predicted fires with fires that failed to occur. One phrase repeated across decades of reports: suppressed event retention. A handwritten note in the margin read, "Fire denied is not fire destroyed. It remains available." Ruth turned the page. The next document listed human consequences assigned to retained events: displacement, injury, structural loss, fatality. Beside each was a column labeled reallocation target. Names had been added by hand: Elise Marr, Calvin Rusk. Other names stretched back for generations. At the bottom of the final page, Ruth found Owen Vey. His target status had been crossed out. Beside it, someone had written, "Observer substitute approved." Ruth heard a relay click behind her. The dead consoles awakened one by one, filling the chamber with dim green light. On the nearest screen appeared a live view of the lookout cab above. Ruth was visible inside it, standing at the western window with the binoculars raised. The woman on the screen slowly turned toward the hidden camera. She was Ruth, but she had no eyes. Where they should have been. Two small columns of smoke rose into the room. The eyeless woman on the screen lifted one hand from the binoculars. Ruth did the same without meaning to. Smoke spilled from her double sockets. The image stuttered. For one frame, Owen stood behind her. Then the screen went black. A tape machine began turning at the far end of the chamber. Ruth followed the sound to a shelf behind the main console. A portable recorder sat inside an empty equipment case. Masking tape across the lid bore two words in Owen's handwriting: for Ruth. She pressed play. Static filled the chamber, followed by Owen's voice. "If you're hearing this, they put you in the tower." He sounded tired, not frightened. That hurt more. The system is not predictive. Prediction was only the language they used to fund it. Owen explained that every weather model produced thousands of possible outcomes: lightning that might strike, wind that might shift, fires that might begin. Ordinary forecasting discarded most of those possibilities as uncertainty. Black Glass stored them. The underground equipment concentrated unrealized events around the mountain, using the old burn sites as a containment pattern. The community's seasonal fires had once released heat in small, deliberate cycles. After authorities banned the practice, the pattern was inverted. Possibility accumulated instead of passing through. "The binoculars are the final instrument," Owen said. "They don't show what will happen. They show what can still be made to happen." A relay clicked beneath the floor. When an observer identifies one possibility and reports it, the system assigns weight. Attention becomes selection. Selection becomes fact. Elise had not died in a fire. Calvin had not fallen through smoke. The system had chosen the loss, then found the nearest available form in which to deliver it. Projected loss successfully reallocated. Ruth stopped the tape, then forced herself to continue. Owen described comparing forecast revisions with fatal incidents unrelated to wildfire. He tried to shut the program down. District officials accused him of manipulating the model before he could present the evidence. "I thought your testimony would save me," he said. "You had the recovery logs." Ruth remembered the hearing room and the board members avoiding Owen's face. A recovery file had been placed beside her testimony packet. She had opened it and seen that Owen's credentials were active from a terminal he could not have reached. She had also seen an internal memo advising witnesses to answer only the questions asked. No one had asked about the recovery file, so Ruth had said nothing. The omission had felt clean because it contained no lie. "They forged your name afterward," Owen said. "Not before." A cabinet drawer released with a metallic snap. Inside lay the red folder Ruth had seen in the smoke. The suppression order rested on top. Her signature appeared at the bottom, authorizing the removal of Owen's evidence and the continuation of black glass operations. The signature was excellent, but the pressure was wrong. Its final stroke rose instead of falling. Whoever copied it understood its shape, not the movement of her hand. Beneath the order lay Ruth's original testimony notes. Several sentences had been circled in red. Credential timestamp inconsistent with evacuation record. Recovery copy indicates remote access from district terminal. Recommends suspension of disciplinary action pending forensic review. Those lines had never entered her spoken testimony. On the last page, in Ruth's handwriting, was a private note. "If I challenge the record now, they will ask why I approved the model last year." Her silence had not been confusion. It had been self-protection. The tape reached its final section. "They need observers with institutional credibility," Owen said. "People who believe procedure can separate them from consequence. That's why they chose you. The system doesn't just use sight. It uses certainty." A second voice entered the recording, distant and distorted. Ruth recognized her own. "What happens if the observer refuses?" Owen answered after a long pause. "The unrealized events keep accumulating until the tower begins observing for itself." Every monitor in the chamber came alive. Each showed Ruth in a different version of black glass, older, burned, bleeding, asleep, dead, still watching. On the final screen, Owen stood beside her and pointed to the suppression order. The forged signature began to change, stroke by stroke. It became identical to the signature Ruth had placed in the station log when she arrived. Above her, the lookout radio began transmitting. Her own voice spoke through the underground speakers. "Black glass to district. Observer confirmation received. Observer confirmation received." Ruth's voice repeated through the chamber, though she had not touched the radio. On the monitors, every version of her turned toward the unseen speaker at once. The screens shifted. Black glass disappeared. In its place came a sequence of landscapes layered over one another, the mountain covered in grass, then pine, then houses, then ash. Small fires moved through the oldest image in narrow, careful lines. People walked behind them with branches and carved paddles, guiding the flames around trees and watercourses. The next image showed those fires extinguished by uniformed men. The flames did not vanish. They sank. Ruth saw them enter the soil as red threads. Each suppressed burn joined another beneath the mountain until the ground glowed with an impossible network of heat. Documents began printing from a machine beside her. Weather events, evacuation scenarios, hospital admissions, collapsed bridges, children never born because their parents died in fires that had not yet happened. Buildings stood on blank paper before plans for them existed. Names appeared beside dates, decades in the future. Entire streets were listed under structural loss assessments for towns that had not yet been founded. Black glass had not stored only fires. It had stored everything those fires might touch. Every extinguished possibility remained beneath the mountain with its unrealized smoke. Injuries, ruins, rescues, funerals, marriages, and descendants. The system had gathered them together until they became less like predictions than a second world pressing against the first. Ruth turned toward the central pit. The blackened stones were glowing. Within each one, she saw a movement. A house burning behind closed curtains. A firefighter lifting a body. A woman abandoning a car on a forest road. The images changed whenever Ruth focused on them. Attention becomes selection. She understood then why the tower needed a person. Machines could calculate possibilities, but calculation alone did not make one outcome more real than another. A human witness supplied meaning. A trained observer supplied authority. A signed report transformed the uncertain into the official. Once entered into the record, possibility became something crews could be dispatched toward. Budgets could be justified by, and deaths could be described as consequences rather than choices. The district had not selected Ruth because she was easily deceived. They had selected her because she believed in records more deeply than she believed in people. Owen had told the board that the data was wrong. Ruth had seen evidence supporting him. Yet evidence unspoken had seemed less dangerous than testimony outside procedure. She had allowed the hearing to punish him because no form required her to stop it. The forged suppression order mattered. But it was not the deepest accusation. Someone else had copied her signature. Ruth had supplied the silence beneath it. A monitor showed the review room. Owen sat at the far table, exhausted and furious. Ruth watched herself enter, arrange her papers, and avoid looking at him. The image paused. Lines appeared around her body like measurements on a technical drawing. Credibility, high. Procedural compliance, high. Moral intervention, likelihood, low. Observer suitability, confirmed. Ruth struck the screen with the axe. The glass cracked, but the image remained visible in every fragment. A new recording began. This voice belonged to a man Ruth did not recognize. The witness mechanism requires no belief in the supernatural. Belief in process is sufficient. Another voice followed, then another, spanning decades of administrators and engineers. Observation must be documented. Reports must enter the official network. Personal hesitation improves reliability. Guilt encourages continued compliance. The chamber had been selecting observers for generations: foresters, military surveyors, meteorologists, analysts, people trained to see clearly within narrow boundaries and to ignore whatever lay outside their assigned field. On the monitors, their faces appeared one after another. Some were old, some were burned. All still watched. Ruth approached the central firefinder. Its sighting ring was aligned not with the chamber walls, but with the layers beneath the floor. When she looked through it, the mountain opened. Far below, thousands of unrealized fires circled one another like storms. Between them stood lives waiting to be chosen. Elise held her child. Calvin hung motionless in his harness. Owen stood beside a road that had never been built. Beyond them were countless versions of Ruth. In some, she reported every plume. In others, she refused. In all of them, black glass remained. Owen raised one hand and pointed upward. The tower above Ruth creaked. Then the underground speakers transmitted Hallie's voice. Black glass. District requires confirmation. Are you observing an active fire? Ruth stepped away from the instrument. She said nothing. The glowing network beneath the floor brightened. On every screen, the future versions of Ruth lifted their binoculars. Then, from the empty lookout cab above, one of them answered for her, "Confirmed." The word entered the chamber through Ruth's own voice and changed the mountain. Every relay snapped shut. The glowing network beneath the floor surged from red to white. On the monitors, fires multiplied across landscapes that did not yet exist. Houses burned before their foundations were poured. Roads filled with abandoned vehicles. Smoke moved through hospital corridors. Schools, subdivisions, and forests still waiting to grow. The district radio activated. This time, the speaker carried a man's voice. Ruth called her. "This is Director Vale with Regional Operations." Ruth recognized him from Owen's hearing. He had sat behind the review board without speaking, turning pages whenever testimony became uncomfortable. "We know where you are," he said. "Step away from the central mechanism. You knew what black glass was doing. We know what it prevents." The chamber door locked above her. Ruth tightened her grip on the axe. "It doesn't prevent anything. It moves the consequences. It distributes them." Elise appeared on one monitor, collapsing beside the tower. Calvin appeared on another, caught in the harness before his neck broke. "People died. People always die," Vale replied. "The question is whether loss occurs gradually or all at once." A document opened across the nearest screen. Reinstatement agreement. The district offered to invalidate Ruth's testimony, restore Owen's professional record, and publicly identify the suppression order as an administrative forgery. Ruth would return to Black Glass each summer as senior observer. Report only the visions selected by the forecasting system, and allow accumulated events to be released in controlled intervals. Her reputation would be repaired. Owen's name would be cleared. Below the terms waited an empty signature line. "You can make this right," Vale said. Ruth looked at the thousands of futures burning beneath the glass. "No," she said. "You can make it official." The silence that followed was more revealing than any confession. Vale's voice returned without warmth. "If you shut down the system, every retained event will seek realization simultaneously. Every fire postponed since the removal period, every projected structure, every human consequence. There will be no crews capable of responding." Ruth approached the central fire finder. A ring of numbered metal plates surrounded its base. Each represented a forecasting sector. Copper cables carried their accumulated charge into the charcoal layers beneath the chamber. One lever stood apart from the others. Manual suppression continuity. Owen had scratched a message into the metal beside it. Nothing disappears. Choose whether it returns as truth or policy. Ruth understood what he had failed to do. He had tried to expose the mechanism while preserving the institution that built it. He still believed evidence could compel the right people to stop. Ruth no longer did. She wedged the axe beneath the continuity lever. Hallie's voice broke through the radio. "Ruth, please listen to them." "Did you know?" A long pause. "I knew the forecasts improved after witness confirmation. That wasn't my question." Hallie began to cry quietly. Ruth pushed down. The lever resisted. On the screens, the district offered new terms: full exoneration, pension restoration, public apology, Owen's reinstatement, Elise's child provided for, Calvin's family compensated. Every promise required her continued observation. Ruth drove the axe deeper. Metal tore. The chamber went dark. For one breath, the mountain became completely silent. Then every confiscated fire tool on the shelves ignited without being consumed. Flames ran along the old maps stopping at each crossed-out ceremonial burn site. The charcoal layers in the walls glowed. Heat rose through the shaft with the force of an opened furnace. Above, the lookout siren began to scream. Ruth climbed. By the time she reached the service shed, smoke stood on every horizon. Not columns, walls. The proposed training center burned in the southeast. The unfinished lodge burned to the north. Entire neighborhoods flickered among the trees, appearing only long enough to collapse. Roads formed beneath fleeing vehicles, then vanished behind them. Every future black glass had stored was arriving together. The forest around the tower remained untouched. Beyond it, fire advanced in a perfect circle. Ruth climbed the stairs as the ring closed around the mountain. Within the flames moved generations of people, animals, buildings, and deaths that had been denied their proper season. At the cab, the station log lay open to a blank page. The binoculars waited beside it. Outside, the circle tightened. Then, from within the fire, hundreds of lookout towers rose across the burning horizon. In every one of them, Ruth Calder was still watching. Some versions of her were young. Some had white hair hanging over burned uniforms. Some wore clothing from agencies that did not yet exist. In one tower, she watched through a cracked tablet instead of glass. In another, the firefinder had been replaced by a polished black disc suspended over the floor. Every Ruth looked toward black glass. Every Ruth saw her. The ring of fire reached the edge of the clearing without consuming a single tree. Flames rose between the trunks like walls built from moving figures. Ruth saw Elise carrying her son through smoke, Calvin falling upward through the dark, and Owen walking along a road that formed beneath each step. He stopped beyond the tower stairs. The red folder was no longer in his hands. Ruth descended toward him, but the first landing stretched beneath her boots. 10 steps became 20. The ground remained the same distance below. When she looked back, the cab windows were filled with older versions of herself, all watching her attempt to leave. "Owen," she called. He seemed to hear. His lips formed words she could not understand. Then the heat folded him into smoke. The staircase returned to its ordinary length. Ruth ran downward, past the final landing, and stepped onto the ground. Her boot struck wood. She was standing inside the lookout cab. The door remained open behind her, but beyond it was not the staircase. It was another version of the room. And beyond that, another, each connected by an open door. In every cab, a Ruth stood beside a different station log. One slammed her door. All the others closed at once. The windows flashed white. Ruth woke on the cot. Morning light filled black glass. The air smelled of warm plywood and dry grass. No siren sounded. No fire ring surrounded the mountain. Her truck waited below the tower, dustless and untouched. On the desk lay her assignment packet. Black glass seasonal observation, post. Report all visible smoke. Verify before dispatch. Ruth opened the station log. Every page was blank except the first. Arrived. Visibility, good. No smoke. The entry was written in her hand. She seized the radio. Black glass to district. Hallie answered immediately. Black glass. Confirm occupancy. Ruth could not speak. The exchange was beginning again. She ran down the stairs and reached the truck. The engine started. She drove along the access road without packing food, water, or equipment. After the first bend, the road returned her to the service shed. Ruth tried again. She marked a pine with the axe before driving east. 10 minutes later, she passed the same cut trunk from the opposite direction. On the third attempt, the road ended at the tower stairs, though she had never turned uphill. By afternoon, she understood. Black glass had not survived the release. It had been released with everything else. The tower was now one of the unrealized structures stored beneath the mountain, a place that could exist in any future requiring a witness. Ruth had broken the system's machinery, but not its purpose. The binoculars waited on the firefinder. She refused them until sunset. The western horizon darkened. A thin white plume rose above Granite Basin. Ruth covered the windows with blankets. Smoke appeared in their folds. She shut her eyes. Behind her eyelids, a building caught fire. The tower did not need her willingness, only her attention. When Ruth finally lifted the binoculars, she saw a forest, several decades older than the one surrounding her. Beyond it stood a new observation platform built from pale metal and glass. A woman occupied the platform. She wore an unfamiliar agency insignia and adjusted a digital viewing scope toward a plume on the horizon. Inside that plume stood Black Glass Lookout. Ruth saw herself framed in its western window. She struck the glass, shouted, and waved both arms. The distant observer stiffened. Ruth could almost feel the woman trying to decide whether the image was glare, smoke, or exhaustion. Then Ruth remembered the handwritten warning she had found on her first evening. She tore a page from the station log and wrote, "Do not report smoke until it has a shadow." The words appeared on the far observer's screen. The woman read them. Behind her, a forecasting panel illuminated the platform with red light. Ruth looked down at the blank station log. A new entry was forming beneath her hand. Smoke sighted inside future observation sector. Structure visible within plume. One adult female attempting communication. The pencil moved without her fingers. Report pending. Across the distance between summers, the other observer slowly reached for her transmitter. Ruth pressed both palms against the window. The woman raised the microphone, and somewhere below Black Glass, beneath all the futures that had burned and all those still waiting to be chosen, the witness mechanism began counting again. Black Glass did not survive because it was stronger than the fire. It survived because institutions built from fear rarely depend on one machine, one official, or one lie. They survive through people who mistake documentation for innocence and observation for neutrality. Ruth finally rejected the system. But she could not escape the role she had accepted long before reaching the tower. The trusted witness who saw enough to know the truth and remained silent because no procedure required courage. Perhaps some disasters are not predicted or prevented. Perhaps they are chosen each time someone records the warning, signs the page, and decides that responsibility belongs to whoever acts next. Story 7. Helen Graves had worked in rooms designed to make speech permanent. Police interview suites, family courts, hospital tribunals, windowless offices where one mistranslated verb could alter a life. The chamber beneath the London courthouse was the first place that seemed designed to make speech disappear. A security officer met her at the basement lift shortly after 9 in the morning. He wore no name badge. He asked for her telephone, watch, handbag, and pins, then handed her a pair of thin white gloves. "These will interfere with visibility," Helen said. "They're for the search." The gloves were taken away afterward and dropped into a red disposal bin. Though they were clean, the officer led her through 2 steel doors and along a corridor lined with acoustic panels. The further they went, the more completely the city vanished. No traffic trembled through the walls. Even the ventilation seemed to breathe through cloth. The sealed chamber was marked Crone Annex 4, though Helen had never seen it on any courthouse plan. 3 judges sat beneath a blank wall where the royal crest should have been. Counsel occupied both sides of a narrow table. Surrounded by black binders without labels, a stenographer waited behind glass. There was no public gallery. At the far end sat the defendant, a deaf man in his late 30s named Nathan Vale. Almost everything on Helen's briefing sheet had been redacted. The charge was described as interference with protected records. The alleged offense had occurred inside Belmarsh prison, but the date had been replaced by the words ongoing jurisdiction. Nathan's wrists were cuffed to a waist chain. His hands rested open on the table. That bothered her. Deaf defendants often guarded their hands when restrained, as though protecting the last part of themselves that still belonged to them. Nathan displayed his palms with deliberate calm. The presiding judge, Dame Miriam Holt, addressed Helen without looking at her. You will interpret everything said in this chamber and nothing that is not said. Neutrality, completeness, no additions. In no omissions. I understand. Dame Miriam's eyes moved to Nathan. Ask the defendant to confirm his identity. Helen raised her hands. Before she could sign, Nathan moved. His right index finger touched the center of his left palm, then traced a hooked line toward the wrist. Both hands closed. The left reopened slowly, fingers trembling downward. It was not British Sign Language. It was not any formal sign system, Helen knew. Yet the meaning arrived in her mind, complete and cold. Colin Rusk, a name. Helen lowered her hands. Ms. Graves? Dame Miriam said. Nathan repeated the sequence, then pressed 2 fingers against his throat. Colin Rusk died in restraint. No family notified. Helen's mouth dried. She looked toward the stenographer. But the woman behind the glass had not reacted. Neither had counsel. Only Nathan watched her, his expression almost gentle. The defendant appears to be using an idiosyncratic sign system, Helen said. I'll need clarification. A silver-haired barrister named Edmund Say turned a page in his binder. Interpret what you can. Nathan began again. Knuckles against the breastbone, thumb drawn across the lower lip, 4 fingers folded, one by one. Marcha, bell. Infection untreated. Requested a doctor for 6 days. Helen felt pressure behind her eyes. She did not know either name, but she understood the sentences with the intimacy of remembered speech. Each sign seemed to bypass language and settle somewhere beneath it. She looked down at her briefing sheet. In the lower corner, beneath the confidentiality notice, someone had printed a line in pale gray ink. Unrecognized gestures are to be recorded as no response. Dame Miriam folded her hands on the table. Has the defendant confirmed his identity? Helen should have answered no. Procedure required it. Her fingers, however, had begun to ache inside their joints, a sensation she remembered from childhood, when she and Lucy had practiced signs beneath the blanket after their parents believed them asleep. Lucy had not been deaf. She had simply learned to speak with her hands when speaking aloud became dangerous. Helen pushed the memory away. Nathan looked past the judge and directly at her. Then he made a small, childish movement, 2 fingers pinched together, tapped once against the heart, and turned outward like a door being opened. Helen had not seen that sign in 30 years. Her younger sister had invented it. It meant, you understood me. Helen did not answer Nathan. For 1 second, The chamber seemed to narrow around the movement of his fingers. Then training returned. Not as courage, but as sequence. Observe. Identify. Interpret only what could be supported. The defendant has not confirmed his identity, she said. Nathan's expression did not change. His hands settled on the table. The hearing continued for another 40 minutes, though Helen remembered almost none of it afterward. Questions were asked about access cards, medical archives, and unauthorized copies of prison records. Nathan replied in ordinary British Sign Language now, precise and economical. He denied damaging anything. He claimed he had only read what had already been opened. Helen interpreted every sentence cleanly. When Dame Miriam adjourned the session, the red recording light above the stenographer's booth remained lit. Helen noticed it because everyone else had begun gathering papers. The small bulb glowed against the soundproof glass. Steady as an eye, she looked toward the stenographer. But the chair behind the partition was empty. "Is the recording still running?" Helen asked. Edmund Saye closed his black binder. "There is no recording in this chamber." The light went dark. By late afternoon, Helen had rebuilt her ordinary life around herself. She collected her telephone from security, crossed the river in cold rain, and bought the same coffee she bought every Tuesday from the kiosk outside Temple Station. At home, she placed her keys in the blue dish by the door, washed her hands for exactly 20 seconds, and checked the next day's assignments before removing her coat. Routine was not habit to Helen. It was architecture. She had learned years ago that people trusted interpreters who appeared empty of opinion. A raised eyebrow could become advocacy. A pause could become doubt. Even sympathy, visibly expressed, could corrupt a record. Her professional code required accuracy, impartiality, confidentiality, and role boundaries. Helen had once copied those principles onto a card and kept it in her purse until the ink wore away. She preferred the word impartiality to neutrality. Neutrality sounded passive. Impartiality sounded disciplined. Lucy had hated that distinction. Helen opened the refrigerator and stared at the shelves without seeing them. A jar of mustard, 2 eggs, milk near its expiry date. On the lower shelf sat a plastic container of soup she did not remember making. She closed the door. Her sister had been 11 when she first described what their mother's boyfriend did after the upstairs lights were turned off. Helen had been 16 and studying for examinations. She remembered Lucy standing beside the bedroom door, twisting the cuff of her nightdress. She remembered saying, "You must be certain before you accuse someone." For years, Helen had kept that sentence preserved in her mind without the reply that followed it. That night, she dreamed of hands moving beneath a table while every face above it remained calm. The next morning brought a routine assignment at a housing appeal office in Southwark. The room smelled of wet coats and overheated carpet. A deaf tenant named Priya Nandan was challenging an eviction notice after repeated complaints about black mold in her son's bedroom. Nothing about the hearing was unusual. The council representative spoke too quickly. Helen asked him to slow down. Priya signed with restrained anger, explaining that her son's asthma worsened whenever rain entered the wall. Helen conveyed her words in the first person. "As required. I reported it 8 times. The representative glanced at his papers. "We have records of 2 reports. Priya's hands sharpened. "You lost the others." Helen interpreted the sentence. Then Priya signed. "You only write down what protects you." The movement was ordinary until the final word. Her right index finger touched the center of her left palm. Helen's breath stopped. Priya had not made Nathan's hooked motion toward the wrist. She had begun a common sign for record and shifted into something else. Perhaps it was regional variation. Perhaps Helen had anticipated the movement because she was tired. Her own left hand closed. Without instruction, her right index finger traced the missing hook toward her wrist. Both hands reopened slowly, fingers trembling downward. The room fell silent. Priya stared at Helen. The council representative looked confused. What did she say? Helen's hands remained lifted. A name had formed in her mind. Not Colin Rusk, Lucy Graves, and beneath it, clear as a line being read from an official document, statement withdrawn by elder sister. Helen withdrew her hand so quickly that her knuckles struck the edge of the table. The housing officer asked again what Priya had signed. Priya did not look at him. Her attention remained fixed on Helen's hands. She said the council records only what protects it. Helen replied. That was true, but incomplete. The hearing resumed after a brief pause. Helen interpreted accurately, though each movement felt borrowed. When Priya gathered her documents to leave, she stopped beside Helen and signed privately at waist level. Who is Lucy? Helen pretended not to see. That evening, she did not go home. The Legal Interpreting Directorate occupied 3 floors of a government building near Holborn. Though most of its records could be accessed remotely, Helen used a workstation in an empty training room where laminated diagrams of hand shapes covered the walls. She began with Colin Rusk. There was no result in the public prison mortality database. She tried spelling variations, partial names, age ranges, and historical registers. Nothing. Marcia Bell produced a woman of the correct age who had been remanded at HMP Brackenford 7 years earlier. According to the public record, she had been released after charges against her were discontinued. No further details were available. Helen searched court listings and found a brief reference to Bell's solicitor requesting an emergency medical review. The request had been withdrawn the following day. She remembered Nathan's signs. Infection untreated. Requested a doctor for 6 days. Helen accessed a restricted professional portal using credentials intended for preparing interpreters before sensitive hearings. Most sections relating to Brackenford were marked unavailable, but a search for Bell's prisoner number returned a transport invoice. The invoice recorded the removal of one deceased person from the prison infirmary. The name field was blank. The date matched the day Marcia Bell had supposedly been released. Helen sat motionless beneath the fluorescent lights. She searched Colin Rusk again, this time using internal incident classifications rather than names. A report described a male prisoner suffering cardiac failure during an approved control procedure. The body had been transferred before identification was verified. The report's author had later amended the incident category from death in custody to pre-existing medical event. The authorization signature belonged to Edmund Saye. Helen printed nothing. She wrote no notes. Professional confidentiality had taught her that possession could become accusation. Instead, she memorized the file references and shut down the workstation. On the darkened monitor, her reflection appeared with both hands resting in her lap. Her right index finger was pressed into the center of her left palm. She separated them. The next closed session took place 2 days later. Nathan sat in the same chair, wrists cuffed, palms exposed. The judges occupied the same places. Black binders waited before the lawyers. Above the empty stenographer's booth, the recording light was dark. Dame Miriam began by addressing the question of admissibility. The defendant has introduced allegations unsupported by recognized testimony, documentary evidence, or intelligible language. Nathan watched Helen as she interpreted. Edmund Saye rose. The Crown's position is that no evidence exists of systematic concealment, improper alteration, or deliberate obstruction relating to deaths in custody. His voice remained even. His face showed mild professional impatience. Beneath the table, his hands moved. Helen saw them only because one of his sleeves caught against the polished edge. His left hand formed a closed shape against his thigh. The right crossed it twice, then dragged downward as though removing something from a surface. The meaning entered Helen's mind before she could look away. I changed the classification. Saye continued speaking. Any discrepancies identified by the defendant arise from incompatible record systems and the ordinary administrative difficulties of complex institutions. His fingers moved again. I removed the name. Helen's throat tightened. No one else appeared to notice. Dame Medium made a note. Counsel beside Saye turned a page. Nathan sat completely still. Saye's right hand pressed flat over his left. The family was not told. His face remained composed as he said, "There is no basis for suggesting misconduct." Helen failed to interpret the sentence. Dame Miriam looked at her. "Ms. Graves?" Helen forced her hands to move, conveying Saye's spoken words while trying not to follow the confession beneath them. Nathan suddenly raised his chained wrists. He signed one clear question in ordinary British Sign Language. "Which version will you record?" Helen stared at him. A faint mechanical click came from behind the soundproof glass. The red recording light switched on. Then every black binder in the chamber opened by itself to the same blank page. The binders remained open for less than a second. Then the pages settled. The red light above the stenographer's booth went dark, and everyone in the chamber behaved as though nothing had happened. Dame Miriam asked Helen to repeat Nathan's question. Helen interpreted it. "Which version will you record?" Edmund Saye glanced beneath the table, saw his own hands folded neatly in his lap, and smiled with controlled irritation. "The defendant is attempting to destabilize proceedings through theatrical imitation," he said. Nathan did not look at him. After the session, Helen was taken to a consultation room 1 floor above the chamber. The room contained a table, 3 chairs, and a clock without a second hand. Dame Miriam sat opposite her with a representative from the Legal Interpreting Directorate named Dr. Adrian Lowe. Lowe had trained Helen during her accreditation review 12 years earlier. He had taught that an interpreter must never become more memorable than the testimony. "You have been exposed to unusual material," he said gently. "That can create anticipatory movement." Helen looked at his hands. They were clasped over a closed folder. "I saw Mr. Saye signing. Mr. Saye does not know sign language. That does not mean his hands did not move." Lowe's expression softened in the manner professionals used when disagreement had already been reclassified as distress. "Interpreters mirror movement constantly. You may have attributed meaning to incidental gestures. I did not make his confession. No one said you did." Helen heard the trap in the sentence. Dame Miriam opened the folder. Inside was a supplemental instruction sheet. "For all future sessions," she said, "gestures not belonging to an officially recognized language system will be recorded as no response. He is communicating. He is moving. I understand him." That is precisely the concern. The clock on the wall made no sound. Yet its minute hand advanced. Lowe leaned forward. Occupational fatigue can create semantic completion. The mind sees part of a sign and supplies the rest. In your case, recent personal associations may be increasing that tendency. Helen's stomach tightened. "What personal associations?" Lowe paused just long enough to reveal that the question had an answer. Nothing relevant to these proceedings. She signed the instruction sheet because refusing would have ended her access to Nathan. Her signature looked normal. Her hands did not move afterward. That night, Helen searched transcripts. She began with Nathan's earlier hearings, but almost every record was sealed. The visible pages contained repeated entries. Question put to defendant. In no response. Question repeated. To no response. She found a public appeal involving a deaf man who had accused prison officers of breaking his wrist during restraint. The transcript recorded no response to 5 consecutive questions. A still image from the hearing showed the man halfway through a sign. Helen recognized it immediately. They held me down after I stopped resisting. She opened another case. A deaf care home resident had been asked whether a doctor entered her room at night. The transcript stated no response. In the accompanying video still, the woman's hands were raised near her face. He covered my mouth because I made noise. Helen searched the phrase across internal archives. 317 results appeared. Some belonged to criminal trials. Others came from medical tribunals, safeguarding panels, employment hearings, police interviews, and inquiries into unexplained deaths. In many photographs or muted video fragments showed witnesses visibly signing while the written record insisted they had made no reply. The interpreters' names repeated. Some had retired early. Some had surrendered accreditation. Several had no professional record after the hearing in which they appeared. Helen created a private spreadsheet, then deleted it before saving. She copied reference numbers onto paper, then fed the page through the office shredder. By nearly midnight, she had stopped reading the allegations. She studied the hands, again and again. Witnesses formed signs that belonged to no recognized system. A hooked finger across the palm, a closed fist opening downward, 2 fingers pressed to the throat, movements that Helen understood as names, places, concealed injuries, altered reports. The language had not begun with Nathan. It had been present in the archives for decades. She opened the oldest accessible case, a disciplinary hearing from 1978. The footage had no sound and poor contrast. A young deaf woman sat before a panel, signing rapidly while an interpreter beside her remained motionless. The transcript contained only 2 words: no response. Helen slowed the footage. The woman's hands formed a sentence Helen understood without translation. The interpreter knows what they did. Then the woman stopped signing and turned toward the camera. Her face blurred beneath the damaged film. But one detail remained clear. She lifted 2 fingers to her heart and turned them outward like a door opening. Lucy's private sign. You understood me. Behind Helen. In the empty training room. The shredder switched on by itself. From inside it came the soft, continuous sound of hands moving through paper. The shredder continued running after Helen pulled its plug from the wall. Its blades turned slowly behind the narrow plastic opening, drawing in scraps that were no longer there. The sound was soft, almost delicate, like fingertips brushing against one another in darkness. Helen left the training room without looking back. By the following morning, the incident had already been explained for her. An email from Dr. Adrian Lowe described the shredder malfunction as an electrical fault and reminded staff that prolonged exposure to distressing testimony could produce auditory involuntary mirroring, and disrupted sleep. He recommended 48 hours away from legal work. A second message, sent 9 minutes later, ordered her to attend Nathan Vale's hearing that afternoon. The corridor beneath the courthouse felt different when Helen returned. The acoustic panels seemed thicker, their gray surfaces swallowing even the scrape of the security officer's shoes. She could see his mouth moving when he asked her to surrender her belongings. But for several seconds she heard nothing. Then sound returned all at once, the click of the locker, his breathing, the distant hum of the lift. Inside Crown Annex 4. Everyone was already seated. Nathan's hands lay flat on the table. Edmund Say avoided looking at his own. Dame Miriam instructed Helen to record all unrecognized gestures according to the supplemental guidance. No response. Helen said. The phrase came out quieter than she intended. The hearing began. For the first few minutes, the chamber behaved normally. Papers turned. Chairs shifted. The ventilation whispered behind the walls. Then Dame Miriam asked Nathan whether he had obtained confidential mortality records from a prison medical server. Nathan signed in standard British Sign Language. The records were already speaking. Helen opened her mouth to interpret. The ventilation stopped. Not faded. Stopped. The chamber became so silent that Helen could hear the wet movement of her tongue against her teeth. Dame Miriam continued speaking. But no sound reached Helen. Edmund Say leaned toward another barrister, his lips forming words inside a world that had gone entirely mute. Nathan alone seemed unaffected. He raised his hands. His fingers moved through the unfamiliar language. Helen understood a woman's name. A prison wing. An untreated fracture. Then another name. Then a child removed from a deaf mother after an interpreter changed "I am afraid of him" into "I am afraid for him." Helen tried to lower her arms. They would not move. Her hands rose to chest height and began interpreting Nathan's gestures into British Sign Language, making the hidden language visible in an official form. She watched her own fingers articulate accusations she had been ordered to erase. Across the table, Dame Miriam struck a wooden block with her palm. Helen felt the impact through the floor but heard nothing. The chamber doors clicked. The security officer pulled at the inner handle. It did not turn. A second officer entered a code into the wall panel. But the display remained blank. Helen's hands continued. She understood that someone was calling her name. She saw Lowe standing near the judges, mouthing instructions. Then the chamber vanished. When Helen became aware of herself again, she was seated in the consultation room above the annex. A cup of water stood before her. Her shoulders ached, as though she had held her arms raised for hours. Lowe sat opposite her. "You experienced a brief dissociative episode," he said. "How long?" "Less than 3 minutes." Helen looked at the wall clock. Nearly half an hour had passed since the point she last remembered. "What did I interpret?" "You did not interpret anything. My hands were moving. There was no meaningful output." She looked down. Red crescent marks covered her palms where her fingernails had pressed into them. "I want to see the security recording. There is no evidential reason. I will submit a formal incident report stating that the chamber doors failed during a medical emergency." Lowe's expression tightened. An hour later, Helen sat beside him in the courthouse security office. The footage had no audio. A fixed camera showed Crown Annex 4 from above. Nathan began signing. Helen's hands rose. For 27 seconds, she interpreted exactly what she remembered. Then the image flickered. The chamber disappeared. The footage now showed Helen standing in a small bedroom with faded wallpaper. She was 16 again, though she wore her present-day suit. Before her stood an empty wooden chair. Her hands moved rapidly. Helen recognized every sentence. "He comes in after Mum sleeps. He says she will hate me if I tell. Please don't leave me alone tonight." The younger Helen's face remained composed as the adult Helen's hands repeated Lucy's testimony to the empty chair. Behind the chair, something shifted in the darkness near the bedroom door. The recording flickered again. Crown Annex 4 returned. Nathan was staring directly into the camera. He raised his chained hands and signed. She did not withdraw her statement. Then Helen appeared beside him on the recording. Though she had never crossed the room, her hands completed the sentence. You withdrew it for her. Lowe stopped the recording before Helen could ask him to replay it. The screen went black. For a moment, her reflection hovered where Nathan's face had been, her own hands visible at the edge of the monitor. That footage is corrupted, Lowe said. By what? A compression failure. It showed my sister's bedroom. It showed visual artifacts your mind supplied meaning to. Helen turned toward him. You saw it. Lowe removed his glasses and polished them with a cloth. The gesture gave him time to arrange his face. I saw degraded security footage. He did not deny seeing Lucy. Helen stood. Where is the stenographer? There is no assigned stenographer. There is a booth behind the glass. It is an observation partition. With a recording light, Lowe replaced his glasses. Your access to the annex is suspended pending assessment. The phrase settled something in Helen. Suspension meant she had already seen too much. She left the security office without arguing. At the lift, she pressed the button for the ground floor, waited until the doors opened, then allowed them to close without entering. The corridor was empty. She returned to Crown Annex 4 by the service stairwell. The chamber had been cleared. Black binders remained stacked at one end of the table. But Nathan's chair was gone. The red light above the glass partition was dark. Helen tried the door beside the booth. It had no handle, only a card reader. Her courthouse pass produced a low refusal tone. She held the card against it again. The reader flashed green. The door opened inward. Beyond it was not a narrow observation booth. A staircase descended behind the wall. The air smelled of dust, overheated wiring, and the faint, medicinal sweetness of old adhesive. Helen followed the steps down, one hand against the concrete. At the bottom, a fluorescent tube flickered awake. The room stretched beneath the chamber like a buried archive. Metal shelves held hundreds of labeled tapes, memory cards, film reels, and sealed evidence boxes. Old monitoring equipment stood beside modern servers. Along one wall, stacked television screens showed frozen images of deaf witnesses seated before panels. Police officers, doctors, judges, and employers. Every witness had their hands raised. Beneath each screen was a transcript. Helen opened the nearest file. The hearing concerned a deaf hospital porter named Wesley Hart, questioned after reporting that a surgeon had assaulted a sedated patient. The printed transcript recorded uncertainty, confusion, and inability to identify the doctor. A note clipped behind it contained the interpreter's original preparation sheet. Witness clearly identifies consultant surgeon. The sentence had been crossed out. Below it, in different handwriting, render as uncertain recognition. Safeguarding exposure exceeds public interest. Helen opened another box. A police complaint. A deaf teenager signing that an officer had threatened him inside a custody van. The official interpretation read, "The officer warned me for my own protection." The preparation notes read, "The officer said no one would believe me." A third file contained photographs of bruising, a medical report, and an interpreter amendment form marked "Never Submitted." The alterations were systematic, pronouns reversed, certainty softened, names omitted, threats converted into advice, fear translated as confusion, accusations recorded as silence. Some files carried small red stickers bearing a single instruction. No response. At the rear of the archive stood a cabinet secured with a brass key already resting in its lock. Helen turned it. Inside were files organized by interpreter surname. She found Graves. The folder was thin. The first document was not hers. It belonged to her mother, who had attended a safeguarding interview after Lucy spoke to a teacher at school. Helen read the date. She had been 16. The report stated that Lucy Graves had demonstrated inconsistent communication, suggestibility, and hostility toward her mother's partner. It noted that the elder sister, Helen, had clarified several ambiguous statements. Helen's vision blurred. She remembered the interview room. A social worker had asked Lucy questions while Helen sat beside her because Lucy refused to speak aloud. Lucy had used their private signs. Helen had translated them, not inaccurately. She had always told herself, carefully. She turned the page. Clipped to the report was a handwritten safeguarding statement bearing Lucy's name. He comes into my room after Mom is asleep. Helen knows the sign I use when I cannot say it out loud. She told them I was confused. I was not confused. Below the statement, in blue ink, was a professional notation. Sibling interpretation amended to reduce contamination risk. Original gestural account, not retained. Helen's knees weakened. A videotape lay beneath the paper. Its label read, Lucy Graves' unmediated testimony. Behind her, one of the old monitors switched on. The screen showed the empty chair from Lucy's bedroom. Then a girl stepped into frame and sat down. Lucy looked 11 years old. She raised her hands. Helen understood the first sentence immediately. You were my first interpreter. The archive door closed above the staircase. On every shelf, hundreds of tapes began rewinding at once. The tapes rewound with a rising mechanical whine. Helen stood beneath the shelves while reels spun backward, voices and movements being pulled toward their beginnings. On the monitor, Lucy's image shuddered. Her hands reversed through the sentence until she was once again sitting silently in the chair. Then every machine stopped. A green indicator appeared on the console beneath the screen. Correction record available. Helen pressed the button. Lucy vanished. The monitor showed a middle-aged interpreter seated alone against a gray wall. Helen recognized him after several seconds. Martin Crew, one of the first legal specialists to train her. He had retired without ceremony more than a decade earlier. His hands were restrained beneath a leather strap fixed to the table. My name is Martin Crew, he said to the camera. I am making this statement voluntarily. His fingers moved against the strap. They are making me say that. Crew's spoken account described translation discrepancies caused by fatigue and inconsistent regional signing. His hands described meetings with police solicitors, hospital administrators, and Crown representatives who supplied preferred interpretations before witnesses entered the room. We were never instructed to lie, he said. They told us which truth would be accepted. Files appeared on the screen beside him. A deaf prisoner had signed that officers pressed a shield against his chest until he could not breathe. The contracted interpretation described him becoming breathless while resisting restraint. A hospital patient had named the consultant who entered her room after sedation. Her testimony was rendered as a confused dream involving an unidentified member of staff. A child had signed that his foster father locked him inside a cupboard. The interpreter reported that the child felt emotionally isolated in his placement. Each alteration was slight enough to defend. Certainty became possibility. Violence became procedure. Identification became resemblance. Terror became distress. A statement became no response. Crew looked directly at the camera. We believed we were reducing misunderstanding. His hands strained against the leather. We were reducing consequences. The recording ended. A directory opened automatically. Helen scrolled through dozens of names, many familiar from professional conferences, training manuals, and archived cases. Each interpreter had submitted a correction after attempting to restore altered testimony. She opened the next file. Elaine Bosworth, reported missing after leaving a tribunal in Birmingham. In her final recording, her hands moved continuously while she insisted she had no further corrections to make. Jonas Pike, whose accreditation had been withdrawn following what newspapers called a public breakdown. Security footage showed him standing outside a police station, signing the names of dead detainees until officers covered his hands with a coat. Miriam Cole, found wandering beside a motorway with blood beneath her fingernails. She had carved an appeal reference into her palms because, according to the medical report, she feared her hands would forget it. Every record followed the same sequence. Corrections submitted. Involuntary movement reported. Occupational assessment ordered. Accreditation suspended. Individual removed from public practice. After that, the files became vague. Relocated. Hospitalized. Deceased abroad. Contact details unavailable. Some contained no final status at all. Helen found a document titled Communicative Contamination Protocol. It described the impossible gestures as a stress-induced imitation pattern transmitted through visual exposure. Interpreters who recognized meaning in the movements were to be isolated from deaf witnesses and discouraged from documenting translations. A handwritten note had been added beneath the official text. Meaning strengthens when corrected. Silence delays transmission. Helen understood then why the altered testimonies had been preserved in this room. The institution had not simply concealed its crimes. It had kept the original statements beside the corrupted versions, storing both like opposing charges in a battery. Every denied meaning remained under pressure. She returned to Lucy's file. Behind the safeguarding statement was a form Helen had not noticed. It bore her own teenage signature beneath a declaration that Lucy's private gestures were inconsistent, emotionally influenced, and unsuitable as reliable testimony. Below it, someone had later stamped, "Foundational correction, active." A sound came from the staircase. Not footsteps, hands striking concrete, slowly, rhythmically, as though someone were climbing without using their feet. Helen opened the final document in the folder. It was dated 3 days in the future. Ellen Graves. Correction attempt. Public disclosure. Outcome. Language transmission event. The rest of the page was blank except for one line at the bottom. Subject disappeared before testimony could be contained. The archive lights failed. In the darkness, the approaching hands stopped outside the door. Then Helen heard her own voice on the other side. "I am ready to correct the record." The words were calm, professionally paced, and unmistakably hers. Inside the darkness, Helen did not answer. A moment later, the door opened. Nathan Vale stood at the top of the stairs. His wrists were no longer cuffed. Red marks circled them where the restraints had been. But his hands hung freely at his sides. Behind him, the corridor light formed a pale border around his body. Helen's recorded voice spoke again from somewhere above him. "I am ready to correct the record." Nathan descended. "That is not you." He signed. The sentence belonged to ordinary British sign language. But the final movement changed. His fingers turned inward, folded, then opened against his chest. Helen understood more than the visible words. "It is the version of you they have prepared." The archive lights flickered back to life, one row at a time. Screens awakened along the walls. On each appeared an interpreter giving evidence, denying coercion, describing professional error, or retracting a correction. Their mouths formed measured statements. Their hands contradicted them. Helen held up the document dated 3 days ahead. They knew I would come here. Nathan looked at the page. They know the sequence, not the outcome. How? He glanced toward the shelves. Then he signed in the unfamiliar language. The meaning arrived slowly this time. Not as a name or a death, but as an image. Thousands of interrupted gestures, each severed from the sentence that gave it purpose. A child signing inside the cupboard while the transcript recorded upset at home. A prisoner naming the officer who crushed his throat while an interpreter spoke of sudden illness. A woman identifying the doctor who entered her room while the official record described a nightmare. The original meanings had not vanished. They had remained in muscle memory, in the fingers of witnesses forced to repeat themselves, in interpreters who deliberately altered what they saw, in officials who watched the alteration happen and accepted it, in judges who recognized distress but preferred a clean transcript, in relatives who understood private signs and changed their meaning because truth would damage the family. Each silenced statement had left a movement behind. Over years, those movements had found one another, not in books, not in any deaf community, in bodies. You didn't invent it, Helen said. Nathan shook his head. He had first seen the gestures in prison after a deaf inmate died during restraint. Officers claimed the man had not answered instructions. For weeks afterward, prisoners who had witnessed the death moved their hands beneath blankets, in tables, and folded arms. Most did not know sign language. Yet each repeated part of the same account, a name, a pressure against the throat, a request to stop. Nathan had understood because he had been present and had said nothing. The language had entered him through silence. Helen looked at the screens surrounding them. Why do I understand it? Nathan did not answer immediately. He crossed the room and removed Lucy's videotape from the machine. Beneath it, etched into the metal casing, were 2 words. First, mediation. Helen remembered the safeguarding interview more clearly than she wanted to. Lucy refusing to speak. The social worker asking whether their mother's boyfriend had touched her. Lucy using the signs they had invented under blankets and behind bedroom doors. Helen had understood every movement. She had also understood what would follow if she translated them honestly. Their mother's disbelief. Police interviews. Neighbors watching. The house divided. Examinations missed. A man enraged. So Helen had altered the account. Not because the signs were unclear, because they were clear. I was a child. She whispered. Nathan's expression did not accuse her. His hands did. So was she. Helen felt something move beneath the skin of her palms. Her fingers rose without permission. They formed Lucy's sign for the bedroom door. Then the sign for footsteps on the stairs. Then the gesture meaning pretending to be asleep. Nathan watched. The language was not punishing Helen for misunderstanding Lucy. It had chosen her because she had understood and converted truth into uncertainty. Her career had not redeemed that act. It had refined it. She had spent years believing accuracy was a technical discipline separate from courage. She had treated impartiality as though it could excuse the moment a truthful interpretation became inconvenient. The archive monitors changed. Every screen now showed Crown Annex 4. The chamber was full. Judges, lawyers, doctors, officers, and administrators sat with expressionless faces while their hands moved beneath the tables. In the central image, Helen stood beside Nathan's empty chair. Her future self was interpreting. Nathan touched her wrist. The language does not belong to the dead. He signed. The dead completed it. It belongs to everyone who understood and did not answer. Above them. The false Helen's voice stopped repeating its sentence. A new voice came through the archive speakers. Lucy's, older than 11, older than Helen had ever heard her become. You can correct the words, she said, but first, they will make you decide whether the truth is still worth what it costs. On every monitor. The people in the chamber turned toward Helen at once. Their mouths remained closed. Under the tables, hundreds of hands began signing her name. The hands on the monitors signed Helen's name until the movement lost all resemblance to spelling. It became accusation. Nathan led her back through the stairwell. The archive door opened without resistance now, as though the room had finished showing her what it required. Helen carried Lucy's videotape beneath one arm and the correction directory on a portable drive taken from the console. No alarms sounded. When they entered Crown Annex 4, every seat was occupied. Officials filled the public gallery that had not existed before. Prison governors, hospital directors, safeguarding officers, police solicitors, retired judges, and interpreters Helen recognized from training conferences. Some looked older than their archived recordings. Others looked exactly the same. Dame Miriam sat at the center of the bench. Dr. Lowe stood beside her. Nathan's chair waited beside Helen's position, its restraints hanging open. You have removed protected material, Dame Miriam said. Helen placed the drive on the table. I have recovered evidence. Edmund Say opened a black binder. Its pages were blank. No lawful court will admit files obtained through unauthorized access. Then why preserve them? No one answered. Beneath the tables, hands began to move. Helen did not look down. Lowe approached her slowly. You are experiencing an occupational crisis. We can still manage this privately. Manage me. Protect you. He spoke softly, as though offering care. He explained that her accreditation could remain intact. The security footage would be classified as corrupted. Her entry into the archive would be attributed to confusion during a dissociative episode. Nathan's gestures would be formally designated non-linguistic compulsions. Helen would continue interpreting them as instructed. No response. Meaningless movement. Nothing communicated. You would remain respected, Lowe said. You could continue helping people. The word helping almost broke her. For years, Helen had imagined morality as a balance maintained through competence. She had believed that if she interpreted enough truths accurately, the first one she had altered might become smaller. But Lucy's testimony had not diminished. It had multiplied. Every clean hearing, every perfect transcript, every professional commendation had been built around the same private rule. Truth mattered until it demanded something from Helen personally. Dame Miriam folded her hands. If these materials are released without context, convictions may be challenged. Safeguarding decisions may collapse. Families will be re-traumatized. Public confidence in institutions serving deaf people will be damaged beyond repair. Nathan signed beside Helen. They are describing consequences as harm. Sae's hidden hands moved beneath the table. We need time to remove the names. Helen looked toward the gallery. Hundreds of hands confessed, while hundreds of faces remained still. The recording light above the booth switched on. Dame Miriam said, "The record will show that the defendant has offered no intelligible response." Nathan raised his hands. This time, Helen did not resist what entered her. She did not convert it into British Sign Language. She allowed her body to become the record exactly as it had formed. Names, injuries, altered statements, doors closed at night, requests ignored, bodies transported before families were called. Then the language changed. Her fingers became smaller in her perception, clumsy with childhood invention. Lucy's final plea moved through her hands. He said you would call me a liar. Helen's wrists shook. He said you cared more about being believed than believing me. The gallery remained silent. Please tell them what I told you. Helen signed the last sentence Lucy had made before the safeguarding interview ended. Please be my sister before you become my interpreter. Something opened inside the chamber. Not a door. Every monitor. Stenography terminal. Courtroom display. And security console lit at once. The archive drive warmed beneath Helen's palm. File directories unfolded across the screens. Original recordings. Amended transcripts. Medical evidence. Internal instructions. Correction statements. Names of officials. Names of victims. Helen connected the drive to the terminal. Lowe moved toward her. Nathan stepped between them. Helen selected every file. A warning appeared. Public release cannot be reversed. She pressed confirm. The red recording light shattered. Across the screens, progress bars filled, while phones began vibrating inside locked security cabinets throughout the building. The files copied themselves into press servers, court databases, public archives, deaf advocacy networks, private inboxes, and live broadcasts. Dame Miriam rose. You do not understand what you have released. Helen's hands were no longer under her control. But for the first time, she did not fear them. They answered in the language of silence. Neither do you. The chamber doors opened. Beyond them, the courthouse corridors were crowded with people staring at their own moving hands. Then, from somewhere above the city, came the sound of thousands of voices attempting to speak at once and finding that language had already chosen another form. By morning, the first reports described the event as a communications outage. News presenters offered explanations about disrupted captioning services, corrupted databases, and a nationwide failure of visual language software. Hospitals issued emergency notices. Courts postponed hearings involving deaf defendants. Schools informed parents that specialist staff were experiencing temporary recall difficulties. No one used the word disappearance. Helen woke on a bench in the courthouse atrium with her coat beneath her head. The public doors stood open to a London dawn. Paper from abandoned case files lay across the marble floor. Nathan was gone. So were the judges, lawyers, and officials who had filled Crown Annex 4. Only Dr. Lowe remained. He sat against a pillar with his hands pinned beneath his thighs. When Helen approached, he looked up with terror stripped of restraint. What happened? She asked. His mouth moved, but no coherent answer emerged. His wrists jerked as though something inside his arms were trying to force his hands upward. Helen signed. Tell me. The movement failed. She knew what she intended. But the familiar British Sign Language shape had vanished from memory, leaving only the certainty that a shape should exist. Then her hands changed. 2 fingers touched the throat. A palm turned downward. The wrist pulled sharply inward. You classified restraint as illness. Lowe understood. His face collapsed. He dragged his hands free and tried to answer. His fingers spread, trembled, and closed into useless fists. Every attempted sign ended before meaning could form. Outside, the same thing was happening across the country. Deaf people gathered in streets, hospitals, schools, railway stations, and kitchens, discovering that the official language they had used their lives had disappeared from collective memory. Dictionaries showed blank diagrams. Training videos displayed instructors moving their hands in ways no viewer could recognize. Interpreters remembered qualifications, clients, and years of work, but not the vocabulary that had given those years purpose. At first there was panic, then deaf hands began to move. The new language spread without instruction. People who had never met understood one another when they described neglect in confinement, assault, erased complaints, and warnings ignored. It carried names with perfect clarity. It distinguished accident from force, confusion from fear, silence from suppression. Those untouched by the concealed crimes had to learn it slowly. Children learned fastest. Parents copied them. Teachers filled notebooks with unfamiliar hand shapes. Honest interpreters stood among deaf communities as beginners, no longer positioned between testimony and the world, but beside those who owned it. The guilty required no lessons. A retired prison governor understood a stranger signing outside his house that 3 deaths in his wing had been falsified. A surgeon understood a former patient, naming the room where he had sedated her. Police officers understood movements made through windows and above crowds. They recognized every word. None could answer. Their hands had become incapable of meaningful language. Fingers locked at the knuckles, palms turned inward. Some bound their wrists to stop involuntary confessions, only to find their feet tracing names against the floor. The public files could not be erased. Every deletion created copies elsewhere. Altered transcripts restored themselves beside the originals, with omissions marked by the sign for a closed mouth. After sunrise, Helen went to her mother's former house. The current owners allowed her into the upstairs bedroom after seeing Lucy's name in the released records. The wallpaper had changed, but the door still opened with the same scrape. Helen placed the videotape where the empty chair had stood. She raised her hands. The new language did not give her Lucy's voice. It gave her only the truth of what Lucy had asked and what Helen had chosen. I understood you. Her fingers paused. I was afraid of what believing you would require. In the mirror, above the dresser, an 11-year-old girl appeared behind Helen. Lucy did not smile. She did not forgive her. She watched until Helen completed the final sentence without softening it. You told the truth, and I helped them call it silence. Lucy lifted 2 fingers to her heart and turned them outward like a door opening. This time, the sign did not mean you understood me. It meant, now answer. Helen turned, but the room was empty. Across the country, millions of hands rose into the morning light. The language of the dead moved among the living, carrying every statement the record had refused to hold. And wherever guilt understood it, silence was no longer mistaken for innocence. Some institutions do not destroy truth by denying it outright. They weaken it one careful word at a time, until certainty sounds like confusion and testimony resembles silence. Helen's punishment is not simply that she remembers what she did. It is that she must finally speak without controlling how the truth will be received. The new language belongs first to those whose meaning was taken from them, while everyone else must approach it with humility. Perhaps the most frightening question is not whether we would recognize a plea for help, but what we would do once understanding it became inconvenient. And now, my dear friends, tonight's audio has come to an end. Thank you for spending these quiet hours with me here at Chilly Midnight. Whether you listened carefully or simply kept my voice nearby while resting, I'm truly grateful for your company. Before we part, I want to send my warmest wishes once again to everyone in Florida, Texas, Minnesota, South Carolina, and every place experiencing difficult weather. Please keep yourself hydrated. Remain somewhere cool and protected whenever possible. And listen carefully when your body asks you to slow down, wherever you are tonight. I hope you and your loved ones are safe and feeling well. Remember to check on elderly relatives, children, neighbors who live alone, and pets that may also be struggling with the heat. Now that the story is over, allow yourself to leave today's worries behind. Relax your shoulders, breathe slowly, and let your thoughts become quiet. Anything unfinished can wait until tomorrow. Thank you for staying with me until the end. I hope this audio brought you comfort, companionship, and a peaceful escape from everything outside your room. Take good care of yourself. Stay safe, and get the rest you deserve. Good night, my dear friends. May you sleep comfortably and wake to a cooler, kinder morning.